Well, thank you to Mariana, Little Dave, and Chaz for that perfect rendition of Election Showdown.
Good evening, one and all. We are back here with this very, very special edition of Chasing Descent Live. We have been counting down to this, ladies and gentlemen. We have put in the hours, we have put in the work, we have followed this election campaign with rigor, with vigor. We are ready, and it's time, okay?
Did you write a script?
No, I'm just making this shit up.
You're on point tonight, mate. You're on point.
And I'm already tired, and we got 6 hours to go yet.
Oh, the Heartless Brewer's on. Oh my God, she's looking rough.
But we will get to the Heartless Brewer in just a moment. Yeah. Because as the intro song said, ladies and gentlemen, we are here, right? I'm not quite sure that our sanity is intact. I'm not sure it is. Oh. However, we're here to watch Keir Starmer take the manager's job. Because that's what's going to happen, boys and girls. Keir Starmer is going to become Prime Minister tonight / by tomorrow morning. Labour are going to have, and this is my prediction, a supermajority. But we'll see, because right now it's 10 o'clock. The polls have closed, and that means it's time for the exit polls.
The exit polls. Do we want to do we want to listen to a couple of exit polls?
I think we want to listen to what Heartless Brewer's got to say for a little bit. But before we do, go back to the big screen.
Okay.
Company tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Honey, the producer.
This is
Oh Jesus H! Hold on a minute. This needs full screen. This needs full screen mode. Jumping Jehoshaphat, Batman. How many you got left in there?
9.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I've got 9. I've got 9 left.
Dun 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 dun.
Shalini says, "Where's Spencer? It's his girlfriend." And then up pops Spencer and says, "Oi."
Shalini says she'll be in bed soon.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, guys and girls. We all want to be in bed soon, but it is that special night where, like I say, the management job changes has. John, they can still only see me.
Yeah, I know. It's a good look, mate.
It's a very good look.
You're such a narcissist.
I know. It's great. Anyway, before you do, I'm going to say good evening, Shalini. Good evening, Spencer, Dreadeye, Jacob. I see you in the chat there, which means Mum's probably not far behind. So hello, Natalie, Emma, Watts, Adam. I can see you there. If I'm missing anybody so far, I do apologise, but we're in it. We're here.
We're in it to win it.
Adam says we will watch Count Binface become Prime Minister. I'm not quite sure we will, Adam, considering Count Binface is running as an independent and as part of no party affiliation, meaning he couldn't become Prime Minister, but there we go. It is what it is. Shalini says, phone's overheating. I'll be listening, so not chatting for a while. She is having a problem with her mobile phone, bless her. I know that she has ordered a new one, which hopefully will be with her tomorrow.
It's done not bad though. I mean,
agree.
You know, from 1993 till now, that's pretty good service.
I completely agree with you. I mean, she's watching us in pixelated form on a Nokia 3210.
Yeah, in black and white.
Yeah, it's like watching a game of Snake.
Yeah, it's a game of Snake. Right. What do I want to? Oh, I want to look for our own channel, don't I? Because you put your.
Are we going to go there first, or should we have a look at?
Well, it's up to you. I'm just getting our own channel up as well because your exit polls are up there, aren't they?
Well, yeah, okay. Let's go to me first then. Okay. Because I am a narcissist, as John says. So is he, but you know, it is what it is. But I went earlier on. I actually took a toddler along. I say a toddler, a scooter ride along to a polling station, and I actually had some conversations with people, and even one of the poll workers did an interview with me. Then I sent John along to his local polling station. I believe you got some as well, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I did.
But I released a video, and yours are exclusive to this show for now.
Formal. Would you
let's
like
have
to
a-
hear?
Yeah.
You look very ginger there. What's going on with your hair, mate?
The natural sunlight is
Oh, it's
not
bleaching
my
it, is it?
friend.
It's
Not my
bleaching it.
friend. It really
Well,
isn't.
I am out and about on my mobility scooter. We are heading towards a polling station. We're going to go and hopefully have a chat with a person or two and ask who they voted for today on July 4th and why. Will it be the Labour Party? Will it be Conservatives? Or will it be the people are putting
This
in
is
that
quite
other vote
good. This
for
is quite
Reform
good.
UK? Of course, there are
yeah.
Greens
Watching
and
ourselves,
Liberals as
well,
The Liberal
yourself on
Democrats could
TV.
actually win here in Eastbourne. They have done in the past, and they may very well do so again. So
It looks nice
shall
down
see.
there.
It was
I'm
really
not
windy.
really seeing much of an appetite for this election this year. Usually when we have an election here in Eastbourne, there are signs up everywhere on houses. Over there you can see
I haven't seen one sign.
the Liberal Democrats getting great support, but that's from one or two houses along here. Usually there's signs everywhere. I'm voting Liberal, I'm voting Conservative, people are winning here, but this year there doesn't seem to be very much of that.
Oh, it's a polling station.
It is.
It's church.
It is.
Okay, so I'm here with
Marcus.
hi Marcus and
Maxine.
The wind was bad.
Maxine. So I'm just asking questions about the mood of the country and what you think people are feeling right now. And you don't have to tell me who you voted for, but if you do want to, you can, and you can tell me why. It's up to you guys.
Well, I think it's difficult really because every people have less money. I don't necessarily think that's any government is particularly better than the other. If I'm honest, I think the two main parties will probably deliver a similar thing.
I mean,
in the next few years.
not to be rude, but we described them on our show as two cheeks of the same arse, quite frankly.
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah, I think everyone's really
if I'm
disappointed.
honest with you, I'm not even that inclined to vote. I have,
Do you want to tell me who you voted for?
no.
Fair enough. That's
A
absolutely
lifelong
fine.
Conservative voter, but perhaps not this time.
Perhaps not this time. Somebody's thinking. I know what I'm thinking, but I won't say it aloud.
I know what I'm
I
thinking.
think people are just really disappointed. They feel
Yeah.
let down, and they feel like people are out of touch, and it's a struggle. It's a struggle for a lot of people, and I don't think anyone's really grasping that.
I completely agree with you. I myself, I'm politically homeless.
Yeah,
I'm very much the same as you. I haven't chosen somebody to vote for because the policies of each party at the moment, they simply don't align with how I'm feeling.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, interesting. So that was probably what, late 30s, early 40s?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay, so that gave us a kind of mood there. Shall we just nip up the road a bit and see what the people in Scotland are saying?
Yeah, give us one of yours, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay. So you've been in to vote, sir. How did you get on?
I think it's really strange that they insist on photo ID. They never did for 100 years.
Yeah, it's a relatively new thing, sir. Yeah.
And then they give you a pencil. It
Yes.
should be something indelible. You can do that and somebody can rub it out. It should be something that can't be rubbed out. It just seems really peculiar that they sit.
It's a fair point. In this day and age, do you really think we should be trekking down to polling places to do it? Can we not? Why can't we do it like electronically? You know, if everybody had a number, a one-time number, why couldn't you do it
I
that?
think no bother coming. It's just I don't like the idea of pencil.
Yeah,
That somebody
yeah.
can go through them, rub them out and put it somewhere else.
I see you've kept the pencil though.
They insisted.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
okay. So, yeah, that was the first one.
My following conversation here is the last of the conversations on here, and it's with someone who worked the polling station. So,
Oh, right, okay. Do you want it to play just now?
yeah,
Right, okay.
let's hear it. Oh, it's struggling. It's that guy there. You just saw.
Oh, it really is windy. It really is windy. Oof. Seems like the mood of the country is, in my opinion, quite downtrodden right now. It does seem to be. Well, I'm here outside the polling station with Mike Bliss. Hi there, Mike. You've been working here today, actually, haven't you?
I have. I've been telling for over the last few hours.
And how have you found the? I would say, how have you found the mood of the people coming through?
They've seemed generally okay. I mean, I've done telling for over 50 years, and they're quite an affable lot. I haven't found much. I haven't really found any hostility. But then again, I'm with the Lib Dems, so some parties get rather a better reception than others, especially at the moment.
I was going to say, we're in Eastbourne, and I've lived here my entire life, 34 years, and the Liberal Democrats, this is one where they can and have won. And in fact, people, I don't care what you think to what I'm about to say. Our Liberal Democrat MP, Stephen Lloyd, in my opinion, was the best MP this town ever had. He cared about this town. He fought for this town. And it's such a far cry, in my opinion, from what most MPs do.
I would totally agree, and I have to say I know his success, or hopefully his successor, reasonably well, and he seems to be cut from the same cloth.
That's good.
So is the guy standing down? And
He stood down a few years ago once Caroline Ansell, the Conservative, won over him.
oh right, so you're in a Tory seat just now, but you're expecting the Lib Dems to get it back.
I think so.
Right. Okay. Sorry for interrupting.
That's okay.
But I think he will be a very good MP if he is elected, as I hope he will be.
Well, of course. I mean, how are you finding not just the mood of the day, but the mood of the country at the moment?
I think there is an awful lot of anger directed towards the Tories over the last 14 years.
I agree. And I was just saying to the camera, and I was speaking to other people, and I said, what we're getting right now, in my opinion, is a change of management more than a change in government.
I think that might be the case to some extent, but I think there has been a mood of corruption in this country that we've never seen before, certainly in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And I think that the incoming government is likely to be an awful lot less corrupt. I'm not saying I'll agree with everything they are going to be doing, and some things might not be radical enough, but I think it's going in the right direction.
Okay. Well, I won't take up much more of your time. I don't need to ask who you voted for. You've been wearing the rosette all day.
I have been.
Liberal Democrats, and I hope that everybody sort of gets what they want going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's been very interesting this election is just looking at poster boards.
Yeah.
I know we've got about 600 up in Eastbourne, and within Eastbourne itself, I've seen one, a Tory one.
Yeah, I also saw one out by those who watch this from further afield won't know this, but I saw a Tory board out by Drew Sillars the other day.
Right.
And it was spray painted on it. It said vote Conservative, and underneath it, spray painted on it, it said why.
I agree with the sentiment,
Yeah.
but I've never faced them myself.
I did
However
not say you had. Well, Mike, thank you so much for your time, and yeah, thank you.
Yeah, not a problem, and I'll be looking at your channel later.
Thank you so much, man.
Okay, thank you.
And if you're looking in, thank you.
Hi, Mike. Yeah, and
Hi,
thank
Mike.
you for the interview. I really did. And the other conversations we had throughout the afternoon as well. I really enjoyed chatting to the guy, actually.
Cool. Cool.
We had some good chats off camera. We had talks about proportional representation and how it should be. And I think this is a little argument that Natalie's son, Jacob, and her boyfriend, and Natalie's boyfriend have been having a difference between proportional representation and first past the post and which is better.
Mhm.
Now, Jacob, Natalie, if you are still there, please feel free to put your or the points that were raised across, and we will try and decipher them for you tonight in the chat and come up with an answer. But Natalie says the exit polls are in, so shall we flick over to some exit polls, John?
Yeah, we'll do one more of these, the Scottish ones, and then
Okay.
okay, because they're short, they're not long.
Yeah.
Hi, we're here at Johnston Town Hall with this lovely young lady who's just about to go in and vote. She's waiting on her husband voting, and then she's going to go in and he's going to hold the dog. So, how do you judge the general mood of the country just now? How do you feel?
I actually think there's a lot of disillusionment with politics, and I know a lot of people want to get rid of the Tory government, and so do I. But problem is, I'm finding it a real struggle to know who to vote for. I'm kind of tired of holding my nose and voting for the least worst option. And today I'm going to spoil my ballot paper for the first time.
Yeah, and I think that's a valid choice. It sends a message. Not voting sends a message, and spoiling your ballot paper probably sends a stronger message.
Yeah, I think so. I would never not vote because of the fact that, that particularly women had the universal suffrage, but I just can't bring myself to vote for Labour. I just think they're a red colour version of the Tories.
Yeah.
I can't vote SNP because I believe in independence, and I think I've totally lost sight of that, and I've got no one else. I've got no socialist candidate to vote for. So,
well, okay, no, that's fantastic. Right. Are we back? I don't know what happened.
The only thing that happened was you went missing. That was it.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay, but
Shall I finish this off?
Your
candle.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Right. So did you see all of that then?
We did. Yeah, we did.
Right. Okay, that's fine. So if it happens again, I'll
Emma Watts says in the chat that she also spoiled her ballot for the first time today.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's flick over to
I thought
poll.
that was quite interesting, it being a spoiled ballot. Give me a second, I'm going to have to reshare because my everything seemed to stop for me there. I don't know why.
Natalie says the exit polls are exactly as expected.
What ones are we going to?
Let's jump over to Sky News to begin with, shall we? Okay. So, Labour landslide, 410 seats expected here.
Yeah.
Because they will have a very big role to play in deciding.
It says Conservatives 131, Lib Dem 61, Reform 13 seats.
Wow, that's big.
SNP 10 and other 25.
So who's suffered?
But John, when you see Reform potential on 13 there, do you think the party needs to tack to the right with a future
SNP
leader,
have been
or stay in the centre ground?
Annihilated, yeah. So the Conservatives, but these are the exit polls, and they are, they're not the result.
I do think
no, they're not.
Responded badly to the inflation, to the failure to control our borders, and to the way that COVID was handled and the result.
Of course it's Beth Cellini. It's Beth would be.
Remember the Conservative Party when I went
and she's had she's tried the makeup on tonight.
You've got to decide now whether you're a wholly owned subsidiary of Reform, because that's what you've become. And I think you're one of the people who dragged it in that direction over the years. Sensible people were pushed out, pushed away. Ken Clark, Rory Stewart, Theresa May.
I agree, Natalie. The exit polls are normally pretty accurate, but they're not a guarantee.
No, they're not a guarantee.
This is the worst result in the history of the Conservative Party.
Sorry, we're nothing to do with Reform. And if you look at the senior figures of this government, if you look at David Cameron as Foreign Secretary, and you look
who we got here? Who is this guy?
As Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Sir John Redwood.
This was a very moderate Conservative balanced ticket.
Well, that's what happened.
Haven't we all?
Unfortunately, the 5 years had not gone well for the public, and so we got the result we did.
It was long in the coming.
Okay. Well, I think Ruth and I understand our party.
Yes,
it was a bad government.
You've got a question for Bob Buckland.
I love all of the live feeds to all of the counting halls behind them.
Who I interviewed several times. Rob Buckland, the basic problem here is that the electorate clearly didn't really know what Conservative Party they were voting for. And if
in what sense
says about the potential share of the vote, which is that Reform had a really substantial share, maybe not the same level as Conservatives, but close enough, isn't the problem here that the Tories have got to decide what are they here for?
I agree, Natalie. We always knew it was going to be a Labour landslide, didn't we?
So,
yeah, I mean that's not.
Party do you want people to vote?
I mean, at the moment there isn't a story here that's any different from what we're expecting.
It may well be a horrible sort of inversion of what happened in the 80s.
No, there isn't.
The left and the centre left was split, and the Conservatives enjoyed big majorities, and their choices were made then by the Labour Party to stop veering to the extreme left of British politics and to come back to the common ground. But John Redwood is right about this. Left and right,
worried.
Isn't really where we should be debating.
About
what we should be talking about is generational politics. And my big
concern
is that we did.
Well, I'm worried about. I remember I wasn't, you know, I was only 8 years old in 1997 when Tony Blair took power.
Yeah.
But I know, and I remember that he got such a majority, it gave him the power to do as he wished. And he implemented policies that were not in the manifesto almost immediately.
But that's what they do anyway, though, don't they? I mean, they never follow through on their promises.
Absolutely not. And I am absolutely concerned and worried that this is a coup d'etat, and that when they get into power, by the end of next week, they will have started pushing sweeping legislation that has nothing to do with any of the key promises they made in their manifesto. Because they'll have the seats, they'll have the votes, they'll have the power. That worries me. And they're also going to gain it, I would say, on about 30% of the vote, because they still hold to my prediction that right-wing parties, i.e. the Conservatives and Reform, will get more cumulative votes than Labour. And yet the right-wing view will not be represented in Parliament and in legislation. And that's why I absolutely despise first past the post. And that's why proportional representation is better.
But. But.
No but.
But the problem is, there is never any incentive for the party that won to implement proportional representation.
Correct. And you know, the only ones talking about proportional representation are the Liberal Democrats and Reform UK.
Yeah, and they, to be fair, the Lib Dems have always talked about proportional representation.
I mean, Mike, who I was having that conversation with outside of the polling station earlier on, we were both in full agreement about proportional representation.
Yeah.
I believe it needs to be implemented. Natalie says, yes, Ben, I agree. That's the argument we were having last night. Well, I just think anybody who tries to suggest that the first past the post voting system is in any way representative of the mood or the view of the country is deluded. They're absolutely deluded. It doesn't represent the view, and it becomes the tyranny of the minority.
Okay. So why doesn't it represent the view of the constituency?
Well, okay.
Allow me to play devil's advocate here, because if you count up all the votes of the people that voted and one party wins, then why shouldn't they get all the seats?
I'll tell you why they shouldn't get all the seats, because there are still a cumulative majority of people that voted another way, who have a different view, whose views and concerns are not just ignored, they are thrown out completely.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I call it the tyranny of the minority, because it only represents the minority view. And it can only represent the minority view. And I'm not saying that the majority that have lost out all share the same views. They don't. And that's why proportional representation is bloody better.
You don't need to shout.
Sorry.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just being devil's advocate, remember?
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so. Let's have a look at what Heartless has got to say, shall we? Let's begin on Heartless.
Just as much.
Okay.
But the fact is that you can be more ambitious when you've got a stronger majority. You can also be more ambitious because you can be thinking about that second term, potentially.
Okay,
Potentially.
Well, potentially, yes. Let's not count our chickens. We haven't even seen the results from this election.
No,
Benedict Spence, his face was a picture listening to you on that. Benedict Spence, you're a Conservative commentator. What is your reaction to this?
I mean, just to sort of pick up on what has just been said there, it's all very well the size of the majority in terms of the MP, but in the number of MPs, but we do need to wait and see what the actual breakdown of the size in the constituencies, whether or not they're marginals, whether or not they've turned some of those unexpectedly into safe seats. If you want to be able to get to grips with things like, especially NIMBYism, that's what you need. You need actually very large numbers in those constituencies, otherwise you'll find yourself in the same situation.
What does NIMBYism mean, then?
I mean, don't pause it, just mute it.
All right, sorry. What does NIMBYism mean?
I have no idea.
Oh, it's a new one on me.
It's a new one on me.
If this
Hurrah! That's all I can say.
I mean, they're going to try it again in 2.5 years.
Stop doing it. So 10:23. Just to reiterate, before we go
I
to
agree.
a break, just to get, if you are just tuning in, where have you been the last 20 minutes or so? We do have that exit poll from 10 o'clock. Labour have a majority predicted of 170, 410 MPs for the Labour Party, 131 Conservative MPs. Lib Dems predicted to get 61. Reform, staggering number, 13 MPs. Not even their leadership were predicting that privately today, I can assure you. SNP down to 10, 2 Greens and various other parties getting 23. I wonder if that includes George Galloway. We'll get his result in the early hours of this morning. We're going to go to a quick break, and then I'm going to read you about what's been going on with the dissolution honours. Quite a few big names in there getting honours. We'll come to that in a few moments. More on the exit poll, more on what we've got to expect for the rest of the evening. Do stay tuned. This.
Right, NIMBYism. That's really helpful, Ben. Really helpful. The ideology of a NIMBY, often used pejoratively.
Okay.
So what's a NIMBY is an acronym for the phrase "not in my backyard."
Oh.
It's a characterization of opposition by residents to proposed real estate development and infrastructure developments in the local area, as well as the support for strict land use regulations. That's what a NIMBY is, not in my backyard.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you. I believe that was a completely useless turn of phrase for them to be using. But
yeah, I think so too.
I think they just wanted to sound big and clever. Let's go to the chat for a minute, because
okay.
But this is a live interactive show, John.
Yeah, I was going to give her another one of our exit polls, but yeah.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay.
Right,
I'm with you there.
Just if we do our exit polls, we'll get them out of the way before we start getting results in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're here in the Johnston polling station with this gentleman who's just voted. And how did you get on, sir? How do you feel the country is just now?
Well, I voted, but I must say it was a difficult vote because I don't feel there's an awful lot of, or any of the
John's
candidates
gone again.
standing here really reflect my views.
Yeah.
I think there's been, particularly the Westminster parties, I think that the Labour Party and the Tory Party, you couldn't get a cigarette between the policies of the two of them. And I find that the whole campaign, they've been disingenuous about what they're offering. Because in fact, they're not offering anything really. There's nothing that's specifically going to change things, I think, for ordinary people in this country. And with the Scottish National Party, I think that they have squandered a huge opportunity in the last decade or so. And I think that there's a disillusionment amongst voters and the general public for the Scottish National Party, although that's who I did vote for tonight.
Okay. And do you think it would be fair to say that these politicians need a good kick up the back?
Oh, absolutely. I think they need to be more honest.
Yeah.
And I personally think that we need people representing us who are not just honest, but who are in it for the right reasons. There seems to be an awful lot of people who are in this for themselves, self-advancement.
Yeah.
And there's an awful lot of what I can only perceive to be corruption.
Yeah.
People, whether it's motorhomes that have been bought, whether it's people getting the equipment for protection during the pandemic, whether it's individuals having parties in Westminster during the pandemic. It's it's just an awful lot of sleaze, and I think
it seems to be endemic.
Yes, it is, and I think across the whole spectrum there seems to be individuals and quite a lot of individuals.
This man's very switched on.
And I think that that's something that people are unhappy about. And I just get the sense, having spoken to a lot of friends and family, a lot of kind of disillusionment and people voting, if they do vote, with a heavy heart. The main thing being to get rid of this absolutely rotten Conservative government, but with absolutely no illusion in what a Keir Starmer-led government's going to do for them.
Okay, I think we've covered pretty much everything. That was fantastic.
Very switched on indeed.
I think that guy gave a good account
And if you think that guy gave a good account, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and of course you can become a channel member or send a super chat. Right here, the membership starts at just 99 pence a month, and we obviously would appreciate your support. Natalie says, SNP looking to have lost 38 seats. She just read.
Yeah.
Stuart Seaton in the chat says, we have PR in Holyrood, but for some reason, some folk want Scotland's politics to be dictated by a first-past-the-post system of a different country. Well,
it's not a different country because, to be perfectly blunt, right, Scotland and England are not separate countries. The country is Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Okay.
Right? That's the country. So you can't say that Scotland is a separate country.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But I want to go back to that first past the post and proportional representation argument. And I want to go specifically back to Natalie and her family's argument, and Jacob as well, if you're in the chat. Who said what is what I want to know. Which person thinks that proportional representation is better, and which person thinks that first past the post is better, and why? I would like to know why people... I've given my reasons, I've given my opinion. I definitely believe proportional representation is not just better, but necessary. But then...
I think one of the issues of proportional representation can be that you end up with a almost permanently hung parliament.
I would like to thank Shalini for our first super chat of the night of £20. She says, have some coffee on me to stay awake. Oh, we really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate that.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
So let's
see. Right. Sorry. Quick technical point. See, when I play my last video, right? I'm going to restart my PC because the video will be playing from EV Mux.
Okay, so the show will still be running.
The show should still keep running. The show is going to YouTube. You know, so it's not coming from my computer. It's coming from EV Mux. So all that you should see is I will disappear, but you will lose the Sky or TNT stream until I'm back up. Okay. I just want to,
you know. I just want to read out a comment from your wife, John. She's here in the chat. She says, we are not a separate country. We are part of the United Kingdom. Sadly, we are stuck with our devolved local council who are inept, incompetent, and useless.
She is right there.
I believe she is. Natalie says, Jacob and I were saying that proportional representation was a fairer system. We were also discussing the option of direct democracy. And Jacob himself says in big capital letters, proportional representation is better. A party should not win 2016, 16, 16, 16, 16. I agree. The kid's a maths genius. If he does numbers.
Okay. I don't see the problem with direct democracy though in a technology situation that we have these days. Why do we not embrace it?
I mean, I think there's one country in the world that embraces direct democracy at this particular moment in time.
Two technically.
Is Switzerland one of them?
Switzerland is one of them. The second one is China.
Oh yeah, that's democracy right
there. I did say technically, but having said that, when you look at what they do, it might actually be more democratic than what we're doing here.
I'm going to hurt your ego right now, John, and I'm really sorry. Right? But I'd like to say good evening to my best friend, Lisa. Good evening. Yeah, it's nice to see you there. She's telling me to not chain vape. No. I've got several more hours of this, Lisa. I will vape to my heart's content. Thank you. I love you dearly, but no. Oh, dearie me. Let's have a look here what Heartless is saying, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely.
might lose in terms of the big beast, but what does that mean for the direction of the Conservative Party over the next few years, and how quickly can they regroup and get back to power, if ever?
What was it you
I'd
were
love to
saying the
hear
other
from you as
day,
well. If you
Ben,
wanna get in
about
touch,
having a
do
face
get in
for
touch. Your
radio?
reaction to the exit poll.
Definitely.
0344 499 1000 is the number to call. You can also text us on 87222 and get in touch on X at TalkTV. Love to hear all of your thoughts on that. This, of course, is where the nation comes to talk. We are Talk, the home of common sense.
Are they going to an advert break? They're going to a bloody advert break.
Already? That's
mute them. Just mute them. Don't need to hear their crappy music. Look, Labour landslide. Oh, the Greens are going to get 2 Carlas there. Look, there's a picture of Carla. Oh, Carla.
How many have they got just now? Have they only got one just now?
I believe so.
Yeah.
But I do believe so. I believe
SNP 10 seats, you beauty. Fuck you, SNP.
You know what? I agree with the sentiment. They have absolutely screwed with you. Stuart says, I knew you would say that, John.
Yeah, well, you know me. You know me then.
Well,
it's
yeah.
Mr. Potato Head here. Oh, are they in an advert as well?
I'm not sure. Unmute them.
And that
They're not
will
live. Put
also
them
be
live.
the story of tonight. I'm quite
Put them live.
Music coming from?
I don't hear any music.
In a world
Oh,
where a lot
God.
of our allies seem to be
My
moving
whole
further
system
right,
is clogging up. I don't know what the hell's
Democrats in trouble
happening.
in the States. I know that's
So-
I've got music
you know
playing
well,
me on the...
in terms
Jacob
of what we're
asks,
seeing in
how
elections
does
in
reform
France,
have less
in
than
terms
Lib
of some
Dem
of
other than
our
gerrymandering?
European
Well, I'll
allies.
tell you how
How
reform
would you, as the
have less than the Lib Dem,
potential
because
future
it's the
Foreign
first past the
Secretary,
post system. The first past the
be
post
making
system
sure
is
that you're
why.
building alliances
Oh, have we got a
across these
result?
countries when Britain is looking as if it's
We're
going
looking
to
at
be
Sunderland right now,
moving
ladies and
left, just as
gentlemen.
everybody else takes a
That's
step right.
quick.
Is it a result, or is
Well,
it?
look,
No,
there's a
you
time,
can't have a result
I
in
think,
30
that begun in our electoral politics. It begun
Matthew
really
Blackman
after the
says,
crash
"Evening, all some
of
familiar
2008.
faces in tonight.
It
I
does
hope you're
mean that
okay,
you
Matt,
have to
and
have
I
an
hope that
offer
the fire
for
wasn't too
working
bad.
people.
I really do."
And the truth for our party is notwithstanding.
Oh, I told
the
them
exit
you had
poll
an
that you were
incident earlier if you
predicting,
want to
if
mention
we
it. I
do
bet I didn't
not
tell them what the
deliver
incident was.
for working
Um,
people, then
we lost
will
a
be
family
out.
pet earlier on
And
today
nationalists will be
because
on our tail.
our
That
next
is
door
the lesson
neighbour's
that we see
XL bully
across the
type
world.
dog
And it is
got into our
because
garden
there are
and
significant
ended that pet's
parts of
life.
the community who feel that they've lost out.
It's
The
been a very
offer for
sad
them is
evening.
not as good as
It
was
really has been a
for their
very sad
parents,
evening. My
particularly
wife
young people
is in
across our
bits. My kids are in
country.
bits.
There's
Gonna get
mortgages
fucking sadder,
beyond
mate.
reach. They can't get a home. Public services they can't rely on.
So,
For a number
if
of
I do
reasons,
seem a little bit downtrodden tonight,
us to
that's
deliver for
why.
working
Okay, I'm trying to push through it.
David Lammy, thanks again for your patience. I'm just hearing that if the exit poll is correct, Dougie Alexander is going to be back in the Labour Party, back in government if he wins in Lothian East. He's going to give you a run for your money to be Foreign Secretary.
Douglas Alexander is a
Stuart,
dear friend.
is that aimed at
neighbour
myself
of
or is it
mine.
aimed at John?
Stop him taking you on.
I have seen the tittle.
Come on,
tattle,
Lammy.
Says he lives in the seat
some
in Lothian
parts
East.
of the right-wing media, but I've got to tell you.
No, it
that
wasn't River, Shalini. It was our pet
preparing
rabbit.
potentially
It
for
had actually got into
preparing
its
for NATO,
enclosure.
preparing for the European political community,
And
with war
it
in
was stuck
Europe,
within its enclosure, the dog
and
was.
huge problems in the Middle East. This is a very
It was not
serious
nice.
role. Of course, I'll serve wherever Keir Starmer wants me to, but I do fully expect.
I think
to be
I've
Foreign Secretary
explained.
if we get across the line.
Oh, I haven't explained.
Okay, David, we will let you go. As I said, first names for tonight while we're all relaxed. But by next week, we're going to be very formal again, whether you're Foreign Secretary
Miss
or
Burley.
not. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
for the love of
indeed.
God, David Lammy as Foreign
Thank you.
Secretary.
Thanks a lot. Bear
Yeah,
with me, guys.
that's
Just wanna tell
the,
people what's
that's
happening
the-
on the screen as you're looking at it. So we've got Newcastle, Sunderland in the middle, Blythe to the far
Come on,
left.
Sunderland.
And these are the...
I will
Oh,
do,
it's not
Shalini.
Sunderland.
Thank you so much.
Good grief.
Oh, look, they're racing. They're racing to get the counts done.
Yeah, they are. They are. Let's see what Julia Hartless is saying.
we're talking about people, having 50 or 60 seats.
Yeah.
Conservatives.
No, I was sort of worrying, a couple of hours ago. I was like,
apparently
melting
George
down
Galloway
almost,
is set to lose his Rochdale seat to Labour.
In the office beforehand, what number did you give for the
88.
Conservatives? 88. So you're celebrating.
That would be glorious.
I'm relieved, but what I'm hearing from some psephologists is they think a lot of these seats are in the attributed to the Conservatives in this exit
You
poll
are correct
by
there,
quite thin
Stuart.
margins. So normally these exit polls are pretty accurate, but I think the night is young.
The Lib Dem research.
The night don't feel young to me, mate.
Yeah, but you know what, Stuart? We didn't. So get over it.
I mean, you could be a bit more articulate, couldn't you?
Well, come on.
We've got
right,
a long time to kill tonight. We've got a long time to kill tonight.
It's like Brexit. They're still going on about it, 6 years later? Well, the SNP are still going on about a once-in-a-generation referendum that we had, that's now, 14 years ago?
Yeah, so in about 10 years' time, I'd say it's another generation, wouldn't you?
22 to 25 years between generations.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. 8 to 10 years. I've got Lisa here.
Oh, sorry.
I've got Lisa here messaging me on the device, and she says, "R.I.P. the Tories. You have provided me with many, many laughs at your expenses. Roll on the next set of clowns."
Yeah.
I echo that sentiment, my dear friend. I echo that sentiment.
Yeah. I think the problem is though if like you're saying, Labour go all scorched earth on new legislation to
I think they will
favour certain groups and individuals, then no one's going to win.
No, the thing is, like I said, let's face it, the Tories were already doing that, and they weren't doing it as scorched earth. But that's why I call it, and that's why I said in the videos I recorded earlier, this is a change of management. That's what this is. We've got two cheeks with the same arsehole right in the middle of it, and we're just moving from the right cheek to the left cheek. That's all that's happening tonight here, folks.
You can watch it here, Stuart.
Stuart says, "Where can you watch election coverage if you don't have a telly? I can't stream it on the iPad." Well, we're watching it on YouTube. All of these are capturing YouTube channels.
Yeah, you can watch it here. Maybe he's going to go away now.
Yeah, I think he might be upset.
There's no point in being upset. I mean, what it's politics, right?
Exactly, Matthew. Labour will have nobody to keep them in check with this type of majority, and that is the problem. Because how can, with 130 seats, the Tories be an effective opposition? They can't. So whoever,
you can't, because even if everybody clubbed together, they'd still be like 100 MPs short of beating Labour, wouldn't they?
Well, yes, they would.
But having said that, the Tories were in exactly the same position. Were they not?
It wasn't this bad.
Yeah, but they still had a massive. They had 80 odd seats as a majority, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they squandered it away. But nobody could stop them. There were 80 seats to the good.
Stuart, we're planning to go till at least 2, maybe 4. We'll see how it goes. The night is still young. I have an almost full box of Red Bull still. There it is.
Oh, good grief. I think I might have to go and get a coffee. I don't normally drink coffee at this time of night, but...
Natalie says, Graham Brady set to lose his seat in Millionaires Row. Good. I find this whole thing mightily funny, to be honest.
Let's have a listen to what they're going up to.
Okay. I can't hear them, John. I can't hear them. John Biden, hello.
It's playing. If you can't hear them, can they ask
have
the
you
chat?
Unmuted it on the YouTube?
Yes.
Even independent
there you
supporters
go.
of Scotland took the view that
voting Labour was the best vehicle to do
Stuart,
that.
I'm going to jump back in if I may, because this is obviously a chastening night for both our parties, mine across the whole UK, yours across
I thought it might be.
Yeah. In terms of Labour, we've heard from some of their senior figures saying that they understand that this was a vote against sitting governments. It wasn't necessarily a vote for them, and that they still have to win the love of the country. They might have borrowed their votes, but they haven't got the love. Would you agree with that analysis that actually this has been a vote against long-standing governments in 2 parliaments, and actually not necessarily a huge popularity contest for
Did you
Keir
just
Starmer?
burp into an open mic?
I would agree with the latter part of that. I think the enthusiasm for
You're muted
Labour
now.
and its austerity programme has been very,
That's
very
how I
limited
feel about her
indeed. And
line of
course,
questioning.
It is now Labour austerity and Labour Brexit are likely to be no longer Tory austerity. And
Look, I'm
Tory
trying
Brexit.
to provide some
In
humour
terms
here.
of voting against the Scottish government, this is a UK election. We have a Scottish parliamentary
Natalie
election in
says, sorry,
2026.
Matthew
That's
says,
when
that's my
the
fun
second
for
part of
tonight,
that will be
Natalie.
tested.
I'll be cheering the
We
biggest
must leave it there.
tossers
Very good
to
of you
lose
take
their
the time
seats.
to join us, Stuart Hosey.
Nothing
Thank you very
to
much
celebrate.
indeed. A couple of other things from the exit poll you may be interested
I
in.
need the producer,
Ladies and
Shalini. I'm
gentlemen,
not
looks
exactly.
like the
I'm
Greens
doing
are
too
likely
much.
to take
It's
Bristol
like
Central, which
Thangnam
is
Debonair,
Thangnam
isn't it?
Debonair's
Yeah.
seat, and also Brighton
Look,
Pavilion, as we
Stuart, if you're
expect.
going on
And,
about the
Lee
independence
Anderson
thing, it
apparently
really isn't my
suggested
fight,
to lose
okay?
in Ashfield, a Labour gain.
It's not my fight either because it's settled.
Thangnam Debonair will be really disappointing. I spoke to someone very
Beth
senior
has-
in the Labour
she
Party
has made an effort
yesterday,
tonight.
and they
She
said they
has.
were really fighting hard to try and save that
It's not a
seat.
good
She
look,
was
but
up
she's
against
made an
Carla
effort.
Denyer, who is
Yeah, but
the
she definitely
joint
has not
leader
made an
of
effort
the
on her
Greens,
personality.
And Thangnam Debonair was
I'm
Debonair is
her,
their
hello
culture
there.
secretary, would be the culture
Yeah.
secretary. So that is a massive
Yeah.
blow. But they'll be really pleased if the Greens can hold Brighton Pavilion, because they had a big Caroline Lucas, the former Green leader who has, they had a big. There was a big challenge in Brighton. So if the Greens can pick up both those seats, that will be.
It
they'll
is
be
a
very
load of
pleased
slap,
with that. But
Shalini.
it's
She's
a
made an
blow for
effort.
Labour with Thangnam.
Okay, bear with us, guys, because we will come back to you all. It's a long night. Don't be so disappointed, Trevor. I will come back to you. I
It's
promise.
hurly-burly, Kelly-burly.
Because we can't keep a lady waiting, and Sarah Jane Mee is standing by for us this evening in Cleethorpes.
Cleethorpes.
Grimsby
Isn't
and
that,
Cleethorpes? It's a new seat.
Grimsby and
notionally.
Cleethorpes.
Talk us through what's going on there.
Isn't that the north? Is that the north?
Hi, Kay. Yes, counting.
It is,
here
and
in
isn't
Grimsby Town Hall
Cleethorpes
got
where
underway just
Tice
after 10
is
o'clock. This
contesting
evening,
the seat?
over my shoulder, you
I
can
don't
probably
know.
see teams of people busy
I don't know much
counting
about this
away
nonsense.
with their thimbles, or as I've been told, they're called counting cones in this scenario, counting out all the
Thimbles.
votes
Counting
behind us.
cones,
Got
John,
some
counting
hours to go.
cones.
Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, as you said, one of the new constituencies in this election.
A lot of
And
people
Grimsby
not
and
doing
Cleethorpes
anything,
have been
or
our
there's
target
people
towns here on
watching the
Sky
other
News in
people
this general
working.
election campaign.
Is that what
Spent a lot
happens?
of time here
I'm not sure.
finding out what the people
Well, there's
in
a
this
group of
area
people
want
counting, and then
from
there's a
their
group of people at the other side of the
politicians
table
in this
watching
next
them.
government.
I believe
with
that,
us, our national correspondent Tom Parminter, who spent a lot of time here as
I
well.
believe that your wife and
Tom, it's
Stuart
worth
are now having a
unpacking
full-blown
what this
argument
area is all
over
about. We're in an
independence.
area that, 70% of people voted to
I'm
leave
not
the
getting
EU.
involved.
This is seen as a fierce battleground tonight between the Conservatives and Labour.
And another party as well bring into the mix, as we just saw from some of those figures. This is a really fascinating battle in this corner of Lincolnshire. It's quite feverish down there, isn't it? Real buzz in the room in this grand old
Lincolnshire's
setting
not that far
in the
north,
town
is it?
hall here in Grimsby.
It's quite far.
And
Is it?
we've got a really interesting fight on our hands. It is a seat
I
that you would look at that.
I
exit
don't know
poll, you'd look at
why
the Labour landslide and think it's very
this
likely
has
to go
been
back
so
to Labour. This is a new
troublesome
constituency. It's the merging of two towns into one constituency. Grimsby, which has always traditionally been Labour, went Tory in 2019, and Cleethorpes, which has always, or generally, has been more Conservative leaning. So those two towns coming together will give an indicator of where the country's at, and we've seen from the exit
Oh, so they've
poll
merged
where
two
the
seats.
pollsters think the country is at.
Whoa. What the freak?
We've now lost the video
No,
feed,
that
John.
was, yeah, we'll get it back. We'll get it back. Don't worry about it.
I mean, we need a producer, boys and girls.
We do.
But,
we do.
we
Well, I tell
need-
you what. I tell you what. I'll play the last one. I'm going to restart my PC. Okay.
Are you sure the show will remain up?
The show shall remain up. you just stay there, keep talking, right? You'll be the only one left once, once this thing runs out. But
I'm a little bit concerned.
The show will remain up, okay?
Okay, the show will remain up. So,
yeah.
John's going to play a video. I'm going to comment over it.
You're at Johnston polling office.
Right, how long is the video?
I don't know.
31. Ooh, that'll be tight, but
it'll be
I'll
tight.
see if I can get back up quickly. Okay.
We'll see if you can. Oh, getting it up quickly, John. I
This
don't know.
young gentleman here who's just about to go in to vote. How do you feel about voting today, sir? How's the country doing, and where do your loyalties lie now? You don't need to tell me, obviously, but
I think, especially as a young person, I think there's a bit of a disillusionment with where politics lies in general in the country, just with the way things have been going over the last year or so, the last couple of years. There's definitely like a rhetoric now that people want to get rid of the Tory government.
I think I need a translator.
Rising costs of living, especially with the fallout of Brexit as well.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I was more into politics, but now I don't really tend to keep up with it, just purely because I don't find that I align with most of the political parties on the spectrum, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But in terms
I'm
of
on the
the country, I
spectrum.
think there's definitely a pessimistic view in terms of the government that we've had over the last 5 to 10 years.
So we've had some people that have come out, and some of them have spoiled their ballot, which is a
Natalie
valid
asks,
choice,
is it
know,
right
because
or
it's
fair
a
that
test
Reform
vote.
potentially got
Some of them are
17%,
voting
only
tactically.
13 seats?
Are you voting with your heart?
But
or
under
voting with your
10%
head?
for the Lib Dems with 61
Following
seats.
my heart, to be
First
honest.
past the post.
I'll be voting for who obviously I think's best for myself, the community, and
Yep.
Scotland ultimately.
Right. Okay. Do you want to say who it is, or hey, you're perfectly entitled to keep it private?
I'll keep that one to myself.
That's fine. I think I know where you are, but that's great. Thanks very much.
Okay, he didn't make it back in time, so we've now got this man's smiling face stuck upon the screen. Look. The last thing I want to be seeing is arguments in the chat, guys. Right? I know you've got disagreements, but let's not reduce ourselves down to throwing insults at one another. I'm not sure if you hate me, Stuart. Like I said, this independence thing isn't my fight. It is. Oh, look, he's back.
I'm back. That didn't take too long, did it?
No.
Right, I just need to get the feeds back up. But yeah.
Look, I agree to an extent, Adam, that I love a bit of passionate debate, but when it degenerates into calling names, that's where I kind of draw the line. Matthew says his chat has gone. Maybe reboot the stream, Matt, because it's all still here. So, I don't know.
Where are we looking for? Talk TV? Yeah.
Yes, we were looking at Talk TV and Sky News for the time being.
Yeah,
weren't we?
I'll get Sky News in a second.
Right. And look, with the argument that is going on in the chat about Scottish independence, it's not something that I am going to insert myself into. I mean, I don't love Westminster, Stuart. You know that. If you've watched this show long enough to know my opinions on Westminster, geez. On all politicians as a whole. Look, Talk TV are constantly in advert break at the moment, aren't they?
They're running more adverts than we are.
Are we running any adverts?
Yeah, we must be, because monetization's on and YouTube should be taking control of it. Right.
52% was the Brexit vote, actually, Stuart. 52%. Oh, look, Julia's back. Let's have a listen in. Let's have a listen in to Julia.
Yeah. Give me a sec.
When the polling booths close, Labour are on a track for a massive 170 majority, although less, of course, than Tony Blair won in 97 with 179, but 410 Labour MPs is what's being predicted, 131 Conservative MPs, a lot worse than some were saying, a lot better than others were saying. Lib Dems up to 61, Reform UK on a very surprising 13-seat projection, SNP down to 10, that's from 43 last time round, and the Greens up from 1 to 2, so a lot of change happening, a lot moving on. I'm delighted to say joining me in the studio still is Richard Power-Said, former Labour Party official, Benedict Spence, Conservative commentator, and now we're joined by talk presenter and political anorak extraordinaire, I think you mean that, Peter Caldwell. Hello.
Hello.
Right.
What do you make of it all?
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? The lead
Natalie
for Labour,
has
not
just
as much as
brought
some
my
people
night
predicted.
down
Reform UK
completely.
have done
She's-
really
she's-
well. Absolute
She said Angela Rayner is going to be Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Who look set not to keep their seats.
The ginger growler.
But where do we think all those seats have gone? I mean,
Labour, basically.
Labour has
So
just
the SNP
completely
down from 43.
If I could ask you guys a favour,
is
could
a
you share this out and let people know that we're doing this?
UK
Let's get some more people in there. Hit the like button as well.
On the Reform UK vote,
Right,
I know
I'm
that was a
gonna-
minor party, but Nigel
I'm gonna
Farage is limited.
try Sky for a second because it looks more interesting.
Okay, that's fine. You flick over to Sky. That's no problem. That's what we're doing. We're flicking
Look,
between
that's Attlee
these
there
people.
in the post-war election.
So,
So an extraordinary
I don't
night
know
for the Labour
what's-
Party.
is this
But
the
here's
same
what's striking,
feed that
okay?
we were
we're
on?
gonna
No.
we're gonna tease this out.
You look like you're
Even though
actually
the
on
number
the
of seats is
website
really
rather than
high,
on
The
YouTube.
share of
Right,
the vote
okay.
is not as high as you might expect. That's what it looks like. It looks like
I
it's even
wondered
lower.
about that.
Yeah. Look, you just let us look at Julia for a bit.
I'm doing that.
Probably not a huge difference, but what it does give Reform UK is something they haven't had previously, which is seats in Westminster. I've just looked at the exit poll here, and the likely Reform gain in Clacton, Nigel Farage's constituency, which he
debate is still raging on in the
plus. So
chat.
I think we can fairly accurately say that Nigel Farage will be an MP. It'll be interesting, the 12 others, because there'll be some who have been senior figures in Reform UK, there'll be others who perhaps haven't and are maybe
I've got it
unknown
now.
quantities. That'll be an interesting thing as well.
Do you
And
think
perhaps a
Dr.
challenge
David
for Nigel
Bull
Farage,
will
but it
win a
give
seat
him
here?
even more of a
Who's
megaphone.
Dr.
It'll
David
give him
Bull?
parliamentary
He's a talk
legitimacy that
TV
he's never
presenter
had
who's
previously,
standing for
and it
reform.
will mean that Reform UK can do things
Where?
and say things and have money and have
I'm not
staff
sure
and people
where he's
around
standing.
in a way that they've never had before in the UK parliamentary system anyway.
Thank you to
That
Emma
will make a
Watts
big
for
difference.
sharing
I
the
think
show and
Liberal
hitting the like
Democrats will
button.
be absolutely thrilled with their role. I think one of the mega polls, though, Richard Pazide suggested that the Lib Dems could even become the second largest party, the official opposition, with those 6 questions at the dispatch box. I mean, that wasn't going to happen, but they'll be thrilled to know they're going to get those 2 questions, with PMQs, which the SNP has had for quite some time.
Yes, indeed. I actually want to go back, though, to reform and its impact for Labour, actually, because I think it's going to be really significant.
I like the analogy.
If the Tories had done a bit worse than this, then you would have seen enormous pressure.
She says
on
replacing
future,
Sunak with
Tory
Starmer
leaders
is like
from
changing
some
your
sort of
tie
informal
when
alliance
you've shat
with
your
reform.
pants.
I think the Tories are just about safe from that, given the number of seats they've got, maybe. But Labour, is going to be really feeling reform,
Stuart,
breathing
you're
down their necks. We are going
arguing.
to see,
and
easily could
can
be
I just point
100
out, saying
seats,
nothing but
where
lazy
reform
arguments
is in second
isn't an
place to
argument.
Labour. And we're seeing places like Barnsley North and South probably going reform. I'm afraid to say Ashfield is going to
Well, that was probably
stay.
always going to happen with Lee Anderson there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sad
that
to see
is
you
going
go,
to
Stuart. But
create
if
a
you
really
think
big
that
problem
is
within the
what you
Labour
want to
Party,
do,
within the
then
parliamentary Labour Party, because you are going to have lots of people saying, "I've got reform."
I do
breathing
enjoy
down
your
my
input,
neck.
by
I
the
want us
way.
to be pushing for the kinds of policies that might attract potential reform voters. Those are completely anathema to the rest of the parliamentary Labour Party. The only way you deal with that is by helping people with their living standards, going down the middle.
Yeah, remember that levelling up thing? We heard so much about that at one point, didn't we? Benedict Spence. I'm going to come back to Peter because I'm going to get his analysis as well. But in terms of what the Tories need to do now, look, it's a bloodbath for the Tories on 131
It absolutely
seats,
is a
bearing in mind in
bloodbath. I think that's a
Boris
good
Johnson
way
won
of saying it, Julia. It's a
365. I
bloodbath
mean, it is
for
an
the
absolute
Tories.
bloodbath. And a lot of MPs are going to be very
Rishi
angry. They're
Sunak's
going
probably
to be-
already
they're going to be
packing his
speaking
shit.
rather publicly,
Put it
I
that
imagine,
way.
about quite how angry they are and what went wrong. But the analysis, as we've been
Do you not
saying
think he
last time,
packed
may
his
be
shit
different
last week?
from different people.
Yeah.
What do you think went wrong?
Maybe.
Or what do the Conservatives need to do now?
I think, to go back to what Tim Montgomery was saying, it's about actually appearing like a mature party that understands what its direction is and forming a credible opposition. The worst thing that could possibly happen is if the Conservatives decide, you know what the country really wants is more of our infighting, and that's what we're going to subject people to. All the while, Nigel Farage then picks up momentum in the House of Commons and trains the guns on Labour, taking away potential support that the Tories need to be doing and shoring up the idea that he is potentially an alternative right-wing voice. That would be the real disaster. It's whether or not actually the party has realised how big a slap in the face this is and has
I'm sorry, that is a classic.
I mean, there's the. Peter Caldwell. Look, there's no doubt at all they're going to realise the full horror.
I've got to give you credit for that one,
Looks
Matthew.
like Rishi Sunak, Oliver Dowden, James Cleverly, Kemi Badenoch, even Gillian Keegan are likely to keep their seats
I've met
on
Matthew
this-
in real
on this,
life. Don't worry, I've
prediction.
met him.
Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Johnny Mercer, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor.
There is a 60, or is that 64% chance? 84% chance Liz Truss retains her Norfolk South West seat.
Quite right. Quite right.
There's still question marks about
Liz Truss, I think Liz Truss was terribly hard done by.
What happens next with the Conservatives? Where do they go?
You do too. You do too.
I know.
In the meantime, probably early tomorrow morning, Rishi Sunak will resign. That will trigger a leadership.
He should resign now.
He
Just
will remain
pull
as leader of the Conservative Party and leader of the opposition until then. But we'll see which people come forward. We'll see if Penny Mordaunt makes it through. It doesn't look as if she's going to.
So much of the leadership battle is going to depend on
who survives.
Are you still in him being able to run?
Exactly, and there are all
right.
sorts
I'm going
of
to tone it down a
around
minute.
That. Also, whether Victoria Atkins gets through. She's a dark horse in all of this.
Really?
Yeah.
Again, there's some names that are mentioned, and you just find yourself going.
Oh, I got 3 of these as well, John. Don't worry.
I think. Well,
right, I'm going to switch to Sky because Julia's voice is starting to grate on me.
Out of government now.
Yeah, but then you're going to upset Spencer.
Aye, but it's okay. I'll go back. So,
she'll be back. She'll be
we'll
back.
Be back. She'll be back, Spencer. Don't you worry. Basildon? No, Basildon?
Oh, look, we're still watching Talk TV, John.
Oh, I keep
still
Skycopter hovering above Sunderland in 2001 when they did. When giving them a run for the money, though, potentially Basildon and Billericay.
Oh, apparently Spencer's gone. Yeah.
The home.
Spencer gone.
Richard Holden,
probably gone to bed.
Who up until this evening has been the chairman of the Conservative Party.
Once again, if you could hit the like button, the share button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and of course you could join the channel from just 99p a month and send a super chat if you'd like Shalini did earlier on.
Who are, by any measure, according to the exit poll, having a sensational night. Joining us now, David Ball.
What did you think of the
of Reform?
Dr. David Ball is about to come on.
Very good evening.
Oh, right, okay.
Good evening. I remember chatting to you just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago. Wildest dreams coming true?
Well, absolutely. Look, if this is right, it really is an historic night to win.
I'm about to go and get some more pills, Emma. I am about to jump out for 5 minutes and go get some medication.
So
is he going to win?
An incredible result for us.
I'm not sure.
If you're jumping out in 5 minutes, I'm going to go and make a coffee. It'll only be a couple of minutes. Okay.
And we believe that our vote share is much higher.
Remember, this is my second show today.
We believe it's double that of the Liberal Democrats. And we believe, even though that is the case, we will actually get only a quarter of the seats, and therefore, if that is true,
well, we're not both
going. Will be saying our political system is broken, and first past the post simply isn't fit for purpose.
Right,
okay.
Natalie's doing so well tonight with the data. She is throwing it at us thick and fast. I appreciate you, young lady. Exit poll national swing, plus 15% Reform,
a lot of Labour seats,
plus 4% Labour, 3.4% Greens, 0.1% Plaid Cymru, 1.3% SNP, 2.1% Lib Dems,
disagree with?
Minus 17.8% Conservative.
I think the Conservatives managed to split themselves in half. As you know, it's not one party, it's 5 disparate parties.
Reform UK have managed to split the Conservatives vote in half, haven't
with
they?
a contract for the people. It was really positive. It was fully costed. This is what we put
Oh yeah, we all love Natalie here, but Natalie's come full-time over to the Real Review UK, and we'll talk more about that very soon. But Natalie's come full-time over to the Real Review UK, where we are going to, together with Lisa and others, produce some of the best
4 years ago
travel,
winning 13 seats.
movie, fun stuff that we can.
I think that's the really exciting message to people around the country.
David, it's
I mean, she's not my full-time employee. It's just that's the channel that she's going to work on now.
Over the weekend,
she's not my employee at all. She's my friend,
reverse takeover of the Conservative
and I will treat her always as a friend and not an employee.
Anything to do with them. What about you?
Well, look, I think once the dust settles and we realise how many seats we've won, we will then reassess the situation. Look, the point is the Conservative Party simply isn't Conservative anymore. And
well,
we're
that's correct as well, Mr. Ball. That is correct.
Might have been Conservative voters.
As you can see above my head right now, the Prime Minister as of tomorrow.
Coming across from the Conservative Party to us. I've heard also anecdotally people went, Tory voters went to the polling stations and stood there and were about to put a cross in the Conservative box and thought, I just can't do this, and voted for us. I think a lot of that has happened around the country. Also, the shy reform.
I appreciate you all as well.
When the pollsters ask people, how are you going to vote, they don't necessarily tell the truth. And we saw that, as you remember, Beth, in the Brexit referendum result, where actually I think the political classes were caught completely off guard by the result. And we're seeing it again.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, David. Why do you think people don't want to say that they vote reform?
Well, I think the thing is that actually it's no one's business.
It's because the mainstream media has made it almost a sin
sometimes
to vote reform.
Well, you and I spoke about this the other day, that the connotation sometimes from other people is, oh, you can't.
Well, the biggest tool in the country, Keir Starmer, came from his toolmaker father.
Believes in low tax, low regulation and high growth. We also say that immigration needs to come down. And there's the resonance for people around the country.
Is it not something, sorry, let me just ask this, Beth. Is it not because potentially some of your candidates for Reform UK.
I think it's because potentially you've made it
about the country would have been far better off if it had taken Hitler up on its offer of neutrality.
Oh my God!
Well, Kay, you know as well as I do, the election caught all political parties off guard. As you know, we had to expedite the process to get 620 candidates. Look, I said we will not tolerate any homophobia or anti-Semitic abuse or Islamophobia.
Quite
and
right
once
too.
we find any of those candidates who behaves in a really inappropriate manner, they are out of the party. Now, in the cold light of day, once again, once we regroup, then obviously we will then thoroughly vet every single candidate going forward. But we're 4 years old. We're 4 years old. We're an start-up party, aren't we? And so I'm really thrilled with what we've done, and that's thanks to Richard Tice, who has kept the party going over the last 4 years, and also Nigel Farage, who, as you know, he can attract an audience.
David, can I just go back
Islington
to
North is currently too close to call between Jeremy Corbyn and Labour. Thank you for that update there, Natalie.
Whatever it might be. When you look
Jeremy
at that,
Corbyn obviously now standing, if people don't know, as an independent, because obviously the Labour Party booted him out for the anti-Semitism claims they found to be factual in their investigation. I'm not saying that investigation was.
And he thought that actually, if
Cellini says can't stand Corbyn, another plonker. Well, he's very hard left, isn't he?
Quite the reverse has happened. So the more they attacked us,
Adam said he thought no Labour Party member would stand against Corbyn. Well, they did.
Rose because there is a sense of British fair play, and I think the British people didn't like what was going on. Now, I think as we go forward, it's also possible that those people who see themselves as Conservatives will naturally come across to us. So we have to see, and time will tell.
Indulgence, David, if you was. Here comes some quick-fire questions.
Quick-fire questions. Here we go.
You're a movement, but actually, you're a one-man party,
not that quick.
No, we're not.
Till Nigel Farage came back, you were nowhere.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Trevor. Absolutely ridiculous.
Don't be ridiculous, Trevor. I like that answer.
4 years. We've got some great candidates there. We're going to see Ben Habib doing hopefully very well in Wellingborough, Rupert Lowe in Great Yarmouth. We've got amazing candidates all over the country. And Nigel is the icing on the cake. He is the performer,
I actually do agree with Trevor Phillips here. Nigel is the reason that they're getting the traction that they're getting.
The exit poll suggests that 3 of your 13 seats will come from Labour, including Barnsley North, which is Dan Jarvis. In terms of your own internal work, does that sound right to you?
Yeah,
in
it
what
does,
sense?
actually. So we thought we were taking Conservative voters, but also Labour voters as well. And of course, these are the Brexit-supporting heartlands of the United Kingdom.
But yes,
so
no one does like. I don't like
very
Tice.
much coming over to Reform UK. As you know, I was an MEP in the northwest of England. I think many of those seats may well come over. And so this is actually appealing across the political spectrum and saying this country
Tice
is broken.
So he's bold because he works for Talk TV.
We are going to have to let you go in just a moment or two. I just wonder how you are. You know, it's great on the night, and I'm sure we'll hear from your leader throughout the course of the evening. But you know, unless you work with another party, you've got 13 seats potentially.
Well, I think also we're the true voice of opposition. We'll see what happens.
not.
But with people like, if Nigel gets in, if
Tories
Richard
are the
gets
true
in,
voice
if
of
we have
opposition,
great
if you look
characters.
at our exit poll.
No, but the point I'm trying to make is actually there'll be a
Jesus
new voice
Christ.
in Parliament, and also
Right.
we will see.
I'm
going to
go get some medication, John.
Shifts. I think the Conservatives
Yep.
are destroyed. I think
I'm going to
that
go get some
party will be
medication,
no
okay?
more
I'm
going
back,
forward,
and
I
I'm
think
back
the
in.
10 times your seat. Calm down.
Back
It's a
in
good
Britain.
night for you. It's not a brilliant night. Calm yourself, will you?
I
Don't get
think
carried
so.
away.
Well, let's just go back. Let's go back.
Should have had this on earlier.
If you'd said we will get 3 seats, I would have been ecstatic. So to get 13
Right, what's happening?
is extraordinary.
It's still 10 times less than the Tories, potentially.
Well, we're 4 years old. They're hundreds of years old, and you should know better, Ruth.
So is it going to take you hundreds of years to get to the same number?
Yeah, no one does
No,
like trees.
of course it isn't, Kate. Absolutely not. We're going to do it in 5 years.
Okay, oh, right.
130 in 5 years.
Yeah, 2029.
all right,
yeah.
Okay,
2029, you'll see Nigel as Prime Minister.
Would you like to take a small wager on that?
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
We'll talk privately.
I do have a communist flag behind me. That's
Will he be the
the
leader
red flag,
of the
which I
Conservatives on
thought.
reform? That's my question.
I've actually given up my job as a fortune teller.
Have you? Yes.
So the red flag, which I thought was a Chinese flag, is not. It's a flag of the former Soviet Union.
I don't agree with much that Reform have to say. But I do think
I should have had
Kate
this
has
on
a
earlier
point
when Seaton
about,
was here.
Proportional representation.
Then
Because
I could really
think
upset him.
We may well be discussing this quite a lot.
There was a guy come out of the. I was going to give a. What was it called? Another one. There was a guy come out of the polling station, but I thought I better not. Because he just comes storming out the polling station shouting, I fucking hate the SNP.
You've got to not look at this tribally.
And then proceeded to repeat it about 3 times as he walked across the police
Because I think some
yard.
of the frustration people felt in 2015 was then expressed in 2016 at the referendum. And I think that was something that, I really kind of felt in my constituency. But I do think
Gillian
now,
Keegan has
coming out
an
of this election, when we look at the share
85%
of
chance
vote,
of
I do not
retaining
share
a Chichester
Reform
seat.
are gonna
Where are you
get.
getting all
But I
these
think fighting
stats
obviously
now?
you've got
Are you
Conservative voters now
you got
leaning
plugged
to a
into the
party. The
matrix?
Conservatives are always in the blockers on proportional representation. I think the kind of opinion is changing. Labour at the grassroots has changed on this issue.
Deputy
I think
PM
proportional
Oliver
representation
Dowden.
could become quite a big deal in this Parliament.
Hold that thought
Yeah.
a second.
Is he the
Looking at the
Tory
screen
deputy?
behind us there,
Is he?
we have
I have no
got,
idea.
Sunderland, Horton and Sunderland South, and also Blythe and Ashington, both vying to be the first. Look at that young man there on the right with his little rosette. Love it.
Are we getting near a
Both vying
result?
to be the first to declare, and that we're being told they are less than 10 minutes away. Less than 10 minutes
Less
away.
than 10 minutes from a declaration.
Talking about Andy, in the reform rally that I went to,
That was
Birmingham,
a dash in for
5,000
Sky
people turned
TV.
up, and they sold tickets 72 hours before. It was a big, big rally, and it felt very energised. Farage talked a lot about this, about saying that if they get massive votes, millions of votes, and few seats, they will come in.
Anything's
and
possible,
he will
Harold.
bang the
Anything
drum
is
for
actually
electoral
possible,
reform,
but
as you're talking
it's
about.
unlikely.
The thing
It's
is,
unlikely.
The Labour leadership
Oh,
are just
that was
not
quick.
going to do that,
Oh,
are
yeah.
they?
Are you wearing an Elvis shirt?
The debate is going to change, but the problem Reform have got is a lot of the people who
You just can't be undone. Not undone, outdone.
opponents of
Well, apparently we're only 10 minutes from a declaration, Ben.
Until now, it's been a middle class obsession.
Life
because
in
actually people that care about
wherever it
one of the
was.
communities don't get up in the morning and think, I know what we're going to do.
Do you like
We're gonna
Abingdon,
do
something like that?
reform
Do
as top
you
of the
like it?
list. That's why you join the
Yeah,
Lib Dems.
it's very
That's not why you
sexy,
want to get
mate.
into
Very
government,
sexy.
top
I
of
bet
the
the
list.
lady. I bet the ladies are
Suddenly
swooning
we're gonna
right
see
now.
a whole bunch of middle class lefties that wanted this suddenly see.
Nat
"Do you know what?
Stats.
Actually, let's not because it's
Now fondly
because
known as
it's-
Nat Stats.
It's a pity you should have got a whiteboard and written them down on a whiteboard.
So it certainly looks like Nigel Farage is 8-time lucky for Nigel Farage. Do you know what we should have done? We should have told Natalie to actually be sitting in one of these windows, giving these stats as she went.
Spencer, who's in our Westminster
We should have said,
studio.
Mind
Natalie.
you, she's been quite prolific with the stats. We wouldn't get a word done.
Basically,
She's doing very well. Bloody,
Yeah.
she's playing a blinder here. I appreciate it.
Well, good evening.
Firstly, where are we now?
Clearly, if the results of the exit poll are true, it's a very bad and disappointing night for us, and we need to think very carefully.
He's gonna agree.
About what's happened. I mean, I was going to say not a single vote's been counted yet, but I guess I'll probably get into trouble with Sunderland and Blythe for saying that. But it is.
You're doing so well, honestly.
We need to wait until every vote's been
I didn't
counted,
expect you'd be
and we'll
doing
see
this
what the
throughout the
results
night.
are.
And
he's going to agree.
Be absolutely battered, and Richard
Looking at
Holden,
Blythe
who
and
basically
Sunderland right now.
parachuted into what was
Blythe and
considered to be an
Sunderland.
incredibly safe seat. Basildon
Here we
and
go,
Billericay,
here we go.
the forecast is that he's toast. You could find yourself as chairman by tomorrow.
Well, as I said...
declaring, hold that thought, please. Sunderland declaring.
Oh, here we go, Ben.
Here
They're
we
declaring.
go. We got our first declaration of the night, people.
Okay.
I am ready to declare the result for Horton and Sunderland South.
Here we go.
I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows.
Here we go.
Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514.
That's the Conservative.
Paul Edgeworth, 2,290.
This is a fucking massive Labour.
Richard Maeve Phillipson, 18,837.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Yep.
Take
Bridget
that.
Phillipson, Shadow Education Secretary,
Reform.
up until this evening, has won
11,000 for the reform.
Holy see, that's why.
Are the
There you go.
first constituency to declare.
Big vote for reform.
Look at the reform result, though.
Look at bloody hell.
Let's bring in.
If that
the
reform result
Deputy
could
Chairman
mean
of the Conservative
disaster
Party
for the
again, and
Tories.
he knocked into
It really
third
could.
place handsomely there. Why did you not get Farage to be part of the fold? Bring him into the fold, because you haven't, and as a result, you're going to pay a heavy price.
You are.
So I wouldn't support Nigel Farage being brought into the Conservative Party at all. But what I would support is...
Let's hear Bridget Phillipson come back to you again. Bear with
Cellini
me.
says, Matthew says, this is getting interesting.
And if the exit poll this evening is again
this is...
a guide to results across our country,
But it's just going to make it worse.
so often is,
It's going to be a bigger Labour majority.
14 years, the
Yeah,
British people have
it could well
chosen
be.
change.
No, they haven't chosen change. This is a protest vote against the Tories.
Yeah.
I think the reform vote shows that.
They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country,
Was this
with
a
its
right?
proud
So what
history,
would right
has
now
chosen a brighter future.
from that SNP Westminster leader Stephen Flynn has less than a 16% chance of hanging on to his Aberdeen South seat.
Not decline
Yes.
and division.
Fuck the
So-
SNP.
Stability over
Let me
chaos.
look at the turnout there. Down 5%, 52%. I said this was going to be low turnout.
Different from today,
Yeah.
but better. A government of service. A government
Right.
with
So
purpose.
it's a Labour
Government to
hold.
change
It's a Labour
our
hold,
society for
right?
good.
It is a Labour hold, but
government
look at the
determined to build
reform
a
vote.
Yes.
Look at it.
Ground is
Yeah.
no barrier.
So
No
what
matter who
what
your
was the
parents
last
are or
result?
where
This
you're
is
born.
we really
Determined
need.
to tear
I need
down the
someone to
barriers
tell
to
me
opportunity.
what the result
Hold back
was in the
too
last
many of our
election.
children.
Well, there would have been nothing for
That is
reform because
Labour's
they weren't
purpose.
standing.
No, that's not the
result
point. The point
today
is,
speaks to the
where
trust
did
the
the
British
reform
people
votes come from?
have
Did they
put
all come
in
from
our
the Tories,
changed
or have they
Labour
stolen some of the Labour?
And
Because
after
that's
14
critical.
years, as
That
your
is a very
Labour
good
MP
question.
In opposition, I am so proud
Nah,
to be
get
part
on
of
it.
a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Horton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain.
I don't think that they
Labour
voted
will
for
honour the
you.
trust
I think
that
they
you have
voted for the
placed in
word
us.
Labour.
I
Yeah,
will
of course
honour
they
the
did. Of
trust
course they did.
That you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
The bottom of her tart.
And that's that. The first declaration.
Action from the panel in just a
Sunderland.
moment. Just want to.
Well,
Lastly, I want to say thank you to all the people who've
the
worked
Tories
hard
want a
to
recount.
organise and secure today's election.
No, they don't, do they?
This evening.
Okay, let's
No,
just bring in
I'm
Ben Spencer
kidding.
just to react to that result. Forgive
I
me for
was
interrupting
gonna
you
say.
twice, Mr. Spencer, Deputy Chair.
Well,
of
that's
the
entirely up to
Conservative
you,
Party.
militant,
Just
but
looking
I
at
think
those
it's the only
numbers,
way
you
out.
are
Hold on,
in
John.
third place.
This is the
behind
Deputy Chair of the
Reform,
Conservative
and you had
Party.
half the vote
Yeah.
of Reform.
Half
You've
the
got to
vote
do
of
something
Reform.
if you're not going to be wiped out as a party.
Good lesson, half the
Well, so
vote.
firstly, congratulations to Bridget Phillipson on her election.
Oh, he looks destroyed.
Oh, I thought he was going to cry earlier.
As I said, I wouldn't support Nigel Farage coming into the Conservative Party, but what I would say to people who support reform and to candidates, and I know there's a lot of disillusionment in terms of how people feel. If, like me, you are against racism, you're against bigotry,
He's holding back
you're
tears.
against misogyny, and you think we should stand up to Putin, there's a place for you in the Conservative Party.
Putin! Oh, that old trope.
I think what you've just said, I agree with, but surely that's what the Conservative Party has to do more. You know, the Conservative Party had voices on the centre-right who would do all of the things that you just said. Isn't the problem that you've been following reform in their wake, and isn't that why you've kind of lost a sense of purpose?
Look, people have had enough of the Conservatives. That is what
I think that's quite straightforward. People have had enough, and probably with good reason, to be fair.
I agree with you. And do you know what? I think Reform are going to lose out on seats purely because of a little margin voting for the Tories as well.
Yeah, I think so.
And there's too much politics.
There's an 81% chance Jeremy Hunt loses to the Lib Dems.
Oh, that would be glorious. Glorious indeed. I'd love to see Hunt lose.
Making him the first Chancellor ever to lose an election.
Lose to the Liberal Democrats.
There we go.
Reform have taken something like 15% of the vote. I bring it back to the point that you need to, in some way, bring Reform into the fold with the Conservatives if you're not going to find that you will be sliding into oblivion.
Oblivion is, I think, where the Conservative Party is headed.
Oblivion. The Conservatives, and that's not just.
But which could cause a larger Labour majority than predicted.
People
I'm telling you.
Don't vote for the Conservatives. I think we should very much listen to their views and think about what we've done, which hasn't secured their support this time round.
But the fact that last three manifesto said you would produce certain numbers that you never did.
I think one of the things that's really interesting, Kay, is that you're saying that the Tory party has to absorb Reform as a party. I actually don't think that's true.
I think it's the other way around, mate.
Other way around, yeah.
When Labour lost some seats
Reform is the new Tories.
going up, the Labour Party had to absorb the Liberal Democrat Party. So I think what we'll see tonight is, yes,
Andy says Labour won the last election with 3,000 votes, 16,210 Conservatives second.
You will also
so Labour's gone up, so all the votes have come off of Conservative. That's good to know. Thank you, Andy.
Before we get into... Ben, can I just ask you, what do you think the mistakes of the campaign were?
A couple of eager beavers working for us now.
Look, as I said, what I hear on the doorstep, what I've heard in Runnymede and Weybridge from voters is a huge disillusionment.
He's really just about crying.
In general.
He's just about crying, and he's so boring.
Oh, he's terrible. I wonder what the heartless brewer is saying.
Ever, Ben. Worst result ever.
Worst result ever.
Oh, let's have a. We're switching to Talk TV because the heartless brewer's got Fatty on.
What? Who?
Alex Almond.
Oh, wow.
Do you think, I know Labour guests were saying earlier, we're looking at a second term, haven't even started the first term yet. I mean, talk about counting your chickens. I mean, again, people were saying that about Boris Johnson in December 2019. I remember sitting here in a different studio time, but basically everyone was saying, 2 cups easy. Politics is different now. There is not that allegiance that people have, this is why my mum and my dad voted this way, and that's how I vote, end of. People's allegiances
Apparently the Guardian are doing an interactive map. Adam's put a link in the chat.
Movable feast in terms of the voting public. But here's the thing, does that say to you a majority of 170, all this is, does that make life easier?
I think the majority might be bigger.
Having such a big majority can bring with it, weirdly, its own problems. You've got an awful lot of backbenchers, an awful lot of people who can form into different groups, you've got an awful lot of people who aren't going to be offered seats on the government payroll.
That's the key figure. The key figure is you've only got about 100 government jobs. If you've got 350 or more MPs, or 411...
Yep, who gets the government job?
Three quarters of your party doesn't have a government job.
MPs.
That's the biggest problem.
And every time someone else gets promoted,
the government job?
Do you think that's going to be an issue, Lord Hamish?
Please, Robert. But no, it will be an issue. There's no question about it. And idle hands.
Right, good night,
terms of
Shalini.
Work,
Oh,
etc.,
good
may-
night.
will bring
And thank you very
dissent,
much.
make dissent
Thank you
more
very
easy.
much for your donation.
By the way, when
Yeah, we
I'm
really
Empress,
appreciate the super
and it's
chat. We
only
really
a matter
do.
of time,
Thank
and
you
will
very
really
much.
use my full title. Lord Robert Haven, more from you throughout the evening. Alex Salmon, fantastic to have you.
No,
Thank you very much.
great
Former
pleasure,
Scottish First
Julia.
Minister, leader of the Alba Party. I just pronounce it differently every time to keep him happy. 11:21 is the time. So much more coming up.
Oh,
Do stay tuned.
interactive
This is
map.
Talk.
Yeah, they do.
So common sense.
They do have an interactive map. Respect them.
Right, well, Talk TV have once again gone to an advert.
Bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell.
This is... I mean, I know Rupert Murdoch or his News Corp, whatever it's called,
Plenty of
they need
analysis
money,
tonight and
but come
much
on,
more
guys.
for the weeks
You're
to come.
going to an
I tell you,
advert
but
every
what I do
5
think
to
it's
10 minutes.
reasonable to
More
say,
adverts than us.
let's not just base it on
Yeah.
one constituency.
And
out
by
of
the end of the night, when we
650,
finish this
we need to
stream,
look at
there
the
will be
whole
no
piece.
adverts from us because
on something from that result,
all of
you said
the
that the
ad
reform
revenue
vote
that
was
we
up
haven't made will be
13.4%.
taken from us
The
anyway.
reform has never
Probably.
stood there before. So what are we using as the
Party.
base?
Compared
The
to
Brexit Party
Yeah,
base.
yeah.
Now, in that constituency, UKIP also stood a candidate. So is that the
Indeed.
combined vote of the Brexit and UKIP candidates in
last
Houghton
time-
and
Chris
and
Jones
Sunderland
says
South, or
he
is that
voted
just
reform
Brexit
tonight.
and
The
it's
lady
not
in the
combined
polling
vote?
station
Last
said
time,
voter
Brexit
registration
Party
was
took
up
something
by
like
2
5,000 or
times
6,000
from
votes.
172 to 404
UKIP
for this
had a few
election.
hundred. This time,
They're
In
over-
his
they're- they're
constituency,
800 and
though.
something.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
1,000, so it takes
now,
up to
now
7,000. So it's gone from 7,000 to
Mr. Farage's
11,000
team's got
votes.
11,500. So it's more or
Yeah.
less doubled. And the Conservative Party vote, which was
Once again,
13,000
people,
last
hit the
time,
like button
down
if you
to
haven't already.
5,000 something.
Subscribe to the
gone from
channel if you haven't
7,000 to
already, and
11,000.
share this out. Hit
So
the
th-
share
so
button.
it's a
Let's get
rise,
some more
but it's
people
not-
in. Let's get the conversation
you know, it's-
flowing.
Well,
That's what we really want. It's an
I've
interactive
got-
show
I've got
tonight,
an answer for
very
Myra
much
Ross.
involving
Oh,
the
okay,
chat.
means election expert. She says reform is benchmarked to Brexit Party.
Just
so
going to
that's
try
how
out.
they've done it in UKIP. They
Just going to try out the
So they're not
interactive
counting
map.
any of the UKIP
See
seats
how
in
much
2019,
it we
so
actually
but
see.
just for
Ready?
Okay,
purposes
we're going to
of
move to the
going forward.
interactive map, folks.
Sorry,
It's
no,
not very.
So they're
It's
just
not very
using a straight
populated at the
transfer
moment.
from what
Okay.
the Brexit
Well, it's probably
Party
got
had in
one red dot
2019.
on it, surely. Yeah, there we go. There is the Guardian's interactive map, folks, with the results as they are coming in. There is one small red dot. That means we have one declared Labour victory. I repeat, one
Have we said, no,
declared
Mr. Spencer,
Labour
still there. We'll
victory.
Just one more word
Indeed
from you,
we
sir,
do.
and then we will let you
Indeed
go. I
we
know it's a
do.
long
Right.
night
I wonder if
ahead,
Fatty
and good on
Salmon's
you
back
for-
or if
for
they've
coming
switched
forward
to
to talk
somebody
to us,
else.
because
Oh,
we
they're
were
still on
hoping
adverts.
to
Of course
find
they're
somebody
still
from
on
the
adverts.
Conservative Party to come and give us their first
One red
analysis
dot.
of the results.
There's one red dot on their map as well.
as
Look,
bad
they've
as
got an
you thought it was
interactive
gonna
map
be?
on the floor.
Oh, so they do. So they do.
Look,
Yeah.
clearly it's disappointing
So
results.
Chris Jones, I've voted. Oh yeah,
I look
that's what you
forward
read
to
out. The
seeing
lady in
tomorrow.
position.
It is what I read
the
out.
final
You're
figures are gonna
absolutely
be,
correct.
and respect the verdict of the British public.
Why
in
are we
terms
so
of,
excited?
how, who they want
I have
as
no
their
idea.
MPs.
I think we have to be
But
because
I
right,
think we need to see
Listen,
once we get more
we have spent the last
in terms of what's gonna
month
happen,
and a
but
half
obviously, as things
streaming
stand,
debate after
it's
debate
a
after
very, very
rally
disappointing
after
result.
everything.
And
Right,
it's
I've
been
put my
focused
heart
on
and soul
Angela
into this.
This
big
is
time.
This is much better than the rallies and the
Okay,
debates.
thank you very much
Right,
indeed
but
for joining
I'm
us.
telling
Thank
you,
you.
it's all
Can
been
in just a
leading up
second, I
to
just want to
this.
tell people that we're waiting to hear
Oh,
from Blythe and Ashington.
we're
They are
waiting
going to
for another
declare in just a
declaration,
moment or
people.
two. We're being told that the candidates are gathering there.
Oh.
As far as Blythe is concerned, it was
Yes, I
third
can
to,
send. I can
third to
accept bank
declare last
transfers,
time.
Chris.
This is Nigel Farage
Yeah.
in Clacton. We'll be talking to him. We have been told that we will have a slot to chat to him a little bit later on. Boundary changes in Blythe have split it into two, so it's now Blythe and Ashington. The Labour candidate is Ian Lavery, who was MP for the now abolished Wansbeck 2024 constituency. He was the Labour Party chair under Corbyn and is a former president of the NUM. That's Blythe that we're looking at. Let's have a look at Clacton. There we go.
If you
Nigel Farage
drop me an
arriving
email,
in,
Chris, at
Clacton.
John@chasingdissent.com.
The exit poll is is to be believed, he is likely to gain this seat for the 8th time of asking of being an MP. Let's bring in Gurpreet. Should we? He is an MP and he wants to get into there.
Yeah, and the counting is underway behind
Yes,
me
sorry.
here
I said, Chris,
at the
if you
Capital
follow me on Twitter,
Legislature,
just
where
drop me a
Nigel
message,
Farage will be
and
arriving in the next couple
we
of hours.
can
He's
sort something
currently
out.
enjoying
I
himself
think you do,
in the local
so
Greek taverna,
just drop me a
as
message,
you can see
and
in
we can
those shots. He will no doubt
sort
be
something, I'm
buoyed
sure.
by this exit poll, which suggests.
Thank you for reminding me I was on the silence there, Harold, because John didn't.
Well, I didn't know. I was listening to the thing, and I was talking to Chris as well.
5,000, but there has been a huge amount of
Bully, bully, bully!
No, John. Let's not stoop to that level.
Why not? If Mike Miles can do it, which you are apparently quite like.
To elect a UKIP MP back
Yeah,
in
but John,
Ben,
that's like 2001 humour.
Yeah,
It's 2024.
I'd rather be in 2001, mate.
It will be a
But it
huge
is
moment for him.
2024.
He has tried
Yeah,
Okay,
and I don't like it.
You don't do Twitter. That's fair enough.
He has failed despite the
Fair
outsized
enough.
influence he
Just
has
send me
had
an email, lad.
on British politics, becoming the face of Euroscepticism in Britain over the past 30 years. When I asked him yesterday what success would look like, he said this wasn't just about taking seats.
You like
or
my
taking
bow tie?
votes
I thought it was a
from
nice
the
touch.
Conservatives.
I
It
do
was
like the
about
bow
winning
tie.
seats. It was
You
about
know, I think
creating a
you're
bridgehead
dressed
in
particularly
Parliament.
well.
And if the exit polls are to
I should have been like this from the start, though.
today, it looks like
I mean,
that
you
might
should
be
have done.
It would have really upset
Okay,
Stuart
Fernand,
off.
thank you. Of course, he's not an MP
So
yet,
my
but the
my lovely
is
wife
suggesting,
Chrissy, she was the one that told me
it
earlier
would
on
appear
that I had to
Nigel
wear this at
Farage,
some point
as I was saying,
tonight. So
time of asking,
Oh, well.
could well be an MP as a result of the 2024
and judging by the situations
general
that
election.
happened
Also,
today,
keep
I'm
an
not
eye
going to not
on,
do what she
Blythe,
wants.
As I was saying, explaining to you who some of the candidates are. They had hoped to be first. Horton and Sunderland have beaten them
They
to
have.
that, but they're still counting Ian
She's
Lavery,
losing her
former
hair
Labour
as
Party
well.
chair under Corbyn, and for a while under Keir Starmer.
So yes,
as
Natalie,
well,
you're
hoping to
correct.
take that
Sunderland
seat.
South
Keeping an eye on
result
it
shows
for
that a
you. Have you
vote
got
for the
any charts for me?
Conservatives was a vote for Labour.
Just
I
shout
said
at
that
me
the other day.
if Blythe comes up,
Oh,
okay,
you-
and I'll get on.
no doubt.
I know my place. But for the time being, Houghton and Sunderland South.
You do know your
I said
place
that
there,
we would
Conway.
check what the exit poll was saying and whether these numbers as they come in
You are
in
not
line with it.
Kay
So
Burley or
that
Beth
gives you a
Rigby.
sense of, is that big number we've just been talking about likely to be the eventual result? Is it going to be close? Well, this is interesting. Exit poll here, okay, 46% Labour, results 47%. So I would say as polling goes, that is pretty close. That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
close.
I'd agree.
Reform,
Yeah.
the exit poll said 34. In the end, 29.1%. So close, but a little bit weaker.
And then-
Interestingly,
and then
the
massively
Conservatives,
wrong
the
on the
exit poll said
others.
they'd get 6%.
Oh,
Massively wrong.
And actually ended up with 13.8%.
And
so
the Greens
Conservatives
didn't
doing a
even
bit
feature.
better, in Houghton and Sunderland South than the exit poll suggested. But the big picture, exit poll, 46%.
New Jacob Rees-Mogg says
like
the
that. So the
Tories were
results,
talking to
the
their
exit poll
base
doesn't
vote
look
for
like it is
granted,
kind
or
of in line
taking
with
their
where
base
we
vote
are
for granted,
in terms of that
who
very
have
first result.
peeled
But we're
off
gonna do
to
this, and we're gonna give you
reform.
a sense of whether that number is borne out by the actual results, which is kind of what we want to know about, isn't it? But so far,
Stay on that graphic because Ruth's not happy.
Chris Jones
Well,
says, I
first of
do
all, I
like
want
to
call
wear
you
a
Mr.
suit
Swanky
and
because you've got
tie.
all the
I'm
swanky
English
pictures
and a
here. You've got
gentleman.
the swanky graphics, you had the swanky helicopter.
I would doff my cap to you, sir. Unfortunately, I'm not wearing one.
This is that it's understating, the exit poll seems to be understating
Why
the
is she
Conservative
there?
vote and overstating the Reform vote in here. Now, whether that's played out across the
not
country.
much, but yeah, the Tories, yes.
Yeah,
I've doffed this cap to you.
But
There
in
you go.
Scotland, we have something called shy Tory syndrome, whereas in our darkest days, a lot of people that voted for us wouldn't say that they voted
Better than
for
no
us.
cap,
and
John. Better than no
Blythe
cap.
is declaring. Blythe is
Oh,
declaring.
we got another declaration, people. Number 2. Here we go.
Northumberland and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
Dun, 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 dun,
Dun, dun, dun,
Okay,
dun,
just
dun,
moving
dun,
on to
dun,
the
dun.
stage, as you can see, as I
Here
was
they come.
explaining to
Get on the stage,
Ian
guys and
Lavery,
girls.
would hope to be the MP for this constituency.
Is that a
he
drum
was the
roll?
former
Yeah.
Labour
Is that you?
Under
Yeah.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Do you like
and
it?
for a while, as I said,
No.
under
Shut
Keir
up.
Starmer,
I
Sir
love
Keir
it.
Starmer as
You
well,
love
who
that.
we are yet to hear from, but I'm sure we will very shortly.
Why is she dressed up like-
indeed. Oh, nice hat, madam.
Love it.
What the hell?
Returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington parliamentary constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Ian Lavery,
Labour.
Labour Party, 20,030.
Oh. That's a lot.
Maureen Levy,
lot.
the Conservative Party candidate, 6,000. 121.
Let's keep an eye on the reform.
Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857.
It's an easy win for Labour. Just
Stephen
let's finish it off with
Anthony
the Lib Dems.
Salidas, Liberal Democrats,
Salidas.
1,433.
Easy win there for you.
Ouch.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for Ian. Ian really
49%
deserves
for Labour is the
that
exit poll
result.
projection.
Yeah, it's a very strong result that for
Are
him.
you watching this
and
live, John?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
He will
Are you
absolutely
sure
be
it's
delighted, and
absolutely
that bodes
live?
well for us
Because
in the North
Yes.
Beats and Tapes had the vote
So
count in
really,
before.
Really pleased to
it
see
came
live,
on
Ben.
screen.
Reform coming
It's live,
second again.
Yeah.
But then we just
Yeah,
had
but
what
you'll
Ruth was
get
saying
that because
before,
it's delayed on
the exit
YouTube.
poll may be over.
If you're watching it on
reform
Sky,
and
it's going to be
understating
ahead.
the Tories, so we need to see that result now, don't we, in relation to the exit poll?
But what's interesting
do.
here is this is very clearly Reform being in second place, and this could be a story of the night.
Yeah.
This could actually be a big story coming
Reform
into the
are-
next election
Reform
in
are
5
making
years'
a big-
time. Of
They're,
it, if
they're
it's
taking
no
a lot of
longer
people, and this is what you
two-party
did predict,
races.
Sven.
It
It's
is.
voting
You
reform.
know, and
Well,
in fact, let me just
potentially,
mute
if
this.
you're good.
And I hate to say it, but Ben did predict that Reform would take an awful lot of votes, but they wouldn't realise very many seats.
I did.
Is that an accurate summation?
It's an absolutely perfect summation. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Tories were predicted to get 10%. and
Green
they've
co-leader
got
Carla
15%
Denyer says she wants Labour
the
to
shy Tory syndrome
succeed,
may be a feature
but the
of this evening,
tectonic
but
political
it's
plates
about
are shifting.
whether that matters in seats where they're never going to win is a bit more irrelevant. Where it matters is in seats where it is in the balance. So
I'm not
if you
going to
look at
lie,
kind of
John.
vote
Natalie is
democracy,
being
is
invaluable
this
tonight.
shy syndrome,
So
if that's what we're going to call it. And I've just
taking it
I'm
this
going to
as
start that for tonight. We'll see
I'm
if
taking
it's
it this as
if
a
that
Labour
happens in the
hold.
seats where there maybe is only 3
I believe
or
so.
4% in it,
Yeah.
could we then see that Tory number creep up a bit?
Yeah, I think we've actually, the brilliant Island and her team are going to be keeping track of Reform's second places, because that is, of course, Nigel Farage's strategy. He more or less said it to us when, I think he said it to Beth, he said it to me.
Oh, yeah, he said it to everybody.
He wants to get a platform
yeah.
for 2029. If they can get enough second places, that's what they're about. And I'm looking at the share here, which
Oh,
is...
look, there's a hologram, Keith. There's
Brexit Party in 2019.
It's a holographic,
share was
Keith.
8%. Yeah, I've tripled it.
No, that's a real one.
Story as well, just to broaden it out a little bit. Though.
How could you
Bear in
tell
mind,
the
go back to
difference?
2019.
Well, I
The
don't
big
know.
theme of that
The
election
holographic one
was the Conservative
moves
Party
more.
now,
So
the parties of
Andy
Labour,
says no.
you know,
That
they
is a
were the
gain
force now, and,
from Labour to
levelling
Tory,
up
from
and,
Tory
you
to
know,
Labour.
all of the promises that
Ooh,
were made.
ouch.
What we've got here are two results where they've come a poor third from having
Bloody hell.
done well
Also,
in seats
I mean-
across the north. And, you know, this, I would say, this is a devastating result for them from that position.
I agree.
If
And,
you
and
look
I
at-
think what the results are reflecting, just quickly if I can make this point, is the con that they perpetrated on the north of England
Who's
in
this
saying
guy?
that they would level up and then not
Andy,
doing
they
it.
didn't come back to you.
But
Is that Andy
then
Burnham?
Also,
I think it might.
just,
Is it?
just how
I was wondering that.
people feel.
He's
I'm sorry, Andy,
not to
that's-
be
I think that's
regarded.
nonsense. The vote in
Well,
That is
2019
Andy Burnham.
was
You
don't live there,
about, was
Ruth.
about
Yeah.
Brexit.
He needs to
You don't
get
understand
to
how people
get
feel.
to.
He's in a bit of hot water at the moment. I forget why,
We'll give
but
you a
he
northern
is.
powerhouse 10 years
He's
ago.
always in hot
and then
water.
come to Manchester for their conference and don't even talk to me or anyone else and just
Boundary
Don't even
change.
get going
But
on
why
it.
would they talk to you?
There's a boundary change there, so
and not expect the
You
consequence.
cannot say for
Let's
the
resolve
results
the
God.
debate, if I
about
may.
Brexit.
Hi, Steve.
Chris says his
for the Labour
constituency is a
Party,
swing.
the north of England.
He reckons
Hi,
the Reform
Steve,
may
your
take
reaction
it,
when
North
you,
Warwickshire and
saw
Bedworth.
This exit poll at just on 10
interesting.
o'clock.
And Chris went for Reform, didn't
Look at Sky's interactive map here, folks. There are now 2 red dots on it.
And
I
there are
repeat,
2 on the
Steve,
Guardians
please,
as well. I
please,
can
please.
confirm
2
that.
red dots.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
And if
I
you
tell
are
about
enjoying
the
Oh, it
this-
sounds like
affairs
us. I can hear you.
of
Can you hear me?
Now, talk to me about what position you like fancy in the
Listen
new
here, I'm
government.
trying to ask people to click the like
Well,
button,
you know,
John.
we've
Right, go
got
on
to
then.
wait and see what
If you're
happens
enjoying
with
this
the
coverage so
real
far, then
votes.
please
We've had
consider
2 of
clicking the
those
like
in.
button,
The rest of it
sharing
is just
the
an
show,
exit,
and
an exit
subscribing
poll,
to the
but
channel
those
if you
2
haven't
votes
already.
we've
I'm going to
had
keep
show
asking.
big,
It's going to
solid
get
wins
annoying.
for Labour. So
But we
that
are
is starting to
basically
authenticate
watching the world
direction of
burn
travel
around
that we
us,
saw
and we're
in
just
that
going to have a
exit
little
poll.
bit
So
of a
that's
laugh
very
party
encouraging
as
and
we
very
do it,
positive
because
but we've still got a long night ahead of us before we know what the result will be.
Yeah,
I agree. We have a long night ahead of us.
Like Andy did when you saw the exit poll result.
The markets have
Well, I was sat down in the
maintained
atrium
stable in the
downstairs from
aftermath
here,
of
so
the
I
exit
didn't,
poll, according to
I mean,
Natalie.
It was
BBC
good.
News.
It's what you want to see if you're a Labour Party supporter. If you want to see this country
Yeah,
change.
but the markets can't
And
trade
it
until
fitted
tomorrow
with what
morning.
I felt going up and down the country. That
Yeah,
this is a
but
country
there
crying
is
out for
always-
change.
Yeah.
And whereas the last general election in 2019, people just didn't like and couldn't trust Labour.
650
this
to
time,
declare,
Keir's changed
2
the Labour
declared.
Party beyond all recognition, and people are putting their faith in the Labour Party. This is about who is winning these parliamentary seats, not who's coming second and third. And it's Labour that's won the 2 that we've actually had.
It is currently
and
20
it
to
looks like
midnight,
it's gonna be a good
and
night
we
for the Labour
have
Party.
declared
It's a long night
2
ahead.
seats so
There's a
far.
lot of marginals in there.
It's going to
I don't
be
know
a
how they're
long
gonna
night
do it.
indeed.
Yeah, but the thing is, as the night gets on,
and that's why
the declarations will start coming in thicker and faster.
Well, I didn't think Jeremy Corbyn was
And
going to
we
win in
will
2019.
be
I knew
having
the
a bit
Labour
more of a
needed to be
party,
changed from top to
if you
bottom.
will.
I also knew that Keir Starmer was the
that
man to
doesn't
do that,
sound
which
like
is
a
why I backed
surprise,
him
does it?
from the very
No.
first, but he's done it.
Natalie,
To have gone from
once again,
our
says
worst
election
result in
pollster Sir
85
John
years
Curtis
to what
has
you are
highlighted how
projecting
reform have
tonight. And
advanced
even
the
if that's
most
not
in seats
absolutely right,
that voted
what a
leave
turnaround.
in the
Who would
Brexit
have thought
referendum.
you could make
Well,
a
it
change
kinda
like
makes
that in
sense.
less than 5
I would
years?
agree, yeah.
didn't. I doubt anyone else
I
on
would
the
agree.
panel
That kinda
thought
makes
that
sense.
Keir Starmer could do this, and yet it looks like he may well have done that. This is a changed Labour Party, and people who are sick and
It's
tired
not a
of
changed
the
Labour Party,
promises
it's
of these
Blair's
Conservatives
Labour
over
Party
14
all
years
over again.
are putting
That's
their
what
faith
this
in
is,
Labour
folks.
from
This
the
is
2
new
actual
Labour
results that we've had
once
so far
again.
tonight.
Matthew
And
Blackman
Steve
says
Reed,
that's
it's
his
Beth
base.
Ricky
That
here.
is
Just
his
in
base. You're
terms of
absolutely right.
the projected result, it looks like you will be picking up hundreds, dozens of seats, but that support could be wide but shallow in that you are benefiting as much from the implosion and rejection of the Tories as you are
That's
from
what's
any
happening.
success of Labour. Are you concerned about how you govern a country where you have a mandate that could be on a lower vote share than in previous big landslides, but also on quite a timid manifesto? Do you recognise
And this is
that
why
you're gonna have
first
to
past
work
the
really
post is
hard?
wrong.
Well, I don't really see how you can project a Labour landslide and then try and make out that that might be bad for the Labour Party. What
I'm
the
trying
Labour
to make
Party
the
Because
point
it
that
will
you
be on
might
a
have
low
dozens of
vote
seats that are
share.
very marginal that you've taken with low vote shares, and I think your leadership recognises that that could be an issue for you.
I think the point is that I wouldn't have thought we would have been in a position to form a government.
So what
when we lost the
happens
last one
if,
with our worst result for 85?
Yeah, okay. What happens if it's a low vote share? What's the problem?
Well, the problem is more of a moral dilemma than an actual dilemma, because they'll still have the mandate, right?
Yeah,
But-
so the only
but
big issue would come if there was a lot of by-elections. But there need to be a freaking hell of a lot of by-elections.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. But I think that there would be a lot of recalls if they
Yeah.
start screwing about, because there will be the ability to do that if there are marginal swings. Okay?
Yeah.
And honestly speaking, just because they get that massive majority and that mandate, if they abuse it, they will lose it. So they do have to be a bit timid. They do have to be a bit careful here, because if they start going full blown, left wing, far left, socialist, whatever.
Yeah,
there's enough.
break out the Russian national anthem.
Well, exactly, and
Yeah.
they will know that obviously the vote share in the opposite direction is larger than what's giving them their mandate, and they will know that unless they start doing what other regimes of the sort do and cancelling elections, they will be wiped out, just like the Tories have been wiped out here. So this isn't a vote for Labour. This is a vote against the Conservatives, and they will be very, very aware of that. I think.
Yeah, I think you could be right.
The Henry Jackson Society, which suggests there were issues about younger Muslims not being integrated.
Yeah,
I think have there not been numerous reports done, including by David Cameron?
There's been plenty of reports done, but what
Trevor
reality
Phillips
tells
has
me
done
is
whole
that
shut up, Julia.
The 2.8 million Muslim people in this country are our friends and allies.
I don't think he was saying they weren't.
Well, he's otherising them, stigmatising them the same as he does with refugees. And look, if people want to vote for that, fine.
Is he now putting words in Farage's mouth that he never said?
Yeah, he is.
Racism doesn't deliver and put food on the table, and that's what we in Labour have argued.
Racism is a very cheap slur these days.
Well, the thing is, it's so overused at this point that it's sort of become meaningless.
It means nothing.
It's It's the same with a lot of the foes. It's the same with a lot of the ists. I'm assuming that's the wife going, "Oh, you're doing a bang-up job," or "You're shut up, you old fool." I'm not really sure. New once again from Natalie. Labour's Steve Reed says the results are about who is winning these parliamentary seats, not who is coming second. I actually disagree with that sentiment because, once again, they're getting a mandate, sure, but they're getting a mandate on a low vote share. So they will be very aware of who is coming second because in the next election or in any by-election, that person in second place is actually a threat if they start doing things that upset the higher share of votes that voted against them. So I do believe it is very much about who is coming second, as much as about who is coming first. John seems very, very involved in his telephone right now.
Not terribly involved. I was just sending a text.
Was it the "shut up, you old fool" text? Is that what it was?
No.
Are you sure?
No, it wasn't.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think what you're getting is you're getting the shy conservatives when it comes to polling.
Matt said his wife says it's important to come second. Well, I do think in this circumstance, in this situation, it is very important to be coming second because the turnout appears to be lower, as I said it would be, I thought it would be, because I don't think there's much of an appetite for a general election right now. I really don't, and I didn't see it. I didn't see the appetite for a general election. And also, I genuinely believe that there are a lot of people that second guessed their vote for reform tonight. Now, they may have voted for the Conservatives instead of wanting to vote for reform, just in case they got, caught out or something, because the mainstream media has very much stigmatized the vote for reform and made people feel like it is a dirty vote. Now, I'm not saying either way whether or not I agree with that sentiment. I'm just literally telling you what has happened here.
Well, do you not think in the broadest sense of it, is the hold on, I think we're watching the wrong thing. Right, in the broadest sense of it is the mainstream media are not guilty of election interference.
Yeah, but are they not always guilty of election interference?
Yeah, but because they do not report things impartially.
No, they don't. And
so is that not the very definition of election interference? By skewing things towards one particular party.
And if these allegations of the man being hired for this undercover stuff,
well, that's apparently been disregarded. That's been Channel 4 have said that's a load of nonsense now, and it's
Ofcom have said it's a load of nonsense.
Well, sorry,
however,
Ofcom said it's a load of nonsense. Yeah,
I believe it is still under police investigation, and Ofcom have no control over that.
That was a point I made earlier today because
hold on, we're going live to
Ofcom are not a official body as such when it comes to determining guilt.
And Ashington, Ian Lavery joins me now. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Very interesting.
He has just been elected MP here.
Following on from that declaration, he talked about the Prime Minister, erstwhile Prime Minister, being richer than the King, and that has to change, and that's something that Labour is bringing here. Change.
Look, I agree with Adam. Right. First past the post isn't democratic. Can't be democratic.
Any system isn't democratic. Even proportional representation isn't democratic.
Speak to lots and lots of people.
Because ultimately the minority always gets the position of power.
But you begin to realise and recognise really what is
I almost cracked up laughing there with Chris Jones's comment in the chat.
Desperate for change, and that's why, hopefully you're looking at the exit poll and looking at, my result.
Mike Pence?
We'll see.
Oh no, he's talking about the other big Mike.
People are desperate for change, and the Labour Party will deliver, particularly for working people with change.
how are you going to deliver for working people? It's quite a depressed area.
Yes, how are you
Some
going to
nearly
deliver for
30%
working people?
of
Because,
have actually
let's
never
face it,
worked
Labour is the
in
party
life
of the
and
champagne socialists now, not really the party of the working class.
I haven't really heard any actual manifesto. I mean, their manifesto has just been nonsense.
Natalie says, declared turnout so far is 52.3%, which is minus 4.7%. It's a low turnout.
That people get that opportunity. There's too many people have worked, been better on employment, and haven't been able to gain employment.
Well, actually, it says on screen that the turnout is 53.5%.
I believe that's for
that. Just for that seat, right.
Poverty in the area as well. The whole country is ridden with child poverty, and as I said in the speech,
what's this child poverty business?
Yeah, but what are you going to do about it, Ian Lavery?
What's child poverty?
Nothing. Well, it's children living in families that are in poverty.
So it's poverty?
It's poverty, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So why did does putting child in front of it make it sound worse than... Even though its poverty is pretty bad in the first place?
I mean, yeah, anybody in poverty is in a pretty bad place.
Well, like me and you.
No, I'm actually in poverty, John.
And you think I'm not?
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it.
No, John. I'm
no, you
having
didn't.
a joke.
You're quite right. You didn't kind of imply it. You did imply it.
I'm trying to joke with you, twat.
I know what you're trying to do.
I'm concerned about the Labour Party having this, for the first time ever.
Natalie says Starmer today has taken a lower share of the UK vote than Jeremy Corbyn achieved in the general election in 2019.
I'm just focusing on what we can do, and I'm not. For the first time in my life, we'll be in government. We can change things.
Okay, Ian Lavery, thank you very much for speaking to us.
And yet he's going to be Prime Minister with a large majority.
They did here in Blyth and Ashington, and also Sunderland declared first. So this year they won. Okay.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. It's getting spicy this side of the table, and it's not even
spicy
midnight. So I
remember Kay Burley when she had a party in a restaurant when she wasn't supposed to. I think that was pretty spicy. I think Beth Rigby was there as well.
Yeah, didn't they get suspended for it?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
What is it that's getting underneath your skin?
Ruth is kind of saying that everything in the north is seen
No,
through.
no, I said
Brexit is the thing that everyone...
I said there was a significant amount.
And I'm saying
got 27%
that the promise of levelling up was the big promise at the last election, and the north feels quite betrayed. Some of those 2019 Boris voters who were Labour voters, the results are showing us that they're not prepared to go straight back to Labour. They've then gone to Reform because they're protesting.
I think most of them have gone to Reform.
Let's go back to the brewer and see what she's up to.
Yeah, go on.
Hey, I love it if we never discuss culture war issues, ever. That's because we didn't have insane people saying things like some women have penises, and until every single
that's what the brewer's saying
in this country doesn't say
stupid, not a good time,
blatantly untrue things like that publicly and privately, then I'm going to keep talking about it. Now we're going to take a break.
Oh, for God's sake!
God!
You don't get along, do you?
Oh my God. That is the theme of tonight when it comes to looking in on Talk TV, isn't it? We're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. There is a 70% chance Penny Mordaunt loses her Portsmouth North seat to Labour.
Reform is getting 80% more votes than the Conservatives.
Andy Burnham is a Thunderbirds puppet. Those eyebrows, says Chris Jones.
This is a dramatic development. It's quite possible to imagine that Reform will be coming second across vast swathes of constituencies.
Well, you know what they could do, Chris.
In the northwest and northeast and the Midlands.
If they don't like the weather here.
Joe Johnson, it's
Matthew Blackman says the shopping channel has better info than Talk TV.
Orpington, which has been Tory since 1970.
But the thing is, they won't even show us the adverts that they're running.
They just go, firstly, what's your reaction to that? And secondly,
yeah, but they probably can't show the adverts.
The Conservative Party, with these results, with the rise of Reform, is it facing an existential threat here, Joe?
Is it facing existential threat?
Well, Orpington has always been a marginal in tough Tory times.
Beth
my predecessor, John Horam, hung on to it with the majority of 260.
A polling expert saying they think the Tory exit poll vote might have been overestimated. Reform picking up more votes than expected and undecided voters. Possible we see more than 13 seats? Asks Natalie.
Orpington was in 2010, 2015, 2017, 2019, when the Conservative candidate was getting in excess of 63, 64, 65% of the vote alone. So huge shift away from the
I
Conservatives.
hope
if
Natalie
that is
doesn't go
indeed
to bed
the
because
case. As for
she's
the future
doing a
of the
great job
Conservative
here.
Party, you know,
I'm going to keep
these
saying
elections do
it.
raise really important issues as to whether it's a sensible
If
thing
I
for
had
the
money,
Conservatives
I'd be
to try
paying
and be
you.
reform light and expect that to be a winning political strategy. It doesn't look to be on the evidence of what we're seeing today.
Yeah, it does look as though Orpington, according to the exit poll, if it was to follow those lines, it would stay Conservative. Only just Hornchurch as well and Ruislip, the only 3 seats to stay Conservative in London, huge swathes of the capital, where the Conservative Party will have no influence anymore.
No, they're going to be wiped out. Going to be wiped out.
Yes, I mean, look, the Conservatives are in danger of being drummed out of the capital.
How does one
of this
become
country.
a polling
And
expert? Asks Speaks and Tapes in the chat.
Terrible
Well,
indictment of their appeal to
it's not something I've attempted to do.
Well, you don't really. It's just they use the
voters, and
term
Conservatives
expert
have
when they
got to
want to
appeal
give someone
to
who
people
they
who
don't
live in our
name
big cities.
some kind of
What
credibility.
future is there for a party that is going to abandon our big metropolitan centres? I don't see it. I think it's really important that the Conservatives stay open-minded, try to appeal to the centre ground of British politics, as they did in 2010, in 2015.
Joe,
yeah, I don't think that's going to help them at this point.
Accept that
It's
making
Beth
the
again,
argument
like
that
we
Andy
didn't know.
Street made when the Conservatives just lost.
Nat
the
says she was going to go to bed at
Westminster
12.
mayoralty.
She will try
The
and
party
stay a
needs
bit
to
longer.
Stay in the centre
Thank
ground,
you.
the centre right. It needs to do that to appeal to younger, diverse, more.
It is
more
5 to
diverse
midnight, people. I repeat, it is 5 to midnight. And hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and share this out.
Oh, shut up, Beth.
What kind of conservatism are people asking for?
Oh, we've
That's
now
the
moved
point.
over to
So it's about
GB
the
News,
philosophical
have we?
Civil
Yeah.
war that's about to unfold.
Oh,
on
that
the
guy's
right of
ears
British
like the Scottish
politics.
Cup.
People are saying they don't want this liberal,
Yeah.
urban metropolitan conservatism anymore. They don't want this kind of brand of conservative politics. They want the
I'm
Farage
sorry, it's
brand
got
of
to the point where I will insult
New
you.
Labour's Ian Lavery says Reform UK doesn't concern Labour.
Sunderland Central. We're going to take you to Essex. Patrick Christmas is there. Where
Oh,
Cher has just been performed.
Sunderland Central result imminent.
Everybody, and welcome back to the GB News Election Watch Party. How are we all doing this evening?
Oh, that looks
my God.
riveting.
They're having a blood. I mean, we're having a watch party right now, but you didn't have to travel out.
That looks riveting, doesn't it?
Burgers and the chips and all of that stuff. But seats are starting to be declared, and we have had that exit poll result in. And I'd just like to ask you two a couple of quick questions, if that's all right. What's your name?
No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Was that a Nimrod bomber, or was it just a guy's big nose?
Essex.
They've lost the sound there. Oh, it's back now.
What do
No, I
you
think
make
they
of what
cut
you've
it
seen so far
because he
in
didn't
terms of
want
the
her name.
exit poll reform coming second as well in Sunderland? How do you feel the evening's going?
I think it's panned out our expectations.
No, there has been no comment from Farage yet. He's
a bit early.
just
Early
turning
for
up.
comments.
Actually, well, about 20 minutes ago, he turned up at the Clacton
What can I
count.
ask
So,
you, sir? What are your thoughts when it comes to Sir
I'll be
Keir's
back in a
start?
tick.
I don't think
okie dokie, could we not be watching this?
What do you want to watch?
Stick me on Sky, please. I'd rather listen to Beth's dulcet tones than this crap. Because we're going to get another declaration in a minute anyhow. So.
Intellectually committed to them. I think that's the mistake, because it doesn't come across as authentic.
Okay.
He's run away again. He's
You
gone,
want to come in.
people.
Thank you for being with us this evening. Are you echoing what we're hearing there?
Kay Burley, like I said, how can she be any kind of voice of authority when she did exactly what, she moans that Boris Johnson did. She did it. She had her birthday party when she wasn't supposed to. She was a very naughty girl, wasn't she? And Beth Rigby went as well. Matthew Blackman says, not a decent presenter on any channel. Well, Matt, I've just taken that to heart. And I'm about to go off and have a little cry in the corner now. I'm
from the 200,000 level, which was already quite high,
I'm feeling quite
housing
like
and
that was a
access to housing
personal
for young
attack.
people, for example. And instead, we trebled it, and that was obviously thought to be a very big letdown.
I'm joking, of course.
That If they want to solve the problem of the long waiting list in health, and they want to solve
They're
the
not
problem of
going to
access
solve
housing,
any of these
rented
problems.
and
They
for
are
purchase
not
by young people,
going to
you
solve
cannot,
these problems.
accommodate 600,000 or
And what you
700,000
cannot
extra
do, in
people
my
every year,
opinion,
much
is
as you would like.
rely on
John, just going back
Westminster
to
and a
that,
government
when
to
you look at
solve
the
these issues
legal
for
migration
you.
figures from the last
Good evening,
2 years
Rob
of
Bruce.
freedom of movement,
Good to see you there.
before the UK left the European Union, and then you look at the last 2 years of the Conservative government,
He's back.
they are massively bigger.
Yes, that's what I said.
I mean,
I am back.
But the reason I is you were a massive backer.
Do you
of
think that's a
Brexit.
wig she
Do you
wears?
think that part of this election result is that the public? Are
Hey, look,
saying
now
to the
we've got a
Conservative
holographic
Greens, "You
Rishi."
promised us things on Brexit, and then you betrayed
No,
us,
that's a real one.
and that Brexit hasn't been a successful project, and now you are being punished for it.
Well, of course, that's part of it. That's what we just said.
Natalie, she says, breaking. England footballers will not be voting in the forthcoming general election. They couldn't find the box, let alone put a cross in it.
And there were these problems over public service access and housing access and price.
We have, well, Shanti, we started at 10.
And they were also worried about
we started when the polls
jobs,
closed. But we did both go out today into the community and interview people as well. We spoke to people at polling stations.
We did.
And that was very attractive.
Shanti asks, what's keeping you awake? Put me big screen a second so I can show Shanti what's keeping me awake. Would you, John?
Part of the diversion, and quite a lot of people in the Labour movement understood that. They didn't want lots of cheap labour being brought in under.
That, Shanti, is what is keeping me awake. That is what is keeping me awake. There you go. Oh, we've lost the sound, John.
20s would perhaps
only
come from
because
Poland
I
or
wasn't
Romania
on
and spend a little bit of time.
Well, she did ask. She did ask what was keeping me awake.
Much further afield, they need to bring dependents with them. And haven't you just not been honest with people?
John's on the water and on the coffee. You on a coffee?
Kind of play
I've
politics
been very
with
honest.
it.
Yeah, I had
The
one.
reality of it said, why don't we have tougher criteria so we don't have so many legal migrants? And the government then adopted that in January. But it was
Shanti says an upgrade from the cola.
So Rob reckons Reform might get a couple of seats
but
in
you
the
have to
Wales.
work away at those
In a
with,
mess,
with
haven't
the,
you?
That
with
would
the
be
potential work.
interesting.
It would be interesting. It would certainly be some kind of upset, wouldn't
The
it?
companies
Yeah.
with productivity, you would solve that internally. You know, 9 million people
Shanti, I've
of
got
working age
basically a
who
load
are
of
not
sugar and
seeking
caffeine
work or
to
have not
keep
got a
me
job. A very
awake
large number of people.
tonight.
Some of them are really bad.
But these first 2 hours have actually gone by pretty quick. I'm not going to lie. They have gone by, in my opinion, anyway.
I mean, you're avoiding my question.
But
Hasn't the
they're not
nature
all
of
like
migration
that.
changed in that people are coming from further afield, they're bringing dependents, and that's not something you're talking about. You
Shut up, Burnham.
Brexiteers, have brought about this huge increase in net migration.
I
You try
didn't
and blame
bring about-
everybody else.
I didn't bring about any of that.
But it was
What do
your
you mean,
decision.
Andy Burnham? You are part of the party that opened the doors.
On migration.
You are part of
towards
the.
that early this year. I think it would have been better if we'd had
That
a
is
later
called
election and
passing
maybe
the
shown
buck,
more progress
people.
and shown
Andy
the
Burnham's an
public that
arsehole.
the
He really
workforce
is.
would
Isn't the truth
We did record our outings today. In fact, my outing is a video right now on the channel, so you can go to the channel and watch it.
Should be more in touch with the centre
And
ground. That was the Conservative
John's
Party
played a
that I
few
used to
clips
see
from his
in
outing
Parliament.
here on the show
I
tonight,
think
and I'm sure
isn't the
tomorrow
reality
he
the
might
big
put those
mistake?
out
You were
as
talking
little
about
videos
mistakes
as well.
before. I look back at it and think, all of your failure to back Theresa May and her deal, that was your big mistake. Because that has
Rob
led
says,
to
had a
the
few
mistake.
signers, lads, tonight. Who knows what the Welsh will do? I await the Monmouthshire result.
It seems to have quite a following in
Look at the
Wales.
state of you tonight. If you understand it so well, why are you in this mess tonight?
Well, because they made a series of mistakes, which some of us
You're in
were
this mess
chronicling
tonight.
at the time,
Well,
and it was very sad.
Do you not think?
I've not heard you
Right,
mention
hold
her
on a minute.
mistakes. You seem to
Let's
back her
turn this
agenda. She made some
nonsense off,
massive
because they're just talking nonsense.
Of course they're talking nonsense. They're politicians. That's what they do.
What do you think about this theory that the Tory parties want to lose?
Well, that's what I've been saying.
Yeah,
So what do
no,
you-
I know, but why? What benefit can they have by
Rishi
leaving?
Sunak doesn't want to be a wartime prime minister. That's what
you
it
think we're going
boils
to
down
war?
to. Do I think we're going to war?
Do you genuinely think we're going to end up in war?
Do you really think Keir Starmer is not going to push us into some kind of war?
Hello, Johnny and John. Good to see you. I didn't see you on the rabbit hole earlier. Right. I don't. I don't see it. I think the problem is the NATO seems to be falling apart as we speak.
Yes.
So we can't go to war without NATO and the US.
Sorry, I've just seen a new prediction in from Natalie. New Labour is projected to win Chingford and Woodford Green, beating incumbent Ian Duncan Smith and independent Faiza Shaheen. That's quite funny.
John says he's been told off for embarrassing Ed.
I have no idea what this means. I have missed something here.
What?
Well, I don't know.
John? Well, you don't watch the rabbit hole, so of course you've missed it.
So, you know, we've got time. You can bring us up to speed.
Well, John is a friend of Ed's. Right?
What, like a real life friend?
Yeah, real live, actual,
right.
Proper speaking, talking boy. And,
okay.
And apparently he has some dirt on him. Hold on.
Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number
Round
of votes
three.
for each candidate for the Sunderland
That's
Central
3 for those
constituency
without a
is as
lisp.
follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
That is Labour.
It is.
Chris Einon,
Reform.
10,779.
Another 10,000 votes for Reform, people.
Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993.
Number up there.
Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731.
Once again.
The number
Yeah, the same pattern as Trevor was saying that we have seen in the previous 2 seats.
Conservative and
that
Reform is
have
quite close.
Declared. I'm not sure they're that close there. If I'm right in saying that, Trevor.
No,
half
I mean,
the
actually,
vote.
I haven't been able to look back and see what it was last time, but I suspect it's the same pattern as previously. Can I just pick up on John Redwood and Joe Johnson?
We have another dot on the
John
board
Redwood, you've just been saying
that is red. Let's mute this off a sec. Come on.
You said, I said this, and
Let's look
they
at those
ignored
figures
me.
on the screen as we're chatting. Look at that.
Yeah, let's mute this off and say, look, once again, it's happened. Reform UK have double the Conservative vote. They have double the Conservative vote. This is very, very interesting.
So if they'd done what we'd suggested, which was come to an agreement,
yes,
then they could probably have held off Labour.
So Andy says Labour hold 3,000 majority over Conservatives last time. Well, it's 11,000 majority over Conservatives this time. And look where those 11,000 people are. They're sitting in the Reform vote.
Yeah, I know, but they're just it's just a waste, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, if like you said, they'd come to an agreement, the Reform and Conservative vote there would have been far too close to call next to Labour.
Yeah.
I think Reform have done this on purpose because obviously last time when Nigel did it as UKIP, he agreed to stand down, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Journeying John says, wait until a wider type of constituency reports. Anyway, you were telling a story here.
Yeah, I was telling you about Johnny John, who's a friend of Ed, and apparently he's been a friend of Ed for over 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think he might have some dirt on him, and occasionally lets the odd thing slip during the chat sessions on the rabbit hole.
My God. I've just seen the funniest thing in the chat from Natalie. New, the exit poll predicts the Tories gaining 5 seats from the SNP in Scotland, including that of SNP Westminster leader Stephen Flynn, but they're coming...
Well, the SNP's going to practically be wiped out. You know, I mean, 8 to 10 seats is the target, if they're lucky.
So Jacob says, with the popular vote, it would be Labour Reform instead of Triple Labour.
Yeah, okay, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, and that's why. Journeying John has then come back in the chat and said lots of dirt on Ed the Techie.
Lots of dirt.
Jenny and John, we should talk. I'm joking. What the hell is Newcastle upon Tyne we're looking at now? Are we looking at declaration or is it?
Seats. That smashes the previous record of gains for an election night, which is back in 1997 when they gained 28. So that just shows you. And that was
they are counting.
Cardiff. That 28.
Yeah, Wales. We're looking into Wales right now.
Look at all those Welshies counting away like Billy out. Look at all the people standing with clipboards. Are they examining the counters to make sure they don't cheat?
Either that or they're they're calling out the numbers to them and they're writing them down.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Just to let you know, Newcastle Central, we are expecting them to declare.
They're going to start coming in thick and fast now, aren't they?
Hold on a second,
I hope so. I hope so.
Honestly.
No.
By 7 o'clock, I don't know what.
We'll be tired by then. You'll be on your own.
You'll be all tired by then. Newcastle upon Tyne, waiting for them to declare.
That woman there looks absolutely pissed off.
And then we must come back to this gentleman before he bends my ear any further. Go on.
All right, okay. It's another quick one. These ones are quick ones because there's a lot going on, isn't there? But we just want to compare again.
There isn't.
Sunderland
Rob
Central.
Bruce says Cardiff will be Labour.
Exit poll said 50% for Labour. Result 42.2, so a bit lower. Not massively, but nonetheless. Reform basically bang on, 27%. So Reform in second place, but more or less in line with
the Tories are getting more
but again,
than
look at
the
the Conservatives.
polls.
Exit polls said they were.
It's not going to make. It's not going to make any difference.
In the event, they got 14.3%. So each of these results, these numbers are looking pretty good. Certainly, we'll take an average and we'll give you a sense of how that average is working out.
If this continues throughout the night, Reform will get more votes than the Conservatives.
The Conservatives doing a wee bit better than expected. Lib Dem's actually doing a little bit better as well. But back to a chart I just showed a moment ago. The question is this: what does it portend for this trend here? The exit polls suggesting the Conservatives are going to have the lowest number of seats going back decades, not just 1950, 1920s, all the way back to the 1830s.
Well, 1906 wasn't far away.
The fact that some of those
in fact, 1906 was closer to what they're anticipated to get than the one that you actually went back to.
We'll have to see, because so far, those results that we've seen, that one that I showed you a moment ago from Sunderland Central, this is only, well, look at the map here. We've only had 3 results from 3
Reform
areas
have done this to the Conservatives.
Geographically quite similar.
Yeah.
But also
New, the exit poll projects 0 seats for George Galloway's Workers' Party.
For Brexit areas in the northeast that have relatively high deprivation levels,
to the Tories.
Areas that were traditionally seen as part of the Red Wall.
To the Labour.
What's happening to them now? We know that the numbers are more or less in line with the exit poll. But the question is whether that is also kind of reflected across the rest of the UK.
It might be.
That is the question we're going to be asking.
Well,
I'm just going to put this.
It'll be interesting once we get to the home counties
because
and see
I know
if
you've
there's
got a
any
new
big
guest,
upsets.
and I don't know if your guest might want to talk about this chart.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, we're talking about the north here.
Who is the new guest?
Steve Baker, of course.
People that run about shagging sheep all day, aren't it?
Well, I mean, it's devastating, isn't it? It's devastating, and
that's Steve Baker.
Difficult night for Conservative Party,
Steve Baker, the turncoat,
MPs, staffers who are going to lose their jobs, and for those of us who believe that Conservative government's best, we think this is a very difficult time for the country. But obviously, Labour are entitled to another view.
Is that an existential crisis for the Conservative Party?
I agree. I believe that it is, yes.
Lowest seats, since the Corn Laws, potentially.
No, I don't think so. I think it's worth bearing in mind that it wasn't so long ago that Labour
Steve
MPs
Baker's deluded.
out of the Labour Party
I have to
grouping through the independent
I have to
group.
reply to the
and people like
I have to reply to the chat because no, Chris, I would not ride a Lambretta.
It's not the end.
I mean, Labour, even in 2019, worst performance since 1935, they picked up 202 seats. On these figures, you are nearly losing 2/3 of your seats. I mean, it is. How can that not be an existential threat to the party?
It absolutely
is. It is clearly a devastating result for us tonight. There's absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever. But if you're saying existential in the sense of not coming back from it, no, I would reject that.
So
Okay.
Natalie C says, if, go and get the Channel 4 coverage up, because Natalie C says, Jonathan Pye quote, if you're not watching Nadine Dorries being completely mental on Channel 4, then you're missing out.
So massively accelerated the public debate that the moment that something kicks off, it's so easy for an agitator
That affects every party, though. Not
Hold on a sec.
well, and good luck then, because you're the first Labour politician, Andy, as I would expect, with great respect for you, to spot that Labour's going to have this problem.
Well, we already do. I'm already in a position where we're running something, so we all have to deal with it.
Channel 4 indeed.
To blame it's like uniquely aimed at you, I don't think that is true.
We've been in power during a period where suddenly all MPs are on WhatsApp. And I think if you have this enormous...
Finally muted Steve Baker. I thought I was going to, you know.
Julie Elliott for Labour, and as you can see, he's held that seat very safely. 42%.
Channel 4,
of
Britain
the
Decides
vote.
show.
But again, you're now looking at Reform, that party coming in second place on 20%.
Would you ride a
pattern that we've seen now in 3 of those northeastern seats. And I guess the Brexit Party, UKIP, have always had a very strong third place showing here. It does look now as if they've leapfrogged the Conservatives.
It does look like that,
Labour,
as it stands.
in Sunderland Central on not 50% of the share, but 42% share of the vote. And this is a NHS manager and campaigner, Lewis Atkinson.
And let's talk then a little bit about how, actually the headline story.
It's Krishnan!
Labour landslide predicted on the exit poll and how we've got here. I mean, Keir Starmer says he's changed the Labour Party.
That Anne Widdecombe down the end there.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. And I think he was quite
How
clear
is
that
she
he had a
still living?
threefold strategy.
I've no idea.
Firstly, that he had to change
I mean,
the Labour Party
what is she,
and show
102
the
or
Labour
something?
Party had
I mean,
changed,
she certainly
and he did
looks
that.
it, doesn't she?
Secondly, that he had to show that the Tories were failing and unfit to govern. Well, they actually did a lot of the work on that, without a doubt.
The
And
living
thirdly,
dead,
he had to
says your
set
wife.
forward
The
a
living
plan
dead.
which would show we had a new direction for the future. And he was very strategic and held.
What do you mean,
to
here we
that
go,
course.
beats and tapes? What are we going about?
Wasn't swerved from side to side, and he's also built
this
a
isn't
very strong team,
riveting,
I would
is it?
say. The
So far,
people
no,
that
not.
he will
There's
have
not.
around his cabinet table.
Here we go. What's
I would think.
I mean,
very,
Nadeem
very
Zahawi's there.
Oh,
it's also going to be,
joy.
I think, probably the most working class government we've ever had.
Nadine Dorries isn't even there.
Conscious of it. When we talk to Bridget Phillipson, we talk to Rachel
Yeah,
Rees,
Jonathan
West
Pye
Street,
talks shite most of the time,
Rachel
doesn't
they're
he?
very,
Oh my God, that clown Campbell's there.
Oh no! Don't get John started on Campbell.
Not watching this shit.
Journey and John says, and wow,
Heidi
Whittaker.
Alexander almost double.
Oh, we're
the
getting
votes
another
of what
declaration right
happened
now.
to
Swindon
the
South.
City MP.
2,539.
And the Reform vote?
Catherine Kozidowski, Reform UK,
Half the
6,194.
of the Conservatives.
See?
Heidi Alexander
Go to the
is
south.
declared the MP.
So is that a
for
Labour
Swindon
gain?
South be returning to Parliament is the correct
And you used to put
phraseology
these things
that I
up
should
when they were
be
doing this. You used to
using.
go like,
Yes,
oh,
Labour
it is a
has
Labour
suggested,
gain, right?
Yeah, Labour gain,
Labour,
Swindon
44%,
South from Conservatives.
27, Reform
So,
17, no Brexit
in this case, a
candidate
vote for a
in
Reform was a vote for Labour.
2019.
You know what? Rob Bruce makes a great point here because Labour say that they're going to help the NHS, but just look at their record on the NHS in Wales. They've been controlling the NHS in Wales for God knows how long.
Made many a visit to Swindon.
There was
their
the
55th target.
first
So when you're
interview I
looking
did
at an
at
exit
the
poll
exit
where
poll.
they get heading
Shut
for a
up, Beth.
majority of circa.
She's such a drone, isn't she?
Yeah, just mute her.
The first exit poll I did was a teacher, right?
Oh, right.
Okay, and she goes, yeah, I'll talk. And then she went on. And I said, and she said, yeah, I'm going to vote SNP. And I said, so you think the SNP have done a good job over the last 14 years? She goes, yeah, I think they have, yeah. And I went, okay.
Well, I mean, if you...
And then on the way out, she said, oh, could you not put in that I'm a teacher? Could you cut that bit out and could you just blank out my face? And I goes, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, fucking binned.
You've been the whole thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Johnny and John says, John, you used to watch BBC. Not a recommendation for tonight.
John used to. John used to watch BBC.
Well, we did have some BBC on during the debate.
No. We don't watch BBC because they just copyright hit us straight away.
So Rob Bruce says an extra 58 appointments a week to clear backlog in Wales. Not enough nurse or doctors going to fail. False promises by Labour. The two Karens are going to drive Keir out of lead PM. Well, look, we have the.
Who do you think will drive the P? What's that about Keir? Who said what?
Look, we all know that Ginger Growler's aspirations is to be the Ginger Growler in charge, the Ginger Growler in chief. So perhaps we will be seeing Keith.
Do you think?
Well, he is a tool, right?
Yes.
He is a
fucking tool.
His father was a tool maker who made a tool named Keith, and then that tool was used.
The BBC still do the swingometer thing.
Yeah, I was talking here.
Sorry, carry on.
That tool was used by one Ginger Growler as a tool to get her into a position of prominence, a position of power, and then the Ginger Growler will strike. She will strike.
What's Heartless Brewer up to?
So, Johnny and John says, John, you said that they used to visually indicate a swing. The BBC still do. Cool. Natalie says, no, Veterans Minister Johnny Mercer and Justice Secretary Alex Chalk are projected to lose their seats in Plymouth Moor, View and Cheltenham. Well, it looks like 2/3 of the Tories.
To whom?
Well, it'll be to Labour, won't it? It will be to Labour. Rob Bruce says, you're right, Ben. Journeying John says, right, I'm off to another tab. We may see you again later, Journeying John.
Bye-bye.
Remember, if you are watching right now, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already.
Minister, you will take on that job. That may not be the case. There's certainly been a question mark about one particularly senior Shadow Cabinet Minister, and that is David Lammy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, that actually doesn't do a very good job. He's said some rather unsavoury things about Donald Trump, who could well win the next US presidential election.
A Labour source claims Jeremy Corbyn is set to win Islington North by as few as 1,500 votes.
What names under the sun on Twitter, and it's all out there. Do you think that most of these Labour Shadow Cabinet members feel they're safe in their jobs?
That's right, Chris. He is making. Keith is indeed making a mockery of toolmakers. Toolmakers the world over.
To the actual members' votes, but anyone else?
I would be really surprised if there were major changes from the Shadow Cabinet to the Cabinet. Of course, there are fewer
Keith, you need to bin Rayner quickly, because the Growler will be coming for you. So I'm telling you now.
I think Starmer will probably wield the knife rather than creating whole new departments.
This is the issue, though. You instantly have enemies at that point.
Yeah. Well, he can.
On the first day,
he can afford to, because you know, he's got that big majority. I would stress that actually there's a lot of experience in this Shadow Cabinet.
The Tory doesn't look happy, does he?
Of course he doesn't look happy. If you were a Tory right now, would you look bloody happy, John?
Probably not.
Probably not. I mean, if you agree that the Tory
Farage,
really
should he be accepted into the Conservative?
doesn't look happy, then please
I've
hit the like
said
button.
no. Look,
Obviously, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and of course, you can become a channel member from just 99p a month, or send a super chat if you'd like, if you think we're doing a good job.
Vote for me. So when Nigel Farage recently went out and said some comments, in fact, you took him up on some comments as well.
He said it to me.
Indeed, he did. He said those comments he made to you.
Let's not repeat them, please.
I called him out on.
Don't repeat them, please. Why not?
You know, we can't have within the Conservative Party somebody whose treatment of sensitive issues is so clumsy and offensive to people.
So they're going, we can't have Nige, even though he's going to get more votes than you.
But let's face it, the people in the Conservative Party are clumsy and offensive to people already.
I remember when Boris Johnson started calling, likening women of a certain faith to post boxes.
He wasn't wrong, though, was he?
I am not going to express an opinion on that.
He didn't actually say that, did he?
Yeah.
What did he say? Couch it in safe for work terms, but what did he actually say?
I think I have to get the actual quote. I hold on a second.
Okay.
I have to get the actual quote, because if I don't,
what's happening here? We've got We've got a very poor hologram of Farage.
Labour, that's not what people have told me on the doorsteps.
Oh, that guy's still talking. He's nonsense.
Right. Boris Johnson finally apologises for comparing women in burqas to letterboxes. There you go.
That's tremendous.
That's
the kind of Prime Minister you want.
He actually referred to them as letterboxes and bank robbers.
Well, did he have any basis for the latter claim?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't.
That would be quite funny, though, wouldn't it?
New Andrea Leadsom, former MP, claims the Tories lost the election because they were too woke. That's what former leader of the House of Commons, Andrea Leadsom.
No, I don't think so, Andrea. I really don't.
Chris Jones says, I fix CNC machines for a living. Ben, I'm an engineer in electronics and associated things. Well, maybe, Chris, you could give me some hints and tips on how to de-restrict my electric mobility scooter to go more than 4 miles an hour. Because that would be
Grant
nice.
Shapps. I hope Grant Shapps loses his seat. That would be joyous.
I just hate the man with a passion.
Who do you want to see rid of? Hunt? Shapps?
Zahawi.
Zahawi, yeah. Zahawi.
Basically the entire cabinet.
Yeah, who's that other guy? Oh, not so cleverly.
Oh yeah, James Clever. Tobias Elwood, want to see him gone?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I would say David Cameron, but he's not an MP.
He's not an MP, so
he's not an MP.
He's gone anyway because he'll get fired. Who else would we want to see go?
Rob Bruce says, Ben, YouTube has some great videos on boosting your scooter, mate. Super grand. Well, I need to know how to do it without, really much effort. That's what I need. Because
you mean you want somebody to do it for you?
Yeah, that would be
that's what
ideal.
he means. That's what he means, Rob.
That would be ideal. That would be very, very ideal.
Yeah. Matthew says Reform predicted to win Barnsley North, Barnsley South, and Hartlepool.
Oh, interesting.
That's quite interesting because is that not part of the Red Wall?
Yes. Chris says, "Lol, Ben, I could pop that up no end. How fast do you want to go? 1 to 50 mile an hour? About 25. About 25 would be good, I think."
So, back to my question: was that not part of the Red Wall? Barnsley North, Barnsley South, and Hartlepool.
There was no Red Wall anymore because most of it went blue.
No, I know, but obviously they're rebuilding the Red Wall as we speak. You can see from the interactive map.
What, the three red dots? We can see the three red dots.
Look, man, the red wall is appearing. In fact, is the Guardian giving up, or is the dots too close?
The dots appear to be too close at this point. Matthew says some great Nicola Sturgeon pics coming out tonight. She's looking devastated.
Oh, she's looking like she's been hitting the Greg's pies. She really does. She's getting more chins than the Chinese phone book there. I mean,
you know, we've got to do this again this year, but we won't be starting this overnight stream until like 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. because in November, the US election for the president will be.
In fact, we actually probably could kick that off about 5 in the morning. We could probably just go to bed and get up early.
I suppose we could. Yeah, I suppose we could.
Stop just looking devastated. I thought he said she was looking devastating.
That coastline is old fishing industry areas. Tories destroyed their fish there. Yeah.
Was it not the EU that did that? Joining Brexit. Sorry, not Brexit. Joining the EU kind of did in the fishing industry, did it not?
Absolutely, it did. However, Chris says this is by far the best stream on YouTube tonight covering the election. Well done, guys. High praise indeed.
Thank you, Chris.
So make sure you hit the share button. Tell people this is by far the best stream on YouTube covering this tonight. Bring your friends. Come on down. Come on down and join us.
Cranky. Yeah, the wee cranky. Well, I can't have any sympathy for her. She's a bit of a horrible self-serving little dwarf. Not the good kind. Not the good kind. Not the kind that when you pop the trunk starts twerking round a pole.
So Steve Baker, who we muted because he's an insufferable dullard, says he will be swept away in a tsunami and accepts he will lose his seat in Wickham. Well, that's why he was in the Sky News studio tonight instead of in Wickham.
Yeah, because he's losing.
There's no point in going to the count if you know you've lost, is there?
This is a job interview. Mate, this is a job interview.
There he is. He's sitting there right there.
Yeah,
there he
is. It's a job interview.
I mean, he could make it from the Sky News studio to Wickham, maybe.
Oh, he's already conceded on the basis of exit polls, apparently.
Well,
he
then
said,
fair enough.
the
What's
exit
the point?
polls, I've lost the exit. Oh, hold on. Are we getting something? Oh, no, is that in?
I don't know.
It's a confirmation that something definite is happening in this kind of seat. But I wanted to just.
Oh, no, we've done that one already, haven't we?
I don't know. I don't think
Wickham
that's
in
new.
some ways. It's
a new one.
Of London and so on.
They didn't do the old.
Swindon South is that it's got a lot of jobs.
We didn't get to see the count.
Why didn't we get to see that one?
We're actually up to 5. Look, we're up to 5 declared Labour seats.
People that in the past you would have thought upwardly mobile, aspirational, professional.
5. Rob Bruce has not seen Monmouthshire yet. Chris says, I'll share you on my Awake Telegram channel, guys.
If it doesn't stand for freedom, then it stands for nothing. I've said it, I'm sure, several times.
Barnsley has more than one constituency, says Jenny Ingram.
Yeah, Barnsley North from Barnsley South.
Is that what you mean?
Adam says, I hope Anne Widdecombe doesn't keel over live on air over on Channel 4.
That would be great.
That would be amazing ratings for Channel 4.
Yeah,
absolutely it would.
And Widdecombe succumbs.
I regard myself as a classical
What is she, reformed now?
Yes, she is,
we haven't had for 100 years is classical liberalism.
Yeah.
And that's really
I don't like this guy.
Damaging our economy and our society.
Steve Baker was
a
fake freedom fighter during the great lockdowns of 2019 and beyond.
Don't like his mouth.
Manchester Liberal.
He's really mouth.
Don't like him in general, John.
I don't like her either. She's annoying.
Of adults in Washington and Gateshead South have never worked, which is well above.
So the Reform Conservative vote
the demographic for you in Washington and
is looking to be 43% combined over the 36.1% for Labour.
Watching Election Night Live here on
So,
Sky
Rob,
the
SNP are looking like they're only going to have about 10 MPs, 8 to 10 MPs, I think, which is pretty good because we really want to see the SNP decimated. Unfortunately, we don't have a Scottish MSP election until 2026.
No, you don't. But
so coming second in many
it's
of
looking
those
like
seats,
once again, looking from what Natalie has put there.
And it's looking like a
what I
night for
what I predicted will be once again coming true.
If my wife's still up.
She's excited. She's excited to see the country go to pot, John.
Yeah.
It's only once in a blue moon you get to see your country.
Oh, here's Action Man. Here's Ed Davey.
He
has played a blinder of an election campaign. You've got to hand it to the man.
I mean, it's like the bungee jump didn't look good. He was hanging upside down for ages. Like the hanged,
the Conservatives equally bad nights, I might say.
He is the only one out of a lot of them that tried to make himself out to be an actual human being. So you've got to give him that.
Hello to you, Connor. 10 seats is the prediction.
Oh, here we go. Scotland.
Okay, this is a grim night for the SNP.
Yes, it is.
Exit poll is to be believed. Let's remember.
Chris Jones says I'm hearing the Cranberries in the background.
The dominant political force north of the border for more than a decade has won.
I'm not hearing the Cranberries.
Period, and this will be
I'm
the
not hearing
first
them
time,
either.
if the polls are to be believed, that
Oh,
will
maybe
not happen for the first time in a very, very long time.
I can't hear them.
Now, I've been speaking privately to some senior SNP sources, and they are saying, look, this is bad for us. It is
Rob
worse
Bruce
than
says
we
he
were
needs more
potentially
cider.
expecting. 10 seats was at the lower estimate.
Oh, he's maybe in the
Potentially
pub or
around,
something.
20 would have been a
No.
good night. What's going on
Chris
here?
is
What
here.
are the voters thinking? Well, clearly the SNP's been in power for close to 2 decades here in Scotland. It's still
And
mired
they've
in
done
that police
sod all for you,
investigation,
Scotland.
examining its funding
Well, they have,
and its
and
finances.
they've
That's
run
had
it
the
right
arrest,
down.
Of its former leader,
Rob Bruce says
Nicola
he's got
Sturgeon,
meetings
and
at
she was
9 a.m.
released, without charge as
Good
well.
luck with that, Rob.
And
Yeah,
clearly
good luck with
it
that.
is, not really pushing the case forward for
Yeah,
independence.
right.
It's been
I
a
on
really
his
tricky
zip line.
position
John
Yeah.
and John, yeah.
to further that cause, because both Labour
Oh, he's
and
back.
the
Johnny and
Conservatives
John's
in Westminster
back. That
have
must have
said
been a
they
quick
will
trip.
not enter any more
Look, he's back
negotiations
because he
on
just
that.
couldn't
Now, I think
couldn't
what's
stay
interesting
away.
from the SNP camp tonight
Just
is the narrative
could
coming
not
out.
stay
They're trying
away.
to push
I
this
don't
away
have
and
a
say,
Oh,
look,
your
this was
TV
the,
channel, mate. I
SNP
take it.
supporters
Because I don't have
swinging
a
behind
TV
other
here.
parties, swinging
New.
behind
There is a
Labour,
56%
because they
chance
were the
Tory
only
chair
party who were
Richard
gonna be able to
Holden
kick the
keeps
Tories
his
out of
Basildon
Downing
and
Street.
Billicray
Interesting, because
seat
given
a
their
freeway
manifesto
marginal
said, page
with
one,
Labour
line
and
one, that independence would be
Reform.
front and centre. So rather than the SNP recognising actually that the independence
John's
question is
co-presenter.
heading
I'm
for the
being
back burner just
I'm
now,
being
they are
addressed
flipping
as.
that on
Yeah,
its head
there
and
you,
saying
well,
that
that's
this
because
was
Johnny
an
and John
election
comes to the
about
rabbit hole
about
and
getting rid
doesn't know you.
of the Conservatives.
I am-
You are
Will
my
that be the
co-presenter.
position
No, I
of
am.
John
You're
Swinney
my
going
co-presenter.
forward?
No,
This is
no, that's
a
not
really
the case.
bad night for the
Let's learn our
SNP.
places
Here
here.
in Glasgow, the polls are suggesting it could be a
You
flip
want to be
from
muted?
all the flipping that on its head, with Labour taking control of this
Remember?
city once again. It's a
Is
huge
he
night
breaking up?
across the UK, but the Scotland story should not be underestimated.
So
This is
anyway, my name is
potentially
Ben,
an
Journeying John,
abysmal
and
night
yes,
for
Davey
the
had a
SNP,
human and
a once
intelligent
dominant
approach
political
to
force.
getting
And what does this mean for the
votage
question
or
of Scottish
votage
independence? Another
from a
final,
very minority
thought from
position.
me. A
Exactly.
senior source from within John Swinney's inner circle has said, look, we may only be getting 10 seats potentially here in Scotland.
Well, I don't have a TV, Chris Jones, either, so...
You've got a TV above you.
Scottish elections.
No, I
at
don't.
Holyrood,
It's a monitor.
where the SNP was the biggest party.
You call
so
it a TV. You
already
say,
I might call it a TV.
I've got a TV up there. Look at my telly.
Okay, thanks
I
so
might
much.
call it a
Robert
TV,
Glenn,
but it's
likely
not.
to
It's
be
a
the first
monitor.
seat to
Bye for now, Journey and
north
John.
Of the border. I know we're going to go to Ed in just a second, but I know, Ruth, you want to come in. SNP could lose seats to Tories as well as Labour.
Well-
And the exit poll suggesting Labour could become the largest party in Scotland for the first time since 2000.
Well, I think that's
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
I think
much
from the
given.
poll,
I think it's a given
would
as well.
certainly see,
Yeah.
Absolutely a given.
particularly the way the votes stack up across the central belt, which is where most of the seats are, that even if there had been a tie in terms of vote
I'm
share
hoping
between
the
SNP and
SNP get
Labour,
punted
you would see
here
Labour
in
getting
this
a lot more seats,
constituency.
they would move into being the biggest party.
Or
It
do you
looks
think
from
it's
this as if
possible?
they've actually got quite
Well,
a
yeah,
sizable
because
vote
Mary
share,
Black's fucked off,
increase.
isn't she? She's
I would just
not
give one
standing.
caveat, though. One of the
But
authors
who
of
do you
of
think
the,
then would take the seat?
exit poll that happens is the psephologist
Oh,
Sir
Labour.
John Curtis. He is saying that there is some uncertainty about the poll forecast for Scotland and some of the numbers that are in it.
No,
So you might
Rob
just have
Bruce,
to take
Labour
that
will
with a
not
little bit of a
benefit
pinch of
Scotland,
salt.
Labour
as
won't
you know
benefit
from
Members
Wales.
of the
Well,
party
but
in
Labour won't
Scotland,
benefit
the
anyone,
Conservative
but
Party in Scotland,
they won't make...
spokespeople have
Can
said
they
that
make
is
it any
quote-unquote,
worse than
and
the
this is a direct
SNP
quote,
have?
bullish
That's the
that
question.
The party in Scotland is
And
going
I
to
don't think they
a
can.
number of
I
seats,
think they
doubling
can.
their seats
I
in
think you'll be
Scotland.
surprised.
My analysis would agree with that.
I
We're
think
not
you'll
going to
be
winning
surprised,
seats,
John.
Like Aberdeen South, which are projected, we're probably going to come third there. We're not going to be winning third.
Even
So
Rob
who's-
Bruce agrees with me here.
What we
So
had,
who's,
that would be a good result for us there. So I just, in terms of the Scottish picture and the exit poll, it was 5 or 6
Chris
seats
Jones
out
says, look at
last
my
time in
telly. It
2019
doesn't
because of
mean the
the
same
changes on
thing
the
in
ground. Just wanted to see
2024
caveats
as
with
it
this
did
year.
in
I think we need to
2000.
see some of the results
No, it
coming
doesn't,
in.
mate.
So if you
So
do
the
hold what you've
projections.
had, given that Douglas Ross says he doesn't want to stand again, do you fancy being the leader again?
Not a chance. My partner would kill me, and then she'd divorce me, and then she'd kill me again.
I'm glad because you were very good when you were the leader. Can I just say the story of the night, though, just very quickly?
Yes.
She
if I
was
might,
the leader at one point, wasn't
is
she?
that governments are losing because they're unpopular,
Of
and obviously
what?
there's a lot of truth in
Was
that.
it
both
Labour? I believe it
UK
was Labour.
government, the worst of our lifetimes, in my view, but also in Scotland, where we've
Ruth-
just had
Ruth
obviously,
Jones?
something of a
David?
meltdown in the SNP. But that is
David?
not
No,
the whole story.
no,
In
not
Scotland,
Labour.
I need to say that Anna Sarwar, I think, as Labour leader, Scottish Labour leader, has done a phenomenal job quietly.
Anus says
building
what?
Back
Anus
support
says
for
what?
Labour. I think his role really, if the exit poll is to be true.
Oh, she was
and the
Conservative
SNP are back
leader.
down,
That's
the heyday
right.
of the SNP is
Scottish
over,
Conservatives.
Anna Sarwar deserves
That's,
huge
Andy,
credit.
it is
That
25 to 1 in the
enormous
morning,
political
and I'm
skill
starting to lose
build
the will
Labour
to
back in
live.
the way that it has. It's partly
We've
due
got
to his personality,
plenty more
the way he
time to go
works,
yet
but
as well.
I just think I
Why
need to
are we not
recognise
getting
Anna's role
more
because if these results come
Seats
through,
coming
it's a
in.
big vindication of his.
I need to bring Eddie
Turnout's
ahead.
going up.
It's actually interesting what Ruth was saying. Definitely when it comes to Scotland, you know, you've got these kind of confidence bands when it comes to the exit poll. So the kind of range that it could possibly be in. And when it comes to Scotland, the range is bigger than for other parts of the UK just because there's just a lot of uncertainty there.
Rob
However,
Bruce is going to bed at
actually be
2:30.
worse. It could actually be on the downside, even worse on the downside for the SNP. We just have to wait and see. And
Yeah,
that's
the
one of those
SNP
evolving
are screwed.
stories. But
They're
one thing I
done.
did want to show you is, should we look
They're
at
done in
Swindon
Westminster
South?
anyway. Obviously, they're still
just down there.
they're
So
still
Swindon South.
in
'Cause
Holyrood, but they're
we had a
done in
result there,
Westminster. They're done.
That was really
Yeah,
interesting.
so
Obviously,
they
you
should
see
be.
Heidi Alexander kind of coming
Indeed,
back
so
into
they should
Parliament,
be.
Robert Buckland out. But if we look at the backstory here, we've been doing this with all of these constituencies so far, comparing the exit poll with the eventual results.
But I mean,
And
we're
so
already
far, it's
into
looked
the
pretty
early
good.
hours, Rob
There's
Bruce, so
what
we're
the
going to
exit
keep
poll
going
suggested would happen in
until
Swindon South.
I fall asleep at the
44%
desk,
Labour, in
basically.
the event, 48%, so a bit better. Conservatives,
That's the
27,
idea anyway,
in
that's the
event,
plan.
Well, 26.9, so again, that's kind of bad.
Natalie says she's just getting ready for bed, folks. She's afraid
Swindon
stats
South,
will be
17%
leaving
was the
soon for
expectation. It
sleep.
turns out to have been about 14%.
I
But
understand.
broadly speaking, take all of these results together, and actually the exit poll's looking pretty good, to be honest with you. And what's significant about Swindon South, okay, same constituency, is it's a very
You'd have loved the
different
rabbit hole.
demographic story
Somebody
to
said
the story
something
that we're
really
seeing
nice
there
about
in the
you.
northeast that we were talking about a moment ago.
You're
And
lying,
so
aren't you?
The fact that we're seeing that reflected elsewhere, the fact that we're seeing that the exit
they
poll
said
looks
that they
pretty
got
accurate
something from
elsewhere,
listening to you.
Again, it makes you a bit more confident that those numbers we were talking about,
Tinnitus.
those landslide numbers you probably heard about at the start of the programme, that they look pretty good, as does...
I didn't put them up to it.
This is a really striking
Well,
chart,
that
okay?
person
This is
will be
showing you
banned from commenting on the
swings at
channel.
general elections, okay? And what we have here
It
is
wasn't Rob.
a kind of broad swing. Actually, I shouldn't say that's not quite the exit poll. This is the swing that we have implied by the results that we have so far.
Yes, we know
about
that Labour hold
12.5%
Washington and
or
Gates
so.
Head South
just
Adam.
look
It's
at
right there
how
on the
high
screen.
that
Can you
swing
see?
is.
Fuck's
As I
sake.
say,
Can you
not
see?
just
It's on the
result
screen, Adam.
swings, but one presumes it's kind of
Adam's
in
a
the same
master
kind of
of
ballpark.
telling us things
About
after the fact
12.6%,
these days. I
which
mean, he
would
puts
be
Twitter posts up
basically
in the chat
unprecedented in
2
the
days
post-war
after
period.
everybody's
There is
seen them.
nothing else in terms of the swing.
Yeah,
Even
Rob
this is
Bruce,
the
John
Blair,
won't let me
the
perform
famous
music
Blair
anymore.
swing of 1997
Doesn't let me do it.
No.
is not as big as
I'm
what
not
we are
allowed.
potentially
No,
witnessing.
you can't do that, mate,
right now. As I
because
say, that's from the results that
we
we've got
just
so
get-
far, but we
we
know
get
those results are kind
copyright
of not
struck
that
all the
far
time.
off, not that inconsistent with the story that we heard about from the exit
On
poll.
Twitter, as you're already
So already,
stated,
you know, you're
the most
seeing it,
surprising
Kay,
thing
in the
this evening
actual
is that
numbers
Anne
as
Widdecombe
opposed
is
to the-
still
the
alive.
exit poll
I'm hearing
projections.
they're not potentially doing quite as well in Wales as they are in other parts of the country.
That's exactly true. Yeah. So you're seeing.
Yeah,
see
Rob,
some
I'm
of that
afraid
kind of
you have to be
reversion, so
if
seats that were
you
previously
go to the Real
Labour that then
Review
went
UK
Conservative in 2019
and
are kind of
sign up
Join
at,
it,
but the
sign up
effect
at
is not as
99p a
marked
month
in
as a
Wales.
channel
That's definitely
member.
what the exit polls say.
I do live music shows on there for the channel members. Oh, it was you, Chris Jones, was it? It was you.
Evening,
You get tinnitus
Kay,
from me.
Really interesting hearing from Ed there about that impact in Wales.
Oh,
We're
the
yet to get
wig
any
thing.
results
The
here,
wig
but
thing.
It is looking
Sorry.
like
Look.
looking at the exit polls that
I'm starting to get a bit
red wall that
tired
went
and
green in
delirious here.
2019 is going to go back red, especially in North Wales.
What's
One
happening
interesting
here?
point. The Welsh Secretary, David T.C.
I don't know
Davis,
what's happening
we've
here.
just been huddled around on the phone with him. He is the candidate for Monmouthshire. And my colleague Thomas Evans has just been on the phone.
Central declaring Newcastle Central.
Oh, Newcastle Central declaring, people.
For each
Here we
candidate
go.
for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875.
Jesus Christ.
4 seconds again,
John
Andy
Pearson,
Burnham.
Green Party candidate.
Yes,
Labour
I mean,
winning.
that is certainly the story in the north of England, and this is where Ruth and I have had a little bit of a,
Oh,
bit of a
dear.
discussion.
Yeah, but they're
I
just,
think what
as I
it
said, they're
reflects
just
is
rebuilding
people
the
who
red wall.
Perhaps were Labour voters, voted for Boris in 2019, feel very disillusioned with everything, I think, and I think a lot of people who are voting for reform in the north of England are doing so for that reason. They kind of
Well,
feel like
Reform
they
are
don't
very
maybe have a political
clearly,
home at the moment.
very
And also Labour's
clearly
to win
doing
those
very well.
voters back.
But it's exactly as you said. They're going to get lots of votes and very little representation.
We didn't see it.
Chris Jones, I'm completely aware that it's very bad for my health, but I will probably have drunk all 12 cans by the end of the night. I have 6 left after this one.
That is a good win.
Just on reform.
We've got a real opportunity with the government committed to
I've got to stay awake somehow.
To bring that growth to all parts of the country, particularly the North East, which, to be honest with you, is the most neglected part of the country. And this is, again, the point that, Ruth and I were talking about.
Is the North East the most neglected part of the country?
Really angry about.
Well, I thought Jaywick in Essex was, but...
It doesn't get the fair treatment. You've got the highest levels of poverty in the North East.
It's Andy Burnham, he doesn't know anything.
The government we've just had than anywhere
Shouldn't
else.
he be in jail?
Rob Bruce says, share a Red Bull with me, Ben. Well, I would if you were within arm's reach.
Sources that their data is suggesting reform will not
Labour
win
are
as many
down
seats
3,000
as the
since
exit
last
polls
time, is
suggest.
that?
They're saying they'll get
Andy,
less than
well, that last
13
result.
seats. So that's from Labour
Hold on a minute,
sources who
guys.
obviously are crunching their own numbers.
Well, that might be right, but the thing about this is that Chiomore last time had a 57% share. This time it's 46%.
Oh, yeah.
Reform is up from about 7% up to 18%. I mean, the point here is that this is a northeast pattern. I think I have a feeling it's quite specific.
So they have Reform have taken some Labour votes as well,
but they're not coming.
That's
to
interesting.
Labour, they're going to Reform. I think that's a very clear.
Certainly in these early stages,
and that should tell us something.
Okay. Mick Lynch is here. Everybody would recognise you, of course. We saw you in the wide shot. Even in a wide shot, they'd know who you were. Mick, it's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time.
But he's there.
You sat down. We said, how's it going? You said, well, it's looking better.
Well, it's looking better than the Tories winning. I'm just determined to see the Tories crushed tonight. That's what I want to stay up for. There's particular favourites that I want to see go down. I've got no shame in saying that.
Have you got a list?
I've got a long list, yeah.
Long list.
Grant Shapps,
Mark Harper, a few others. Because I think they've done the country a disservice, and they need.
Yeah, but I think you've done the country a disservice as well, Mick Lynch, by putting trains on strike and stuff like that.
North East is because the manifesto and the offer is not bold enough. It's a fairly vanilla proposal that we've been put. People have been getting away with this Ming Vase stuff, but you can't carry a Ming Vase through 5 years of government. You've got to be bold.
Mick, do you not think that part of the reason that they're getting as big a majority as it looks like is precisely because it was a Ming Vase? They didn't do anything too radical and bold in the manifesto in order to try and build a wide coalition of voters.
It could well be.
So far, we've had no MPs elected from another party here. It's all Labour.
So if you don't displease,
have a look at
as many groups
We
as
Love
possible, you may
F1
end up
on
garnering
YouTube,
a few votes. But in traditional Labour heartlands,
if
they're
you want to
not
see Red Bull
harvesting
picks,
60-70% of the vote, which you'd think you'd be getting if people were really behind your programme. Now, that doesn't mean they won't be able to do anything. I'm hoping they will do. They're making good offers on the future of the railways, for instance. But on big issues in working class areas,
shut up, Lynch.
Council housing is what we need.
Yes, we do need council
social housing.
That's true.
I want people like Andy to be able to build tens of thousands of council houses under direct council control.
Yeah, but are they going to do that?
No, they won't.
They won't. Very bold in areas where traditional.
Chris Jones says this election is epic. It is a catastrophe.
The Tories have been bent over and are being roughly shafted from behind without lube at the moment.
Bolder in government and
no lube whatsoever.
And not even a reach around.
Exactly what they said
and they were not wined and dined first either.
They weren't.
So if you go
didn't even get taken out for dinner.
Part of the country, there is
how bad is that?
Andy's talked about it a lot.
Shocking.
Our railways need restructuring. Our health service needs investment.
I don't think the health service needs investment. I think
the middle management needs firing.
I think the health service needs restructuring.
We were in a much more perilous position.
See, the Tories are being lined up and whipped.
Look at the little red lead wall that they've built. See that?
It's like a little red semicircle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's like the start of a pluck. Or spot, as you would say in England.
Adam, I never thought it was going to be a hung parliament, and I thought people that were saying that were mad.
Who said it was going to be a hung parliament?
There was people saying it would be a hung parliament.
She's been very patient. She's in the studio. There she is. Hi.
You've still got to go south.
But I'm listening to the conversation.
Still got to see what happens down south.
Thank you very much indeed. What's
I am
your
tired.
view? What's your analysis
see what
of
happens
we've seen
down
so far
south.
this evening?
Are we going to get to see what happens down south? Because Christ.
We are seeing a lower turnout.
I don't think Christ is down there.
Labour is doing brilliantly.
See, Margaret Hodge is right. We're seeing a lower turnout, yet we're not seeing faster counts because of it.
A little bit to reform. And I think it'll get me to Mick's point, because I think what that reflects is how there really is no trust in politics. We've known about that for some time.
That's what the people in my little
after the
skit said. There was no
2001
trust
general
left
election
in
my own
politicians.
constituency
No,
at that time barking, because we had a low turnout.
People don't know who
And
to
what
vote
came
for.
out of that sort of focus groups and things that I did was that people were not voting, not because they were apathetic, but because they were angry. And what we're seeing now is
They are angry
with a Tory government for all the way that they behaved with impunity, lying and, giving contracts to their friends, giving peerages, honours, all those things to their mates.
God,
that has led to huge anger and distrust. Now, we've come in.
I don't know why.
Absolutely clear.
I just suddenly feel hungry.
That we'll only
because of what happened
within
earlier on, I didn't actually get to have a dinner.
And I think the worst thing we could
So-
possibly do.
Oh, right. So you're starving?
I'm not
Can I just say
starving,
this?
but
The worst thing we could possibly do is say, oh, we've got this great big majority. We're going to break trust with what we said in the manifesto and immediately, I don't know, unfunded promises, put up taxes. We're not going to do that. We're going to work slowly. We've all got a whole list of things
they're just
that we
going to do
know
everything
need
slowly
doing
so as we
in
don't
Britain.
notice them breaking everything in their manifesto. That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Aye, just do it slowly so as we don't notice.
remember, they've been
Oh,
extremely
look.
cagey in their manifesto.
Yeah, shiny over here. Don't
Natalie,
look at this
once
side.
again.
Taking tax. and what we
Natalie,
should get
Robert
in, and they've gone
Buckland.
up. So there's
After
a
he
40
loses his seat, the
billion
Conservatives
pound
are facing
gap between what
Armageddon.
HMRC
And
takes
it's going
from
to
us
be like a
and
group
what
of
people
bald
owe
men
HMRC.
fighting over a
If we
comb.
just get
And she
behind
says
that
that's the last
and
one and
close
good
that
night.
gap, which I
Good
think is
night.
really doable. That is just one of the ways that we can bring more money into the
having
public
elections
purse
about
for
tax.
public services.
This is what's wrong with this election. We cannot just keep having elections about tax where the agenda is set by the Daily Mail and the Telegraph. The Labour Party of all parties must set a vision. And what the people in Sunderland couldn't do in this election is make a list of what Labour is going to do in working class communities on the council estates. So if you look at the rolling back of the Green Revolution, they could have described
Remember
that
to
as a
hit the
way of
like button
renewing our
if you
inner
haven't
cities,
already.
renewing the
Very
council
important,
estates,
that.
getting people cheaper energy bills by refurbishing the housing stock. That's the kind of message that working people want to hear. And
Right,
they cannot
Nick, can I just
list, most people I've met will not be able to list what the Labour Party is actually going to do for the working class people of this country.
Margaret?
Can I have two
Uh-oh,
things? First of all,
what's
Mick,
happening?
if we put in more...
We got some holograms of Keith and Rishi outside number 10.
Outside 10.
Let me just give you
Why?
a vision. Let
Why?
me just tell you what just in those first steps.
That's
Think of a
uncanny,
child,
they're
a
so
baby
lifelike.
born, we've said we're going to have
You could always
100,000
reach out
more
and touch
places
them,
in
couldn't you?
nursery. That baby goes to primary schools. We've said we're going to have breakfast
what we
clubs.
got?
That child goes to
No,
secondary
it's like,
schools. We're going to have
these
6,500
ballot
more
papers are
teachers.
rubbish.
They then go on to
Somebody's been
apprenticeships.
scribbling
That's
on
going to
them.
grow. And finally, we are going to have 1.5 million more homes for young people. That is a vision. That's a vision. That is a vision.
These houses will be in the hands of private
Oh,
landlords
shut up,
who
Mick.
are the problem, and they won't be in the hands
well,
of
that's true.
councils such as and authorities such as Andy's. That's
But-
the message that Attlee had in 45.
You're just so negative, Mick. You're just so negative.
I'm
This
not
is going to be
negative.
this
I'm
is a
feeling
brand
upbeat
new...
because we got rid of the Tories, but you've got to have something to fill the vacuum, and that's why you're only getting 48%, where you should be getting
Let these guys
70%.
slug it out a bit. Go on, Margaret, go on.
70% of what? The people that turned out?
Who has said
Or-
that 1.5
maybe the vote.
million houses that we've promised to build will not be affordable? I completely agree with
Oh,
Mick.
Matthew
pizza
says,
Rob.
You look at any development...
Matthew says the cat at number 10 has already been told the son of a toolmaker is moving in.
We don't know how many
be a
will
part
be...
owner. The council should be the landlord, not these developers.
Actually, housing associations or council, as long as it's social...
Your
housing,
wife is still
and
going
price
strong here
people-
tonight.
and price
She is,
people-
she's doing
and-
well.
No, they haven't.
Has she been evicted? Well, she's got a point there. You know that Andy's getting evicted.
Mick, can I just say this to you? If you're
Did
a
you know that,
person in
Ben?
housing need, what you want is a decent
Yeah,
home.
she get evicted from the house.
If that is provided, if
Private
that is
landlord.
provided by a housing association
Twats.
or by a local
Yeah.
authority, that doesn't matter. What matters is you get a decent home at a price you can afford. And for you, you're putting
No, you can't.
This is
because I'm
fundamental.
very much
Housing associations are
fascinated to
front
hear a
people
party that
for
is
the
going to
developers.
literally have a landslide and you're arguing about what you want it to
No,
look
Mick
like.
Smith is a
Politics
millionaire,
about,
isn't
it?
he?
Arguing about the future
what's his,
and working out what you're going to do.
What's his name again?
If you just go into a bland, vanilla
Mick
election
Lynch.
campaign,
Mick Lynch.
you'll
He's
get
a millionaire,
working-class
isn't he?
communities
Of
that are not
course.
coming out.
Yeah.
We won.
And that's what's
we
happening.
won.
Yeah, he
We're
just
winning.
pretends to be a man of the
Arguments on
people.
the left.
Yeah, of course.
I think there's something in the middle here, though, because Margaret is saying 1.5 million homes, which is the commitment, Margaret, isn't it? And I support that. But that is to build homes at the level we've not built since the 1970s. And the reason why we were building 300,000 homes here in the 1970s is because we had a huge council house building programme. So I'm going to come in and say, I think I'm in the middle of the two of you here. I actually think you can. This will be a radical housing policy, to be honest with you, because I'll be knocking on Angela Rayner's door, Mick, and saying straight away,
It won't come to
in
pass.
Greater Manchester, we
It will
get
not
you
come
up
to
the rate
pass.
of building homes, but a big number of them will have to be
But
council
Andy, a
homes.
politician like you will come up with clever answers.
Apparently
like
they're
make the
moving to
pension
Scotland
funds
on
the
Channel
opposite
4 now.
Yeah, I see that. Tory
come
chair
forward with
result in
innovative
15 minutes,
bonds that are
apparently.
backed by the
Okay.
government that doesn't have to go on the government borrowing requirement.
Who
Nobody
is
is
the
coming
chair of the
forward
Tory
with bold
Party?
plans like that we are going to
Fucked if
restructure
I
our
know.
towns and cities in favour of
Yeah,
working
well, let's-
people.
It's
rather
getting
than
to the
putting
point of the
them
night
on
where
saying
you're going to
the
have to
commercial
ask me
development.
very simple questions.
Okay, old Billy.
Because you know, I'm
Rumours that
I'm older than
Stephen
John.
Flynn, up in the
Physically,
northeast,
yeah.
the leader
Yeah.
of the SNP in Westminster, had a big high profile over the last
Douglas
couple of
Ross,
years,
according
because
to
he gets those
Andy.
questions
Oh,
at,
yeah.
Minister's questions every week, is in trouble.
Aye,
Let's go
in-
to our correspondent,
in the SM.
Catherine
Aye,
Sampson.
no.
Catherine, what are you hearing?
In Scotland. Right, what's happening?
Yes, it's very early doors here in Glasgow. There were shrieks of excitement here when that exit poll
Sophie
dropped, predicting 10
Corcoran.
seats for
hold
the
on, Matt.
SNP. Now, some have been urging caution around the polling in Scotland, but no SNP figures at this count have been playing those numbers down. I have picked up a sense of anxiety around Stephen Flynn's seat, Aberdeen South. A source close to him saying they're not getting positive vibes, but it's too early to tell. I think that's at the moment a very even split. SNP, Conservatives and Labour. It's possible perhaps the Unionist vote splits and he comes through the middle, but there's definitely some nervousness there. A senior Scottish Labour source also telling me tonight he is 70% certain that Labour will take Joanna Cherry's seat. That is Edinburgh South West. Joanna Cherry, a very prominent figure in the party, leading the legal challenge against Boris Johnson's prorogation of Parliament. Also,
Oh my God, are we still doing that?
Dundee, yes, City, a really strong.
It's happened. It's over. It's
During the
done.
referendum, looking
Penny
tight.
Mordaunt's seat is too close to call, according to the exit poll.
Listen to this. This is a tweet from Sophie
Go on.
Corcoran.
Yeah, go on.
Mute this woman a sec, because
Yeah.
you need to drink this in, right?
Was it glorious?
I hope Reform voters regret what they have done. Enjoy your Labour MPs.
She's a wee daddy. She
Well,
really is.
well, I would say this to Sophie Corcoran. In the majority of the seats that have been declared so far, Reform have got double the vote the Conservatives have. So I hope the Conservative voters regret what they have done.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Labour MPs.
Yeah, well,
The
that's
elections
true.
over the past few years, it's always
The
felt
same
almost
could be
like a foregone
said.
conclusion,
That's
such
all
as
I'm
the
saying.
Yeah,
the
it could.
SNP. Tonight, everything feels different and everything feels very much up in the air.
Catherine, can you also just tell us what the Conservative story is in Scotland? I mean, Douglas Ross, before the election, was predicting that they would take seats.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at some
Yeah.
exit poll predictions as well, there's a sense that some of them were saying the
She's not biased, is she?
Not at all. Not at all.
Scottish Conservatives figures about that, and they say, look, that is just
Oh,
not
God.
really realistic. That is not going to happen. It's not impossible, though, that the Scottish Conservatives can hold on to the numbers they have Now, the Scottish Conservatives have always
What?
here traded
What have they
on
got?
that kind
Like
of anti-SNP
three?
vote, pro-union vote. So again, some seats to look out for. I think they're particularly going to be focused on their strongholds, which are in rural areas. The south of Scotland, there's 3 seats down there, and the northeast of Scotland too.
Yeah.
Catherine Sampson, thank you very
About
much. We'll be
6
back
seats,
soon.
I think, the Tories hold.
This isn't a result, but we are just hearing. Sorry, Roy. Before I tell you that the Lib Dems believe they have won Tunbridge Wells, which would be overturning a 15,000-seat majority. The Liberal Party had that in 1906. It has not been Lib Dem before. And this is Greg Clark's old seat. I mean, very briefly, I think Ian Dale, the LBC journalist and presenter, was standing in that seat. Maybe he had a sort of wise word to get out.
I think he had unfortunately, a recording turned up saying how much he disliked Tunbridge Wells, which never helps when you're trying to...
Well, Nigel Farage said that about Clacton.
Yes.
He's going to win.
So what are we thinking?
So Johnny John reckons the Tories might increase their seats by 2. Well, that would be a substantial increase in Scotland for the Tories, because they didn't have a lot to start with.
They used to look at the southwest as their base, and some of them always said, well, it was a bit uncomfortable, that, on the whole, because it was...
Yeah, these guys are pretty boring, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, they're far... I tell you what, at least Sky... I don't know.
I've got to give it to them. Sky's probably at the best, you know?
Well, they are, because Beth Rigby's so easy to take the piss out of.
Yeah.
I think that really is what it is. I'm just gonna. This is Sophie Corcoran's last tweet in the last 2 hours. Usually she doesn't shut up.
No.
So she must be very, very upset, right?
Oh yeah, she'll be crying into her, I don't know, soup or whatever.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rob says Prince Charles has already booked his farmer in for a coffee.
This was 15 hours ago. I don't know if you can see that there.
Yeah.
But that is young Sophie holding a Vote Conservative placard. I don't think it's gone very well for her tonight. Do you, John?
No, I don't think it ever was going to, mate. I don't think it ever was.
Well, no, and the thing is,
still waiting on more seats being declared. Right, sorry, carry on.
The thing is, she must have known that this was coming, because I've been predicting this since the beginning of this election campaign. In fact, every prediction I have made so far has come to pass. That's because you can just see the writing on the wall. You can absolutely see.
To be fair, mate, it's not been a hard one to call, has it?
No, it's not been a hard one to call at all. I mean, I said that turnout would be lower. It has been.
Yeah.
I said that there would be a supermajority, essentially, for Labour. That's what's projected right now.
So the question is, why is France having like a massive turnout for theirs, the best they've had in 40 years for their elections, and yet we are having this dismal, just over 50% people turning up to vote?
I knew there's not an appetite for it right now.
Yeah, but
There's
why
an appetite?
Why's France got that appetite?
Because France...
Because it's the same thing. They want rid of Macron. And our country wants rid of the Tories. So why are the people not going out to vote? Is it because there is no credible party to really oppose the Tories or other Labour?
I think that really could be the answer, John. I do. I really think that could be the answer. I do not believe that there is a credible opposition or a credible leadership in this country.
Yeah, and Farage is the nearest that's come to it, and he's come to the party too late.
Well, you know, people can have a go at me, but I've also said that do we trust Nigel Farage? And the fact of the matter is, I don't trust anyone that willingly wants to be a member of Parliament.
We've always said that. In fact, I've always said anyone who actively seeks office should be disbarred from holding it.
I mean, this is a man, Nigel Farage, who has run 7 times previously and lost, and yet keeps going. Now, I'm not saying that he is, bad or evil or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm completely indifferent to him. But what I am saying is that I don't trust politicians, especially in the current climate. Now, he's saying some of the right things. He's saying, certainly things that resonate with me, like a push for proportional representation, getting rid of net zero, all of this sort of stuff. It absolutely resonates with me. But
yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Realistically, in reality, first of all, would that stuff ever get implemented? Who knows? I just don't know. And I don't understand. I saw this concerted sort of cheerleading on social media, especially over the last week, saying that, Nigel might be Prime Minister on Friday.
No,
but that was never going to happen.
That's Denslow for some reason keeps saying what he keeps posting. I think it's just for clicks and likes. How would you feel if this man was Prime Minister? How did that switch to Channel 4?
It's been on Channel 4 the whole time, mate.
Oh, has it? Right. Okay. Well, I'm failing with my role. Great words coming from the chat.
Yeah.
John and Ben do a great job. Most fun I've had on selection night from Matthew Blackman. Rob Bruce says, what did Rob Bruce say? Thanks, Ben and John, for putting this show on tonight. It makes fun. Well, thank you for turning up.
Yeah, well, thank you for turning up. And, I also saw that Matt shared it out on Twitter, so I appreciate you for doing that. And if anybody else wants to share it out all over their social media, it doesn't have to just be Twitter. It could be anywhere. Please do. Adam says, so overall, Labour have gained +1 seat so far, and Tories have lost -1. So it could all change. Rob Bruce expected a news blackout of the largest boats crossing coming. Oh, yeah. Can we? Oh, she's the one that got elected first tonight, isn't she? She was the first one.
Who's that?
We now have 7 Labour seats.
Oh, that's what's something. Why are they not showing us them coming up? I mean, that just appeared there.
I'm guaranteeing
they've not got cameras there, have they?
Well, they're not going to have 650 count holes with cameras in.
Why not?
Because you know the sort of resources that would take.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
But when we get the breaking, this has been declared, that has been declared, because they can still do that.
All the stuff will be down south. It's when we start getting the down south.
Yeah, Andy Burnham's still there. Burnham's still there.
He's on a job interview as well, I think.
I think you could be right. I think he is on a job interview. Ruth Davidson's still there.
She's on a job interview.
Oh, look at all the accounts that do have cameras, though.
Yeah.
Jeez, unmute that a sec.
There's quite a few, isn't it?
Oh, I've got an update for that, actually, from a Labour source. It's literally just come in.
Yeah.
It's looking difficult for us in Islington North. So that's the latest I've got.
That would be Jeremy Corbyn's seat, people.
For Labour in Islington North. So that's suggesting that perhaps Corbyn might take it. So first I had two.
Corbyn's an independent, isn't he?
He is.
It's looking difficult for us, so let's see.
Let's see.
Douglas Murphy says we don't have leaders, we have people that won't pass responsibility to other entities because they don't know how to lead.
Yeah.
Or don't want to.
There were 2 results in from the northeast of England that put reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection.
Keep your
unbelievable.
done.
And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media
and Widdicombe's on Channel 4
just as much as our political parties.
You haven't won a seat yet either.
6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Just to clarify, Mr. Farage, if I may, and I'll be chatting to you later on, and I will correct you then. You said no Reform people have been interviewed by the media.
No, he didn't say that
this evening. I think
he
you'll
said
find
none
that
are
we
on
did we
the
not?
TV.
We did extensively.
Yes, Mr. Ball was his name. Mr. Ball, I think his name was.
David.
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Andrew Ledson's joined us. Hello.
You know what?
Goodness.
Nigel does appear to have had a haircut. You're correct, Adam. Oh my God, it's Ledsome.
We need to regroup. We're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to do it quickly.
I think there's a very clear message for
Why
us.
is Farage
from
trying to pick a fight
lots
with
of people
MSN at this
who
moment in time
certainly
when
from
he
where
should be
I've been around the
magnanimous in
country,
victory?
Well, it's that we've not been
Well, he's not actually
properly
had any
conservative
proper
enough.
No,
victory
And I
yet.
don't
well, see,
actually
yes, I
think
know, but
in the end we'll see huge
we knew he
enthusiasm
wasn't
for
going to
Labour,
get a
but
huge
I think
number
a lot
of
of people are
seats,
very
but he's
angry with the
got a big
Conservatives. I think
part of the
Reform
vote.
have done very
So
well
that's
out
the
of it because
victory
there's
he was
been
talking
a
about.
protest. I think
Yeah.
a lot
And
of
he's got
Conservatives
that.
have gone to reform in
He's,
lots
or
of
he's
areas,
getting it.
and we're going to have to rethink. You know, it's fantastic that we
No
live in this
shit.
democracy. You know, just 5 years ago, everyone was saying, oh, Labour's going to have to wait 10 years before they even get a chance at government again. But here we are, just
Yeah,
5
well, we
years
didn't
on,
think the Tories would
and
fuck
the
it up
people
so
have spoken, and it's
comprehensively,
great that they can
did we?
do that, and there's a smooth transition.
And
of
you're
power,
part of
so
that,
they can-
Lidson.
What does not being
You're part of
conservative
that.
mean to you in a second, Trevor?
So, you know, there's lots of things.
And don't forget,
People
guys, if you
feel
haven't
we've
already
not
hit the
dealt
like
with
button,
the
please. It
issues
really
that
helps us in
concern
the
them.
algorithm.
Migration, I think, has been a big issue, something that the Reform Party has benefited from a lot. People are worried about the sharing of
change the
scarce
show
resources,
title.
the cost of living,
What to?
the number of people
just
they
gonna
feel
change
are
it.
arriving
Yeah,
unfairly to this
feel
country.
free.
There's a lot of people who
But
have
just election results
concerns
live.
about frankly, the turnover of leadership
Instead of
in
live-
the Conservative
live
Party. I
results.
think a lot of us will
Well,
agree
yeah.
that kind
I'll
of
keep the
turmoil
results
is not
on.
helpful to government. But also, I think, you know, since
So we've got a
2010...
Prime Minister who's a Brexiteer who
Yeah.
also wanted to put people on planes and send them to Rwanda.
Yep, absolutely,
So?
but it didn't happen. And yeah, no, I completely agree. He's a Brexiteer. I'm a Brexiteer too. But the fact is, government is very
Are
difficult.
you though,
We've had
Andrea?
some incredibly difficult issues to deal with over the
She
last
says she
14
is, anyway.
years.
Matthew
And
Blackman
actually,
says, just
in
seen a
lot of areas, you
screenshot
know,
from
we've got
GB
higher
News saying
employment, 4
police
million more
have
people
attended a count in
employment
Glasgow
now. We've
after
got
allegations of
huge
election
achievements
fraud.
in net zero. We've got
Cool.
fantastic over 5.5
Good old
million new
Scotland.
apprenticeships for young
bringing the
people,
place into
2.5 million new
disrepute
homes.
already.
So there's a lot
Good
of
old
things to be
Scotland.
proud
The
of.
country feels broken.
And
It feels
I
like
don't
you've
disagree.
broken. It feels like Conservatives have broken the country, broken the railways, broken the water system, sewage everywhere. That's how it feels to people.
Sewage
They wouldn't
everywhere.
recognise you reeling off.
Hold
those
on a minute,
achievements.
Andy.
Everyone just feels
I totally
the
agree.
country's gone
What
backwards
city
under
was
the
it
Tories.
you're
I
mayor
agree
of?
that's how people feel, and that's why, as I say,
Manchester.
we need to regroup and
that right?
rethink.
Yes,
And
Mayor
it's
of Manchester.
Very clear
Yeah.
that in this
And that's
Go and
not-
watch a
country of
Charlie
ours,
Veach
the people
video.
will speak,
That's not
and I
broken,
think
is
we will
it?
see
Go
Not
and watch a
much.
Charlie
Yeah,
Veach
I know. I've
video.
actually seen some Charlie
Government
Veach
is
videos.
increasingly difficult.
You know,
Okay,
the
Trevor
main
and then
square, he calls
Yeah,
it
I
Cracky
mean,
Gardens.
Let's
Yeah.
not be too abstract about this.
Cracky
Let's say
Garden.
people have spoken and they've
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
one
good
thing,
job.
we don't
Good.
fancy
Oh, look,
Tories.
look, the
And
little
the other
ring.
thing they
The
said
little
is
ring's
we
expand.
like
It's
look
like
of reform rather
it's
than
like a
going
ringworm.
to Labour. I mean, it's possible that actually the combined Labour and Tory vote.
There's
this
Count
time will
Binface.
be the
Did you see
lowest
that?
for more than
Was Count
60.
Binface just on the
What do you-
screen?
Yeah,
what do you
yeah.
think is
Where's he
going on
standing
there?
this year?
And what do you
Oh, I
have to
don't
do
know.
about it?
Adam, where's Count
Yeah,
Binface
so
I
standing?
imagine
That
wherever
is
the Prime
something
Minister
for
There
the
he is,
is.
there he
coming
is.
weeks and
Look.
months ahead. But it's absolutely right. It looks very early hours, but it
Do you remember when
look as
Count-
though
well, Count
reform,
Binface appears to
that
have a
party of
sidekick?
protest
He
has
does,
really
huh?
touched
He's
a
got
nerve
a
with
he's got a
people,
sidekick.
people who are sick
I think
of
Count
an
Binface appears
incumbent
to have a
government that they feel
multicoloured
hasn't
haired
met their
sidekick.
requirements. They don't have enthusiasm for Labour. I have huge concerns about Labour myself, but it does look as though the surge in reform has been enough to significantly give Labour a huge majority. I think there's a lot of questions for Labour about what they're going to do.
I think there's a lot of questions for you guys about why you didn't take it seriously.
Make things
Yeah.
better. And I
Because
think
you should have
voters
taken it
felt the same.
seriously.
They've concluded the same. They don't see Labour having the answers. So they're voting for reform
hang
as
on a
well.
minute.
Can
Hold on a
somebody else
second,
do
Andy.
it?
400 and...
Hold on
Yeah,
a
no,
second, Andy.
not
Hold
to
on.
take away from it,
Hold on a
Andy,
second,
but
Andy.
it's
Just
not
let me say Gateshead
Who's
Central
this?
and Wickham are Labour hold, Beth.
Can we just go back to
Who's
the
this dude?
campaign and let's just go
Gateshead
back
and
to
Central
where the
Wickham are
party is,
Labour
because
hold, people.
On these
Oh.
projections, it's the worst performance.
devastating.
Richmond
for
and Northallerton
Central
constituency is Count
You were
Binface.
furious
And
about
Adam,
the
where
campaign
is
being
Rishi
the election being
Sunak
called when
standing?
it was called, weren't you?
He's in Yorkshire somewhere, isn't he?
He lives in Yorkshire, but is he standing in
As a
Yorkshire?
health minister, I just launched this dental recovery plan, which is way better than Labour's offer. I was about to launch a progress update
So the Gateshead
on
Central,
Family
once
Hubs and
again,
Start
look
to
at the
Life,
reform
absolutely
vote.
integral part of what I see as
It's once
as a
again,
way to
it's
really
double
improve our
nearly
society. So
the
for me
Conservative
personally,
vote.
I felt
Yep.
there were some
Yeah,
things
it's-
I was desperate to get out the door.
Conservatives
so, yes, I was
minus
angry, but, equally, I do
21.5%.
completely understand this is a very personal decision for any Prime Minister. The
Matthew
timing
Blackman
has to
says Rishi
weigh
is
up
Richmond,
all
no?
sorts of different considerations.
Because Count
Rishi's
Binface,
Richmond.
well, Count Binface usually stands against wherever the Prime Minister is standing.
Gateshead Central. I mean, look
So-
at the 21% down.
It's Richmond, Yorkshire, yeah.
And
Yeah,
look what's
so
happening
Count
with reform.
Binface is
This
standing
Gateshead
against
Central
the Prime
and
Minister.
Wycombe Labour's vote
Always
down a little
does.
bit as well. Tories are fourth there. Look at that. Tories are fourth in Gateshead Central.
They're
and
done.
Wycombe.
Wow.
The Conservatives are done.
You're going to have to give
Oh, they
serious
are,
thought
they
about
are.
what you're going to do about reform.
I totally agree. I mean, that
And
is
you know
for
what?
the
You know
days
when
and
they
weeks ahead, is
when
to
they threw
consider
this.
How is it that in effect
You know exactly
we
when
have
they threw
led
it
to
was
people
when
voting
they
for
ousted
what is a protest
Kwarteng
party?
and
It's come
Truss.
out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's when they threw this, but then they also they guaranteed their defeat with the announcement of national service. They guaranteed it.
Yeah, forget that. But they threw this when Rishi Sunak ousted Truss.
Reverting back to the
Yeah, and
Conservatives,
because
saying that
the
they
Conservative
wanted to
Party
back
members
the
voted for Liz Truss.
Exactly.
Okay?
But nevertheless,
They
the
voted
fact
for
is
her,
that their
and
vote
Rishi
was
Sunak
not
lost that
a
vote. Then
hard
he
vote. It wasn't
instigated a
very
coup
clear
in
manifesto.
conjunction with the
There's all
Bank
sorts
of Bloody
pledges that,
England.
a bit like the Lib Dems,
Yeah,
people thought,
and
well,
his
we can
pals,
safely vote
and
for
his
them
pals
because
in
they're
the
never gonna have
city,
to.
and to bring down what was actually a Conservative fucking
sort of taken reform on a bit more than you did. It felt to me,
Yes,
watching from the
you're right,
sidelines, that
Andy.
you were kind of frightened of them.
Right,
and
I'm
you
going to
wouldn't
go and
sort
get
of
some
call
water.
them out as Conservative.
You go and get some water. I shall
minute.
hold down the fort. I shall hold
In
down the
hindsight,
fort.
we should have gone after reform much more in the early days. But genuinely, again, that's hindsight. And I
Look,
think at the time,
hindsight is
the
2020,
plan was to
Andrea.
really
And
make
you
the
should have
appeal on the
taken
grounds of what the
Farage
Conservatives have to
and
offer.
reform
as you know,
seriously.
A lot of
Look
the
what's
campaign was
happened
about,
here.
You know, we will cut your taxes, Labour will raise your
Andy,
taxes.
money
so
of course
very clear
leads to money.
dividing lines between us and the
Of course it
traditional
does.
party of opposition.
And what do you think
And so,
all
yes,
of
I
this
think in
is at
hindsight,
the end
we
of
will
the
be
day?
thinking, wow, we should have gone after reform voters much more than we did.
Well, I mean,
Starting a
I was
war
gonna-
with
I
a
was gonna
major
ask whether
nuclear
it's that
power and
wise,
making laws to ensure they
looking at
send
the
your
trends
kids
to come
isn't
on
a
and
vote
dismiss
winner. Who
reform
knew?
in this way. But I want to ask you about a specific
Well,
question
Matthew,
about your own
the second they
constituency.
announced that,
According to the
I
exit
came on
poll, it
Chasing
looks
Dissent and I
like
said
it will
they're
have
purposely
gone.
trying
And
to
one of the
lose.
interesting things about
They
your
are
constituency-
purposely trying to lose this election, and I was right.
It's 10th in the
Okay.
list of
Rob says
mortgage
turnout
holders.
in
I mean, a lot of
Newport
people
East
don't
is
know
down
that.
sharply
And I
on
noticed one name that
2019,
hasn't been
reports
mentioned
Nick Thomas,
tonight is
with a
Liz
drop
Truss.
of 10 percentage points from 60% to 50%. I said it would be a low turnout
really
year. Every
lead to
prediction
punishment for the
I have
Tories.
made so far.
So first
coming.
of all, my hopes
coming
are very
true.
high for South Northamptonshire. It's a fabulous constituency. We've been very busy this weekend. We've got the
Adam
British Grand
says you
Prix
are
there
right, Ben.
just
Well,
coming up.
of
I was
course.
talking to some
Rob says the last predicted
constituents and
local
their
result is
friends in the
Monmouthshire
pub
at
just this evening,
4:30
having just
a.m,
voted.
where
And
Secretary
people
of
there
State
were
for
saying,
Wales,
we're
David
sticking
T.C.
with the
Davis,
Conservatives,
is
but you
fighting
do
to
need
retain
change. So
his
that,
seat.
That is very clear to me. I have high hopes. We had a great candidate
Reform
there.
UK have been
But,
promoted as
to your
populist
point
alternative and then
about
demonised
Liz
when they
Truss,
get
has
too
she been a
popular.
big
Well,
factor?
of course,
I
that was
think
the
undoubtedly
idea.
Yes. I
But
think actually
it's
what Labour have done very
backfired
well is to somehow make out
spectacularly.
that the whole cost
It
of living
really
crisis, you know,
has.
the impact of Putin's invasion of Ukraine and energy bills going through the roof was all about Liz Truss's mini budget, which isn't true. And the Bank
Liz
of England
Truss's
quite
mini
clearly, when I was
budget
on the Treasury Committee,
did not
made
crash the
quite clear
economy.
That, that was a blip. The Liz Truss
A
mini
coup
budget
from
was a
Rishi
blip. But
Sunak,
Labour
the
have
Bank
made
of England,
absolutely
and
fair
city
enough.
bankers
They made great
crashed the
political
economy and
hay out of it.
blamed
Lib Democrats,
Liz
it
Truss's
looks
mini
as though
budget.
they're projected
That's
to
what
do
happened.
very well this evening, potentially 61 seats according to the exit poll. We've just had some new images in of the man himself.
A Liberal Democrat.
A Liberal Democrat. And my goodness me, what a campaign he had.
Yeah, he's lost a bit. He must have
He's not. Why isn't he in a puddle?
Why isn't he in a puddle? I actually like that. That was good.
House of Commons when he gets back.
That was
we
good.
like giving people nicknames, don't we? When we're
Yeah,
in the
we do,
Commons.
we do.
I think people will refer to him from now on as the honourable member for Alton Towers.
I'm
think.
also being told,
nice, I
actually,
like
from Lib Dem sources that they think they're going to take Esher,
Hold
which
on.
is Dominic Raab's former seat, and
It
also
is, yeah.
Harpenden, which has been Conservative for a century. Andrew, I wanted to ask you something about, you've talked
So that was
about learning
Ed
lessons
Davies
the
getting in the
future
car and
direction
heading
of the
towards the
party.
count.
You
Old Liberal
obviously
Democrat Ed
stood
Davies.
for leadership
Yeah.
yourself. You also backed Penny Mordaunt and ran her leadership
Yes.
campaign. What do you want for the leadership of
Liz
the party
Truss
for the future? Do
won.
you think
That's
if
what
Penny
the
holds her seat,
party
it should be her?
wanted.
Where do you
The
think
party
should go,
chose
Andrew?
Truss.
So obviously, The night is
What we're
yet
talking
young,
about now.
literally and figuratively. There's a long way to go.
Andrea Leadsom
before
here
those
actually
sorts
ran
of
Penny Mordaunt's
considerations-
leadership campaign
I'm a
during
big
that
fan of
time.
Penny,
Yeah, that went well.
as
She
you
may not
rightly
keep her
say.
seat.
Julie
And
says
that
she
is
can't stay
one
awake,
key
guys.
question.
Need my
You know,
bed.
I went
Night.
to help
Oh,
her for a day, and
Good
she has a lot
night.
of support.
good night,
There's a
and
lot
thank
of
you for
people
joining
who are
us for this long.
rooting
We
for her,
appreciate
who are
it.
trying to make sure she does get over the line. I do think it will need to be someone from the centre-right. I think our country is a country of, you know,
Something to my
of thoughtful and honourable
I'm having a little
people
scroll
who
through
are
Twitter.
extremely tolerant until pushed, and clearly in recent months and possibly
was a
years they
mistake.
have been pushed, they have felt pushed. But centre-right is where we
I'm being
need to
told
be.
I have to let you go.
What have I done?
Please do, Andy.
Seems
What
to
have
be
you done?
underestimating, doesn't it? There's a shy Tory thing going on.
Yeah.
Maybe Penny
John, are
Mordaunt
you
might
trying
be-
to engage in
I've got to let you
autoerotic
go.
asphyxiation?
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't
see.
think he
Some
can
shit.
hear me,
Thank you,
We'll
which is
We'll find out, we'll
hilarious.
find out. We'd love to talk to you for longer, but we have to let you go, I'm told. Thank you very much. It's great to see you.
Andy,
Great to see you.
if you
Thank
don't know what
9 seats
autoerotic
are up for
asphyxiation
grabs
is,
in Birmingham,
don't look it up.
undoubtedly most of them.
Just don't look it up.
Will be Labour, given what we're looking at with the election, with the exit poll, I should say,
what's
but we'll have to
happening?
wait and see.
Nothing,
Gaza,
John.
a big
Nothing's
issue.
happening
Becky
at
standing
all.
You're
by.
laughing at me.
I know that you've got lots of questions as far
I
as
done
that
a
is
Joe
concerned.
Biden. I get
And
caught
covered.
up in my
Right,
equipment.
Becky, 9 counts, I think.
Shall
in
I tell him?
Birmingham.
Shall I tell him
Talk
what
us
I
through
asked?
What's happening at the moment?
What did you ask?
I did ask if you were engaging in autoerotic asphyxiation.
Yes, the vote's
Just
still
about,
being
mate.
counted here.
Just
We've not been
about.
given a sort of estimated time
Look, we've
of
got a
first
line-
declaration.
we've got a line room,
I
mate.
told Andy not to look it up. I told you not to look it up.
And that's
Don't
been
lie.
a really interesting contest when we talk about the effect of Gaza and the views
Oh,
of Muslim
get out
voters
of here.
going into this election. Look, the political parties, particularly
What?
Labour, were
Hold
aware
on.
that
See
their
that
policy,
interactive map?
the
Ben,
failure as
Ben.
Yeah.
seen by
See this?
many
See
Muslim
this? In
voters
fact,
of
let me
Labour to
just.
call
Right, can you see that?
I can.
Can you point to that map where Gaza is?
No, I can't, John. No,
No,
I can't.
I couldn't either, mate. I couldn't find it on the map.
Now, before people start laying into us about that, this is about our country. This is about the people who govern us.
Safe Labour seats
Yeah.
would potentially prove
Why?
difficult, and
I
so
just
it's
don't
proven
understand why
Birmingham
Gaza
Labour
would
Now,
be
that is
on the
seat
agenda.
Of Shadow Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood. Now, last time around, 2019, despite the fact it was a Tory landslide, she won 80% of the vote in Birmingham Ladywood. That should be a completely safe seat, but actually it was one of the seats, one of the 16 key seats seen as Labour to be ones to worry about because of this issue over Gaza, because of high Muslim populations, and one of the seats that they've ploughed a huge amount of resources into.
Can we
to
see
try
some
to
more
keep that
results
seat,
now? Can these
for
people
Shabana
hurry up and
Mahmood,
count
a
these
key
votes?
ally of Keir Starmer.
I
Now,
mean,
I'm
it's
hearing
court.
from
It's
Labour
20 past
sources
1 in the
they
morning.
think she will have
Yeah.
done it.
Yeah,
they
but
think it's
see, the
going to be
problem is
close,
it's
and
only
that's
the
because
little
we've had a
ones that
man,
come out
Ahmed
first.
Yaqub, who's
Look,
come in
Adam,
as
I
an
also
independent
imagine
candidate.
Gaza is
He's
in the
well
pub.
known, he's a local
Gaza
lawyer
lives in the
area.
pub. Actually, I think he's sober now,
Problematic
isn't he?
views, some people would
Oh,
say.
Paul
He was recorded
Gascoigne.
on a podcast
Is he?
seemingly
I think
joking
so.
about
Boring.
violence against women, something that he's apologised for, but he
Oh.
is
Rob
well
says the
known,
first
and he has managed to
expected
garner
Gwent
support
declaration times
very
are
specifically
Caerphilly and
campaigning on the
Newport
issue
West
of Gaza.
and
So that's
Ilswyn
gonna be
at
a really
2:30.
interesting one to watch,
You
and I
want to
think
see
particularly
GB News?
the
Tom's
percentage
on.
of vote for Labour and whether that suffers in areas where we have a high Muslim population, such as Birmingham Ladywood.
Okay.
Hi, Becky.
Who
Yes,
wants to
that-
watch
that
Tom
issue
Harwood?
seems to have become a very big one. By the way,
Why
Kate
would
just
you
stepped
even
out for a
ask? I'm
moment, so I now
actually
have all the
offended
power.
that
So
you
let
would
me
ask me that question.
about
I'm
the
offended, John.
issue
Maybe
in
you
Birmingham.
should
There are,
go
I
and
think,
engage in
7,
autoerotic
8, 9
asphyxiation.
constituencies
The
which are amongst
that's
the top,
just for the sake of
constituencies
YouTube. That
for
was
proportion
a
of
joke.
Muslims. Is that something that they are
I'm
talking
just,
about
Yes, it
in
was.
the count tonight?
I'm just. I think the tiredness is catching up with me.
Are you getting there? Are you?
Absolutely. And look,
We got
know,
another
I mean,
2.5
Jess
hours of this, John.
Another
I know.
Birmingham MP.
You might
Birmingham Yardley,
want to
she
go and
had
get yourself another
step
coffee.
down from the shadow cabinet and over Gaza, and that's because she knows that for her
Shut up
constituents,
a bit.
she knew that a
Freaking
large
Gaza.
percentage of them
Just
were
go and get
Muslim,
go and get
and
yourself
a
another
large
coffee,
percentage of
John.
them were
Why does she
unhappy
keep talking
with the
about
stance
Gaza?
that Labour
because
was taking
I
on
don't know.
Gaza, and that's why,
Johnny and John
Labour is
says, truth be told, I'm here multi-tab until the bin face moment.
We are
The
expecting
first expected
Labour
Gwen
to win certainly the 9
LBC
seats
right
that are
now.
being
Oh, he's on
counted here
LBC.
tonight, and
Not
we
Tom
want them
Hardy,
back from
Andy.
the Tories, then
Not
we'll
Tom
not
Hardy.
in 2019,
Jeez.
but we're not
That,
expecting
right,
them
that's
to
it.
win
Put
the
on
same
GB
share of
News
vote
to
as
show
they won
her
last time, despite the
Show
national
your wife, Tom Harwood.
That is because we are expecting
yeah, okay.
Muslim voters to punish Labour. We've got a couple of...
All right, there is there's GB News.
Parties have done this all the time.
What are you saying then, Kwasi? He deserves to lose.
There's Kwasi Kwarteng.
To win.
You'll see him
But
in
the
a
party should
second.
not, and I'm going to, stick my neck out, and I'm not going to pretend.
Come on,
that,
Kwasi.
that everything's rosy.
That
around
not James
Derby,
Cleverly?
because that should never happen again.
But don't
we
you
should
think?
not be presenting
Don't you
local
think?
candidates.
Don't you
with
think
just
also there's
local parties with one candidate?
You can't fucking help yourself, can you?
The chicken run.
Where's
so
Tom
it's
Harwood
it's
gone?
not unusual for people who go in the
Who's that
chicken
stood?
run to get a bad result. The problem
He's
here
been
is that
drinking.
He did that, and he also appeared to do it.
He does appear to have been drinking. Yeah.
He's been drinking.
So I don't know what I'm sure that Labour,
What's
local
in
party
that
is
cup, dude?
If my local party had been presented with one candidate and no choice, they would have been up in arms.
Seriously.
I like him. He's quite well spoken.
Put the camera on Harwood so we can get off this insufferable crap.
Show me Harwood.
With the Basildon and Billericay, it's been held by the Conservatives.
Billericay.
He's not even there. He's not even there.
He was there, right? I would have lied to you.
Departed the seat.
Yes.
Where is Billericay? Is Billericay not in Ireland?
Has anyone else bloody declared yet?
No.
Come on. Get off this crap. Just get off this crap.
Yeah, I'm off it. There we go.
Wickham.
Projections 51% for Labour, a little bit lower on the result, but I think that's kind of within the realms of what you might expect within the realms of
The Greens haven't been a big feature of the campaign here in Gwent, but Nick Thomas reports that the candidate in Newport East is feeling upbeat, though not expecting to win.
Who's upbeat?
A little bit worse.
The Green candidate in Newport.
No, but who's upbeat and why is he feeling her?
Conservatives a little bit better. And
go and make a coffee, John.
Boom, boom. Try the scampi. He'll be here all week.
You're seeing.
Yeah, I think I might go and make a coffee.
Some deviations in some of the patterns. So
Andy,
for instance,
he's gone.
Gateshead,
He's
we
gone.
can also look at some of the
Tom Hardy is gone.
here.
If you want to see
And
Tom
again,
Hardy, go watch a
when
Venom
we
movie.
Kind of take some of those facets. These are the kinds of things basically in the exit poll.
Adam,
These are the
it's-
kinds of data points that a lot of the modelers
I'm
will
trying
look at
here.
to try and work out whether
I'm
there's any
trying
patterns.
to
Well,
keep
definitely
this
when
on
it comes
track.
to the Leave vote,
I'm trying.
that is one of the things that's been borne out here. But final thing I just want to
Adams
kind
is
of,
interesting. Rishi
underline.
Sunak has handed a
Have a look at this.
knighthood
This is
to
just,
Tory
again, showing you
Minister
the exit poll
Alistair Jack,
numbers,
who
but
admitted
giving you a
placing
sense
3
of what
bets
it
on
would
the
mean
election day
for
just
the
an hour
picture,
before polls closed in the
of
general
UK. And what
election.
we've done is we've taken all those hexes. Each of these represents a constituency across the UK. I know it's not geographically accurate, but it gives you
That's,
a bit of a sense of where these constituencies
Seems like corruption to
are.
me.
And broadly speaking, look, that's what we're talking about if we're talking about Labour having 410 seats, so getting towards that Blair majority, well over the line that the Labour Party would need to get to, well over that line.
Yeah, well,
and the Conservative Party.
Once again,
really
it's going to be on.
shadow
It's a
from
low
the south.
turnout election, and it's going to
If
be
you
on a
see it
low
there, as the
percentage of the
Conservative
vote.
Party,
But they're going to
131
fucking win.
seats Based on the exit
I'm
poll.
sorry
As
for
I say,
swearing, but
these exit poll numbers are looking pretty
I just find that the first past the post
and
system so offensive.
One way we can do that is by looking at the results versus what actually happened. And again, here's a little sneak preview of that. Okay, we've had a few constituencies so far. There's Newcastle, there's Washington, there's Swindon South, there's Sunderland Central. And this is just tracking the reform vote.
So, for
in
those
these
who might be just jumping in, John has gone to
versus
make a
what
coffee.
the exit poll was
He
suggesting.
will be back.
And actually, in these constituencies so far at least, Reform doing a wee bit worse than the exit poll suggested. Remember, the exit poll talking about 13 Reform MPs by the end of this process. And broadly speaking, they're not doing quite as well in the actual results. But like I say, it's early days, and we're talking really about a small number of constituencies. And as we get more constituencies, we'll update that. And I want to show you that as well.
It's 25 past 1. We should have more. Labour hold Cramlington, apparently. Yep, there we go. And South Shields as well.
So, I'm just been told by Isla that the Reform is second and the Conservatives under 20% in all of the North East constituencies so far.
That's exactly it. And I mean, looking for instance, so
exactly.
that was Gateshead. We'll bring Gateshead back.
They are wiping out the
these are the actual
Conservative
numbers.
people.
Just look at those numbers. I mean, what we are seeing.
And the Conservatives can't claim to be
map, with the
in second place.
Down in fourth place and Reform there.
Reform's
with
Gordon
21,
Fletcher received
0.4% in
9,454 votes in second.
South Shields, same pattern.
South
Tories
Shields as
fourth.
well. I didn't load that on.
Tories
before.
fourth in
I know,
South
'cause
Shields.
it's only just come
that
in.
just come just now?
So it's
Okay.
breaking news for you. South Shields, Labour winning, Labour hold, I should say.
Labour hold.
Reform second, the Conservatives into fourth place, very much like we see in both of them. Beaten by the Greens, Ed Davey is just arriving at his count.
There he goes, look, there he goes. There's Ed.
As we were saying earlier.
Like I say, he has probably played the most blinder of a campaign. He's actually had fun with it, and he's shown people he's a human being.
I think it's fair to say he's had a good campaign. Clapton, apparently the turnout there just below 60%.
I've got
Wow, that's actually quite a good turnout in comparison to other constituencies.
Well, Keir Starmer, 54%.
54% turnout.
You know, you'd
It'd be
think
hilarious if
Farage
Keir Starmer
could
didn't get elected
big
in his
gatherings to have a
constituency.
turnout
Just
of
for...
lower than 60%. I wouldn't have predicted that. I'd have predicted
Well,
much
one of
higher
the things that we
turnout.
keep getting in is you'll see us on our phones. It's not because we're rude or
From
that we're not listening
Dread.I
to each other, it's
20
because
quid
we've got lots of
OM 2
information
to
coming
1
in
odds
all
on
the time.
favourite was
One
stuffed
of
20.
the rumours that's
thank you
doing the
very
rounds
much,
is that there's actually
Dread-Eye.
a bit of concern that Labour might be being run very close in Normanton, which is Yvette Cooper's seat. So that would be one of the
Thank you so
former,
much.
you know, she's the Shadow Home Secretary.
Pontefract.
No, sorry,
Pontefract. That was a bold seat.
Sorry, but in terms of the
Next
seats
door,
here,
husbands.
Barnsley South,
Really
Normanton,
appreciate the
Pontefract,
donation.
Castleford are ones where
The exit
Reform are
poll
running.
disagrees with that, I must tell you.
Good. Well, it'll be interesting to see.
It will. Let's have a look at this one behind us. Where is it? Lee, can you see?
Oh,
He
come
says-
on, Lee.
Yeah, let's go right there. And Shingy, here it
Hopefully
is.
some good
Shingy's
news.
right behind me. I can see you, Shingy. I'm waving. You can't see me.
He might be able to see you.
Okay. Well,
Hiya.
just an update in the sense of looking at the declaration here. So it's going to come a little later than expected. It'll be about 2 a.m. We're expecting 1:30 a.m. So we're about 30 minutes from the declaration.
About 30
here,
minutes
Lee.
away from the
It's
declaration.
interesting here because of that seismic shift we had in 2019.
Yeah, Adam,
was the
probably.
first
I
ever
don't know yet.
Conservative
We'll
MP
see.
being elected here, the first time Labour had lost here since 1922. Today the polls are
They're now
projecting
saying that
Joe
because
Platt,
voter
the
turnout
MP
is
who
so
lost
low,
their
the
seat
result
that
in the
night
UK
will
might be
win and win
significantly
comfortably.
different
We
from the
obviously know
exit
that
poll.
she
We,
served as an
we shall
election
see
agent for Andy Burnham in
as the
one of
night
his
goes
election
on.
wins, and that his majority the last time he won here was around 15,000 votes. They're looking at a strong majority again
Hello, John.
tonight if the polls
I saw
are
that guy
correct.
earlier.
And I
He's
also
a
just wanted to
scary
reflect
looking
on why
dude.
that was a seismic victory. This
We'd
is
like
a
to say
former
thank you
mill
once
town,
again to
former
Dread-Eye
mining
for the
town
£20
in and
Kofi
around that
donation.
Red Wall area, which
Wow,
obviously collapsed
thank
last
you,
time, but it looks like
Dread-Eye.
it's being
Thank you
rebuilt at
again
least
so
in the
much.
That is
northeast.
so generous.
Another national trend that I
Thank
think
you,
is
mate.
worth talking about is that reform vote. So here we've
Did
been
he have a
talking to the
little
reform
message?
candidate and his team.
It did. It had a little message and it was read out and everything by the robot voice.
Cool. Fall into third, which obviously
sorry I
suggests
missed
that
that.
they're having, just like they are
You
across
have
the country,
your
by the looks
snowman
of it,
cup
having
with your
parts
coffee.
of their vote
Yep.
share sliced.
Are
by
you
reform.
feeling
This
like
is, of
you're
course,
walking
a
in the
Brexit
air,
voting
though?
seat. They voted for Brexit here
No.
in 2016.
No,
so
my
that's
butt's-
linked to that
My
complex
butt's
mix
hurting.
of
I've been sitting
factors.
down
But
too long.
a headline
My
here
arse
is
has
we're
gone completely
expecting
numb.
Labour to win
Yeah.
the seat,
Remember, I've been
perhaps
here
with
since,
reform and an interesting
what,
subplot
8:15?
coming second here.
You did not have to do that other show.
About a half an hour delay.
Well, yeah, but I don't like to let Ed down. And
She used to work for you.
we actually got some good views on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Joe's
but I do
brilliant.
think
And,
he
you know,
would
the
have
great thing
understood.
is that she lost in 2019,
I do
but
like
has
my
dedicated
time
herself
with Ed,
to
though.
a community project of actually bringing an old mill back to life, and she's done it brilliantly. And I think that says something about her. You know, sometimes politicians
What are
are
we
in and then they
talking
lose and
about
they're
now?
out.
An old
She
mill?
really deserves
There's
to win,
Ed
Joe. She's
Davey.
a-
Come on, Ed. Just like pull out a bloody
You've got
spongy trampoline or something. Start having a laugh.
He is an oddball, isn't he?
Oh, he's great.
As well, Joe. I
No,
think
I'm
that's,
sorry,
really
guys,
commendable
right?
thing.
Because I don't
Yeah,
support his
I've seen,
party, but as an individual, he's been having a blinder.
I've just
Do
got
you not
this from
support
the
the
Lib
Liberal
Dems
Democrats?
Hold on.
saying that they now believe they've won 47 seats, beating their 1997 result. An astonishing night for the
Lib
Liberal
Dems.
Democrats.
But that undershoots the
That
exit poll,
undershoots
doesn't
it
it?
by
That's
quite a lot, doesn't
61.
it?
That is
Yeah,
it.
that
Yeah, but
that
I mean,
undershoots.
Yeah.
So the
so
exit
far.
poll might be very
or
wrong
the-
then.
Projected so far.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's what
God.
you're saying.
Anyway.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on that because look who's joined us, John McDonnell. Hello.
Hello.
If only you guys could have done this
John
in 2019,
McDonnell?
then,
Now,
you know,
he
you'd
is
be in
a
much
proper
better
commie.
position from a standing start where Keir Starmer is now.
It's John
Too right.
McDonald.
Yep.
He's
But
a
let's
commie!
Let's rejoice about getting rid of the Tories, shall we? That's good enough for me at the moment.
I don't use that term to be hyperbolic. John McDonnell is a communist. He was Jeremy Corbyn's second in command.
Like me, you'll have read the
Harmonious, I'm sure, was it?
Oh, extremely so. There's a little bit of difference there. But I think the messages of the campaign...
Adam says he's an MI6 operative. No, he's a commie.
Look at our manifesto and see good things like renationalisation of railways.
Yes, yeah.
I don't think he's smart enough to be an MI6 operative. He believes in communism.
2019-2017 manifesto in parts of it, definitely.
Foundational document.
You're trying to tempt me on.
Adam's saying, did you read that
Andy,
out?
what I didn't say was, as you two are
Adam
having
says
this
what?
discussion,
Right,
you and Margaret. Sorry, not you,
mute
Mick and...
Beth, because she's droning into my ear. They're now saying that because voter turnout is so low, the result in the UK might be significantly different from the exit poll.
Was I right again? Was I right again though about the low turnout?
Well, yeah. How many times do you want to be right?
Well, I'm going to continue to be right all night.
Christ.
That's just what's going to happen, because I could see the writing on the wall long before anybody else could, even you, John.
Yeah. Labour thinks Jeremy Corbyn is running Islington North. Yeah, we knew that.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn is the MP for Islington North.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's just their MP. Doesn't matter if he's got Labour next to him or not. They go,
maybe
Jeremy Corbyn.
Maybe Adam means that Corbyn's on MI6 operative.
Maybe.
Maybe. Why is there money in dollars?
So, Owen Jones tweets, exit poll suggests Reform is set to win Hartlepool and 2 seats from Labour in Barnsley. This is incredibly bleak if it happens. Reform taking seats from Labour was not even discussed as a possibility.
I was right then, because I said that polls were suggesting that Labour was going to lose some seats to Reform.
Yep.
And I'm taking that one. I was right. Well, if it happens. What have we got here? Lib Dem gain. Yeah.
I think so.
That's right
Tom
there.
Gordon.
What we're seeing right the way across the country.
With the Conservatives in second.
Lib Dems are up how much? Plus 9?
I think that is tactical.
Yeah.
Conservative down 21.
Because you on the left of the party, there's a big chunk of MPs.
Reform up 10.
Candidates.
And
MPs potentially
puts Labour into 4th place in Ramsgate.
Is that in 6 to 12 months, you think that the government will have to become more
Corbyn
radical.
is surrounded by CIA to stop him being too successful, according to Labour sources. Well, I actually think it's just that time of night where Adam goes into full tinfoil hat mode.
Your Labour, we know who your Labour sources are, and they're not reliable.
I know who your Labour sources are as well.
I think it's not just me. I think the whole of our party
Crispin in his hat.
Expect more.
That's your Labour source.
Yeah.
I think people will.
You've been watching too much of that weird Crispin bloke.
First wave of policies implemented,
Beth's
because you'll
struggling
restore
there.
confidence then and trust in the government being able to do these things. But then let's be honest with people about how bad things are.
How do these
and
guys
therefore
stay
there'll be a
so
second
awake?
wave of
You think they're
policy
on
discussion.
something?
They're always it's in the government.
Almost
That first 2 years where they held by the
Not
Tory
that,
budget.
perhaps, but
After that, it then became much more radical. And Gordon Brown in particular.
either
took
that
on
or
the
they've just
issue
been
of child
asleep
poverty.
all day.
Beth, the thing you need to remember
Yeah.
is the radicalism may come.
They've been
from
asleep for a
devolution.
week, some of them.
Because we're making
I
a
mean,
pitch,
look at
we're making a pitch
Andy Burnham
to
is
say,
very
look,
alert.
Let's try things.
Yeah, he
that
could be
might
on
then-
some of the old.
You don't have to make a national change.
I'm just saying,
We're saying give us
I'm
more
not making
devolved
any
control of the
suggestions
budget.
as
I'm
to
not
why
saying
that
anything.
is.
We'll get more people into work.
1.5 billion pounds.
We will save money and get more people into work. That's the radicalism that may come.
The vehicles are there now to do that, which we never had before.
One more thing, and then I will. Just in terms of this, so John, are you suggesting that if necessary, you do think that Rachel Reeves should raise some taxes around some of the...
We're already starting to talk about raising taxes.
Who's Rachel Reeves?
Or increase the child...
Is she going to be the Chancellor?
Yes.
I agree. Okay, I
thought-
agree that the
I thought-
intention is to get growth back in the economy. But I also know how tough that is. So just a 1% growth in economy would bring in about 14 billion. That's how much tax revenue it would bring in. So, yeah, you've got 14 billion to spend once you get that growth. In the meantime, in my constituency, there are large
They're
number
gonna
of people
raise your
living in poverty,
taxes,
we've got a
people.
housing crisis,
They're
and our
gonna
public
raise. That's
services
why
are-
they've been
have
so
run down after
cagey
14
about
years of
taxes
austerity.
the
So I
entire
think
time.
inevitably what will happen
They're gonna
in
raise the
government, people
taxes.
say, well,
Is
we'll
Rishi
recognise
Sunak
the
going to
scale
be
of the
proven
problems,
right?
and they will have
Yes.
to review after that first wave, as every government does,
Unfortunately,
where we
yes.
go next. And I think that will be about growth, but it'll also be about redistribution.
Oh, redistribution of
He's
wealth.
a communist.
Is that not a communist term? Is it not?
Yeah, but then I've been warning people that Keir Starmer is far more radical than he appears to be. He is a Trotskyist communist, but people don't want to listen.
60% of the vote in 2019. The latest we're hearing is that potentially she's going to lose her vote to the Lib Dems. Trevor, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the 1997, the Blair government, you're completely right.
Trevor Phillips has
changed,
aged very well.
But they actually came in with some quite radical, quite a radical program. Bank of England independence. The
black guy.
Trevor Phillips, yeah.
But
Black
sure
don't
start,
crack.
Minimum wage, human rights
Dude,
Act.
don't say stuff like that.
So they actually
That's
came in
some compliment.
with quite a radical prospectus. That's not true about this.
Rob
Labour
Bruce
gov-
says
Labour
communism
administration.
coming our way,
That's true, and I
controlling
think
state.
Many
Correct.
governments get radicalised in power as well. And I think that's inevitably going to happen.
Adam says
with
the
this
era of
government.
bickering
Otherwise,
communists
this is
obsessed
my
with race
fear,
and gender has
and we've seen it
begun.
with the rise of reform. Reform will breed off disillusionment. And we can't disillusion people. Otherwise, we'll go the way of Germany, France, and Italy. And that's why it's important to recognise and be honest with people about the scale of the challenges, of course.
They're going to raise your taxes. That is what they're already preparing you for it, and they haven't even officially won yet.
That will have to be more.
Right?
How long are you going to give them before you start giving?
This is
holding
going to
up your
happen
check?
within the month.
Interesting, Trevor, because I think
Within
John is an
the month,
incredibly
they are going to
important
raise your
voice who's going to
taxes.
be in there. If the size of the majority is as big as this, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer from all different wings of the party. Now, one of the problems our party had, particularly near the end, was part of it was cows. So the Brexiteers kept asking for more of the One Nation guys and the ERG, and the One Nation guys got timider and more timid and more timid and more timid. Actually, you need balance so that if Keir wants to do something or not do something, he can say, well, you guys are asking
He's
for
not
money
gonna
for
have a
this,
choice.
but this other set of people are saying we can't do that. So
Ginger Growler's going to be the party leader.
You
think?
Exactly, the broad church.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
As you go
Keir,
through a parliament,
Ginger
that gets
Growler
tougher and
wants the
tougher
job.
to do.
She wants
What's
the
so
job.
interesting listening to you now,
how's she
John,
going to depose
is
him?
how you're framing this.
They
as
will
the
find
money
a
has to
way.
come in first. Now, as sort of
They will
almost
find a way.
the grey beard, the kind of mystical leader of that left caucus, you know,
They
you are
could
going to
never
be
have won
an
with Ginger
absolutely
Growler at the
pivotal
helm.
voice
No, they couldn't.
For Keir
No,
to
they
keep
couldn't have.
largely on side to do this. It'll be really. I'm going to find it fascinating to see how he
Yeah, but then
navigates the
again, you
edges and
end
currents
up
of
with
his
a
party
government that has
and
an
the role that
unelected
somebody
PM.
like
You
yourself
know,
is going to have in that.
Yeah, of course that's
not
what's
not
going to
unelected. You
happen.
know what I mean?
I like the idea of you as the Gandalf of the British left.
Well,
I love it.
there's a whole new generation of radical socialists that in
There you
Parliament
go.
now are incredibly creative.
He's
But I think Keir's gonna
absolutely,
have to
he's,
go with the
he's
broad
absolutely
church approach. That's the
championing
first thing.
socialism
And
right
I
now
think
on
we
the
need to be
telly.
preparing for
Yeah,
that
he is.
second wave
Guy's
of
a bloody
policymaking,
communist.
because the crisis is so deep. On the doorstep, what came across is that broken Britain concept. Nothing works. The NHS in crisis. In schools,
John,
in state.
this wasn't a vote for Labour. It was a vote against the Conservatives.
You're right.
And you can tell that with the reform
Starmer
vote.
doesn't have to govern the Labour Party as a broad church
So,
in the
we've
sense
got a
that
long
he
way
has
to
a
go, mate.
majority
Look at this,
potentially
man.
big enough that he can ignore the left of the
Is the yellow one on there yet?
Yeah. Yeah. There's one way down the bottom. But
I think it's quite possible that Eastbourne, where I am, will go yellow.
see
It's
that
either
one
going to be yellow or blue.
See that one that I've just highlighted in black? That's yellow.
Yeah, but that's so small on the thing.
I know,
we just
tiny.
can't see it. We just can't see it.
It's tiny, mate. Tiny.
But look, you've got
And I
John
think the point
McDonnell.
that's being
He's
a bit
already
missed
sitting
in the
there on
conversation
Sky
is
News
the
talking about
manifesto has more in
radical
it
socialists
than
in
any
Parliament.
manifestos I
Yeah,
saw
he
when
is.
I was
I'm
in the
telling you,
Yeah.
you have no
Wait a second, though.
idea what's
Wait
going to
one second,
happen.
though,
That
Trevor.
manifesto
You know,
is
Rail,
bunk.
One second.
It's
Well, of
bunk.
course it is. Any manifesto is
Never
bunk
went
if
near
you
it. Just
if a
look at it
government
now.
goes in with such
This
a huge
manifesto is
majority.
talking of renationalisation.
Adam says he wonders
The
if they'll
energy
try and
market,
reverse Brexit. There's no.
Great British Energy,
That's
that is
something
to be
I
shaped.
don't
that
think
is,
so.
wholly
Great
responsible
British
to
Energy is a
locally owned energy,
scam.
cooperatively
It's an investment
It is
vehicle.
exciting.
It's an
The housing
investment
stuff we've
vehicle
talked about.
for
I
your
think there is
taxes
more in the
that will
manifesto.
not
They've
give you a
talked about it
return,
perhaps
and
as
you
much,
will not be able to
in the
buy energy
campaign, but
from it.
there's
It's not
lots
an
of
energy
stuff
company.
there
It's a
that will allow us as
scam.
mayors to work with them and shape it. And actually,
I don't think they'll be able to reverse
the
Brexit
new Labour government
because
should have done
I think the
something about
EU's
and didn't.
about to
For instance,
implode.
re-regulating buses,
Well,
which
first of
I've done in
all,
Greater Manchester.
that's what I was going to say.
Now
I think the
everywhere can
EU's
do it
either
in our
about to massively
manifesto.
reform or
These
implode.
may never get Westminster attention.
Also, if you want to rejoin the EU, you have to accept free movement. You have to accept the euro. And I just don't think they're able to get away with that.
Okay,
the
can I just
appetite's
say that
not there.
may I just say that we're waiting for Nuneaton, first seat in the Midlands, classic bellwether seat. This one, wait and see, Marcus Jones.
Labour
course,
gain in
also waiting for
Stroud,
Basildon and
Jarrow and
Billericay. We were
Gateshead East,
expecting that to come shortly
Conservative
after
hold
midnight,
in
2 hours
Raleigh and
later or
Wickford.
thereabouts, still waiting
We
for
have a
that.
Tory
That's
on the
important
board.
because it's Richard Holden's.
Bloody hell.
First Conservative hold has just dropped as Raleigh and Wickford. The first Conservative hold, Raleigh and Wickford. Just telling you about Richard Holden, who is the
But there he is. It's quite
chairman
far
of
south
the
by the looks of it.
Conservative Party. 1 in 3 chance of
Yeah.
not holding on to that
Yeah, so that's the
seat
chairman of the
is,
Conservative
what
Party
the
has held
bookies
his
were
seat.
Suggesting, waiting for, what else are we waiting for? Broxbourne.
When you're all paying more
that
mortgage
is, quite
payments, your
late,
pensions
as
down,
well.
council tax
Not
up,
sure
this
what's going
UK
on there.
energy
And
comp
Labour
will
has
never
gained
lower
Stroud
the bills.
and
But they
also
won't.
held
Because
Jarrow
it's not a
and
company. It's not an energy
Gateshead
company.
East. So that's an update. And also waiting for our first seat in Scotland as well. SNP, according to the exit poll, likely to very badly with possibly as low as 10 seats. So that's the update.
You're
where
very
we are
happy
so
about
far.
this, aren't you, John?
Nuneaton,
Oh, yeah.
no
I mean, I hate
boundary
the SNP.
changes, declares relatively
SNP
early.
have done nothing for
Still,
Scotland,
it's 2 o'clock.
apart from
Relatively
destroy it.
early, depends on your view.
Correct.
Labour should gain it. It was Labour 1992 to 2010, as you were. What was your point that you
I
were
want to
making?
start going back to declarations where we've got cameras in the bloody room.
Yeah, I know.
They're exciting. And you know what? I actually find it quite despicable that anybody would invite someone like John McDonnell on TV
realise that,
because
your party
he
is going to be the
espouses
party of government
a rhetoric.
potentially for
He
2 terms.
champions
Did
an
you look back at
ideology which is
2019 and
actively and
think,
actually
if we
evil.
played
Yeah, let's have a look at.
It's evil.
Let's have a look and see what Mike Graham's saying.
Oh, Mike Graham's taken over from Julia. Yeah.
She held a seat, Raleigh and Wickford. How about that?
Which is Mark Francois, if I'm correct.
Is it? Okay.
He's the former Defence Minister, big Brexit.
Of course Labour are going to make you poorer,
These are
Rob
important
Brooks.
numbers because these are important announcements.
Of course.
We're looking also just in our own minds.
Remember
about
the
makeup
famous
of the
letter
Conservative Party.
left
Do you
in the
have the reps, the one
left
nation
in
that's
number
making up the
11
main
at the
one
end of the
Conservative
last
Party?
Labour
We know
government?
people like,
Sorry, there's
Tom
no
Tiggin
money
down in
left.
Tunbridge. He's going to come back into the party. But more importantly, in terms of given how well Farage
people
is
have
doing,
extremely
Mike,
short memories.
What is that? Where is that?
Do my
is there going to be that big
John,
wave
I
of
have to because that's how I'm
Brexiteers
keeping
in the
myself
2019
awake.
days? Mark Francois was really key in that as a deputy, really, to Steve Baker in delivering on Brexit, helping to deliver on Brexit.
UK is going backwards. It's in Labour DNA. Yeah, of course it is.
Is there enough of them as well so there can't be a stitch-up where they put in the Tories decide to put 2 moderates forward to the Conservative membership, and they all throw their arms up in the air and say, well, we don't want one.
Well,
of
that
these.
is the big battle, isn't it? Let's just get another voice note before we carry on. Stuart on tonight's show. Stuart.
Hi, Mike. It's
got a
Stuart in
caller.
Hampshire. Fantastic show, as always. And lovely to you,
He's
Julia.
got the same
all your
glasses as me.
colleagues
They buy
being
the glasses
later,
from IKEA as well.
Covering this rather dismal
Probably, yeah.
election. But let me say, way better than the Beeb.
Has Mike Graham lost some weight?
They're really doing a lot of smoke, sort of smile. I mean,
He does
very
look
unlike
like he's got less
2019.
chin.
You know, whenever he switched to BBC, it was 2019. They did
He's
not
not
look
by
happy
any
at
stretch
all.
of the
But they look a
imagination
lot happier
thin.
this time around, so
No.
I'm happy for you guys.
But I think
You
he
can
may
have a
have
nice
lost
night and
some
enjoy.
weight.
But I tell you what, let's talk
He was
about
a totty.
and like the likes
No
of
idea.
Angela Rayner and David Lammy. What sort of job does Angela Rayner get?
Well, she's going to be the Deputy Prime Minister. So,
but is that it though?
Well, she'll be levelling up and she'll be in
Good
charge
question,
of housing.
Mike.
So there's a big promise.
How appropriate.
Yes.
She knows a lot about housing.
She does know a lot about housing,
yes,
doesn't
she?
she?
Does know a lot about housing, Mike.
She does.
Yeah. So she's going to be entitled, and it's the 300,000 homes. You know, it's the big part of the big promise of Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
And she's going to be deputising for him at PMQs when he's away, when he's on a foreign trip.
Yeah.
So she's going to be a big part of this government.
Oh, the ginger glamour.
Yeah,
big
part a few days' time.
Yeah, we've got the King's Speech to go afterwards. So
LBC.
She'll be a big figure in this
What's
government, make no
LBC?
mistake about it. And there are many Conservative voters, Reform voters, who think that she's part of
LBC's the other talk radio.
You'll see pushback, particularly I think what you'll see.
Yeah, LBC will be on
Gaza,
YouTube.
Palestine, there'll be a huge amount of pressure on Keir Starmer to.
Well, do you remember we saw her before the election, proper kind of right at the beginning of the campaign, talking to that group of Muslim community leaders. Talking
Well, her
about
constituency is going to be a very interesting one to look out for. I think it's one of those ones where if, say, a worker...
Are we going over to LBC now, John?
Basildon and Billericay, we've been waiting for that one.
Basildon and Billericay.
Oh,
not
Sheila
That
was
during
a long time ago, actually. More information coming through.
God.
I will be off this in a
and we'll
minute.
have it
Don't
here
worry.
with you on LBC throughout the evening. Final thought from you, Sadiq Khan.
Labour's
Can I
now at
give it
11.
back? Can I make
Oh,
one final
God,
thought?
no.
You can add your own at the end. But on the question of your relationship with a Labour
He's in the
government
room.
on Brexit, on
Yeah, he
Europe,
is, sorry.
because Brexit has done London no favours.
Well, absolutely. It's been damaging to our city.
London's
economically,
done Britain no
socially and,
favours.
culturally.
Correct.
Brexit behind us.
I can't stand him.
I can't stand him either.
Yeah, let's go.
And I can't stand Sheila Fogarty.
What we got here? We got a declaration.
Nuneaton.
Labour gain.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands. Again, one of the red wall areas.
Conservative second.
Ooh, down 32%.
Given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely
Reform in third
expect
plus
Nuneaton to
22%.
change
Yeah,
hands, and
but
there it has.
not
Marcus Jones
in third
was
by
the
much,
former
mate.
MP.
No.
He'll be glad to come into second place in that seat, given what's
lost a
going
third
on
of his
in.
vote.
But
How can Reform go up
symbolically to come in second or
22% when
third
they
would
weren't
be
there
some
the
kind
last
of
time?
comfort for
Were
him,
they?
given what we've seen.
They would have been
in other
called the
seats.
Brexit Party at that point.
Just comment
All right,
on
okay.
turnout, because if I look
Same
at the turnout,
party.
58.7
Yeah.
for a seat like this, that is low.
No, and I think this is what this goes back to what we've been talking about, which is when you're looking at the seats, all the turnouts are looking, or the ones I've noticed, have looked slightly down. And I really think that one of the themes of this night, as we go through it, will be turnout lower, but majority really
really?
big.
Do you know what's
And
interesting?
that's the question of the mandate.
Is the
then.
number,
Oh, really?
Don't
sort
say
of
it.
themes that have been
Don't
discussed during the
fucking
course
say
of this
it.
campaign, that the numbers are kind of.
I don't
bearing
think I
out,
need
and one
to.
of the kind of conversations have been.
But I'm going to.
There's a real will after 14
Exactly as I
years
predicted.
to get the Tories out, to have
Really?
change, so that it is a change election. But the deal hasn't been sold yet on Labour. And if you're looking at the cumulative vote shares, the Tories are down 22% on the ones that we've seen
Aye,
so
it's
far.
yeah.
Massive kick to the Tories.
Massive
Labour's
kick
only
to
up
the
2
Tories,
points.
oh aye.
Only up 2 points in 2019, which was not a high watermark
No,
for
it was
Labour.
not.
So
Labour
that
did
kind
really
of
badly in-
almost anecdotal,
Yes.
we're not that enthusiastic about Labour yet, but we really want the Tories out. It does appear that these early
Labour
figures are
share is
playing that
actually
out.
down in some constituencies.
In some.
And that's what...
Hang on a minute, though, to turn around.
It wasn't Newcastle. It's down on
Indeed.
But
Done
when I
wrong.
say cumulatively, of all the ones we've seen,
That's down
Yeah, but
on
this
2019.
is a key seat, isn't it? This is a.
But to put it into context, if you look at Johnson's 80
So we have 12 Labour, 1 Conservative and 1 Lib Dem so far.
Of the vote.
Bloody hell.
In 1997, Blair got 43.2%. of
Rob
the
Bruce, the
vote.
Liberal Democrats have claimed their first win of the evening, gaining
1979,
Harrogate and Knaresborough from the
43.9%
Conservatives.
of the vote.
Yeah,
Yes, Theresa May got 42.3%.
We're likely to win on under 40%.
we know that. It's on the list.
Like, if you
Emma
think this is
says,
one of
I've
the
just fell
historic
asleep. Have I missed
landslides
much?
of
You've missed a lot.
No, you haven't missed much at all.
I mean, you've missed a chunk of the show.
To 2019,
but you haven't
actually, in which that was the
You haven't
biggest
actually
majority.
missed much.
The reason
You haven't
for that
actually
is
missed
we've almost
much.
got
Yeah.
Five parties polling.
We
though,
only
haven't
actually
which
have
is
16
good.
declared
The Lib Dems
seats
are
at the
polling,
moment.
Reform
Yes, but
16.
that's the point, isn't
Oh
it?
no,
That-
14 even.
14 with the share.
Yeah,
Yes, but
14. Sorry,
yes,
my.
that's kind of the
I should have fallen asleep a while ago.
Okay,
The Lib
so
Dems
just
dropped
But I'm
off.
pushing
No,
on
no, wait a
through.
second. The Lib Dems dropped off.
Just to let you know that Jodie Gosling, there is actually is the leader of North Warwickshire Council. She'll be stepping down from there. And
Well, I would imagine so.
Just to let you
I've
know,
just had a coffee,
that
John.
Labour's lucky
Thanks.
seat is Warwickshire North. They've never won an election without winning Warwickshire North, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's talk about how some of the Conservatives' biggest names could fare tonight.
get on with our
Bristol
eyes.
President John Craig is in
Cat
Surrey,
turd in the
where
United
Chancellor Jeremy
States
Hunt
tweets, "Rest in
contesting the
peace,
seat
UK."
of Godalming and Ash, and Amanda Akas is
Listen
in
to
Welling,
what's
where
talking,
the
though.
Defence
I mean,
Secretary
look at the
Grant
state
Shapps
of
is
America.
defending his seat of Welling and Hatfield. Bear with me just one
Exactly.
second, John, if you would, because I want to go to John Craig first of all. Is he going to keep his seat?
Doesn't look like it, Kay. All the signs are that Jeremy Hunt, the son of an admiral, is going to sail off into the political sunset tonight with a heavy, possibly a heavy defeat by the Liberal Democrats, although he insisted during the campaign he thought it'd be 1,000 to 1,500 votes either way.
Does indeed, Matthew. It does indeed.
The exit poll that we
Penny
broadcast
Mordaunt tipped
suggests,
as next Tory leader.
A decent win for the Liberal Democrats.
If she gets her
This has been a
seat.
target seat for
If
the
she gets her
Liberals,
seat.
and the
Mute
Liberal
this guy for a
Democrats
second.
many years, going back to
Because
when
in
it was,
other news, and we're gonna go
Southwest
into other
Surrey.
news. I don't know if people know this already, but Volunteer Search Party has pulled out of the hunt for Jay Slater, insisting they have not seen a penny of the money raised to help find the missing teenager. Now, I know that the mother of Jay Slater said she'd given money to this Volunteer Search Party from the GoFundMe, but they're saying nope, no, she hasn't. It also, Detective Mark Williams Thomas is on the case. He's rarely right about much, but he's there. And he says that it's been confirmed that Jay Slater stole a £12,000 Rolex watch.
Oh, that's
right
been
before
confirmed
he
now,
went.
has it?
That's what he is saying.
Well,
So
is it confirmed or isn't it?
he's saying it is. He's saying he has spoke to people who have confirmed it. So just saying, just jumping out for a minute, just jumping back in now.
The SNP are just arseholes, aren't they? I mean, look at Rob, and they're a single issue party. That's the problem. When you put a single issue party in control, they don't have anything. They don't have any nuance about how things work because they only have one issue, and everything works towards that one issue, and everything else just gets pushed aside.
And that's why the drug problem's so bad up there in Scotland.
I mean, that's why the trains don't work. The fucking ferries weren't built in time. The NHS is a disaster. We had more restrictions on longer than England. I mean, Scotland's a mess because you've got a single issue party who are focused on one thing, the thing that they failed to get in 2014.
Yes. And the thing is, it's just like, the Remainers when it comes to Brexit. They're never going to let it go. They're never going to let it go. The Scottish National Party will not let this go. Matthew says, you can get somebody disappeared for less than 12 grand. Remember that before you mug off some criminal abroad.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sure you can, Matthew. But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. So Rob Bruce said the election results may take Scottish independence off the immediate agenda for the incoming government, but it would be foolish to think the issue has gone away, Nicola Sturgeon has said.
I think for the time being, the issue has gone away.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just saying. I could be wrong, of course, but I think for the vast majority of Scottish people right now, it is not the most pressing issue. I think the most pressing issues are things like poverty, the drug problem, immigration, housing. I think these issues are far more pressing, but the Scottish Nationalist Party will not concede this fact.
No,
they absolutely won't.
They won't. They're assholes. Oh, right. What's happening? Are we getting any?
Owen Jones tweets 5 minutes ago. Greens are feeling increasingly confident.
That's the best laugh I've had all night. Confident of what?
I have no idea. Sarah Vine, Michael Gove's estranged, soon-to-be ex-wife, says, judging by the results so far, Labour have Nigel Farage to thank for their huge victory. No, it seems like they have the Conservative Party to thank for their huge victory at this point.
Yeah, bloody hell.
Because it looks...
Oh, Grant Shapps.
But certainly he's someone who is well known as a campaigner, former Tory party chair, well known for having a long
I would like to
spreadsheet
see
of the views of different
him
Tory MPs
lose his
using
seat.
Oh,
help
definitely.
Boris Johnson
He will
elected.
lose his seat.
Oh, he's going to
Indeed,
lose
he's
his
been
seat,
tipped
yeah.
as a possible future Conservative leader himself. Certainly,
not if he loses his
there was
seat.
lots of talks about him as one of the likely contenders, but
No.
certainly now, given the results of the exit poll in particular, that doesn't seem that likely. Only a 6% chance, according to that, of him holding onto this seat. And his majority is
There's
fairly
still a
narrow
chance,
in the
then.
context of the pretty dire poll
Very
we've
slim,
seen. So
but
he's
there's still a
only got
chance.
majority of just under 11,000. Labour need just
Oh,
a
Dougie
swing
Ross.
of
Wee
over
Dougie Ross.
20%
Hold on.
to
Wee
win
Dougie Ross
here.
might be on
I
channel 4.
don't like Dougie Ross.
Oh, I do. I like Dougie Ross. He's funny.
Well, I'm going to go onto Owen Jones's Twitter account, see if he's
Hold
been
on.
tweeting any other nonsense.
As we Dougie Ross. Let's have a look.
Well, we're not sure yet. This is a very close election. We've been saying that throughout the campaign, and it will come down to a few votes. So it's on a knife edge here, as many of the key contests between the Scottish Conservatives and the SNP are across Scotland.
Have you seen your predecessor in that seat, David Duguid, who you replaced? Because that was obviously a pretty controversial moment in your campaign. I was saying, have you seen David Duguid, the previous Conservative candidate there, who you replaced in quite a controversial way? Just wondered whether you had a word
You
with
mean
him.
he just sort of stepped in and went, I'm in this seat now?
David Duguid's still in the specialist spinal unit in Glasgow, and we all hope he continues his recovery and rehabilitation. That's
What the
fucking
fuck?
Nice one. Fucking nice one, mate. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yes, we've been messaging.
Yeah, but stick the fucking boot in there.
He was very unhappy with you.
He's fucking in the hospital.
Sorry, yes. Look, I understand. David wanted to stand in this seat.
What?
It wasn't a decision I was involved in, but the party management board...
He wanted
looked
to
at the
stand, but he
situation
can't. He
with
can't
David's health
stand.
and
He's
his
in the
best
spinal
interests at
unit.
heart. They
Oh
decided
my
that,
God.
They would not support his bid to seek re-election here. And with 24 hours before the close of nominations, I put my name forward and I've been campaigning hard in Aberdeenshire North and Murray East ever since.
What do you think the overall story then is for the
You
Conservatives
fucking
in Scotland?
knob.
Labour gain Nuneaton.
Well, it's going to be very difficult.
That's old news, mate.
I think
That's old news.
Exit
John,
poll,
do you recant
not
your
what
statement
is
of
being
3
reflected
minutes
at the
ago
moment.
where
I
you
think
said,
it's
I
gonna
like
be
wee
very
Dougie Ross?
tight
Oh no, I like
and
wee Dougie Ross. I think the fucking
So,
the
I think
stupid
everyone
statement
has
came
put a
from the
caveat on
fucking
the exit poll
presenter.
that obviously it looks at
He
less
obviously
polling
hasn't
stations in
really done his
Scotland,
homework
than elsewhere,
properly.
although more than 2019. But I don't think that will be a fair reflection when all of the votes.
I mean, you
have been
can't
cast in
have
all of
somebody
these Scottish
fucking running in the general election if he's stuck in a spinal unit, can you?
Well,
He's
no,
not
I
gonna
suppose,
be.
I suppose not.
He's going to be representing nobody.
If you
I-
win
I
this seat
suppose
tonight,
not.
are you definitely stepping down as leader
No,
of the
it wasn't
Conservatives in
old news that Labour had
Was it
taken
not?
Nuneaton. No.
Oh no, that was a
Yes,
recount.
I am.
It was a recount.
Whatever happens.
He said yes.
That's correct.
Great, Douglas Ross, thank you very much indeed.
Fucking knob.
I really don't like Krishnan Guru Murthy.
Oh, I can't stand him.
I genuinely think he's one of the worst interviewers on TV.
Yeah, I think
Picking
so.
up the Harrogate there from the Conservatives. Okay, but again, Lib Dems there at the top, okay, increasing their share of the
Johnny
votes.
Gosling won
a
and
touch
we-
Conservatives
that
down
is
the
old
bottom.
news.
But look,
We
again,
had that like 10 minutes
reform
ago.
Sandwiched in the middle, eating into the Conservative vote. And this is interesting as well. Look at the Labour Party.
Lib
down in
Dems
fourth
now
place,
have two.
actually
Lib
seeing
Dem
the share
gain
of the vote
Eastleigh.
falling. Okay, so
Labour
is this
hold in
some evidence
Knowsley,
of
Labour
tactical voting
gain
here,
in Darlington.
in Harrogate that gets the Lib Dems in there. So that's kind of quite a striking thing. But one thing that we've been trying to do is, again, look at the exit poll results, work out
Simon
whether
Offa
they
has
are
won
kind of
Stroud
online
for
with what we're
Labour,
actually seeing.
gaining the
I'm gonna
seat
show
from
you
the
two charts that really
Conservatives.
underline that. First of all, this is showing you Labour and just how
Meanwhile,
results
a full
are
recount is
coming
taking place in
versus the exit poll.
Basildon,
Anything
where
above the bar
Conservative
shows
Party
better than
Chairman
expected. Anything
Richard
below the
Holden is
bar
standing.
shows that they are
Yeah,
a
it's
little bit worse than
Basildon that's having the
expected.
recount.
And it's
No,
kind of a
that's-
little bit all over the place, but more or less, I'd say it's more or less accurate so far when it comes to the Labour numbers. But have a look at this for the Conservatives. And most of these
I
are
wouldn't
north-east
actually. I would say that's
constituencies, so
not at
again,
all
it's telling you
accurate.
one
That
aspect here, one
the Tories
geographical
are actually
focus.
doing better than the exit
But
polls.
look at how many of these bars are above the line. The Conservatives doing a touch better, whether it's in Sunderland, whether it's in Blyth, in Gateshead as well, doing a touch better in all of these constituencies around the northeast than the exit poll was suggesting. So does that suggest that the exit poll is actually not necessarily kind of not
Accurate?
necessarily displaying quite as much
Accurate. Just say
conservative
accurate.
performance as
Accurate.
we might have expected. Final
Just
thing
say
to note,
it.
okay, so again,
Accurate.
He's
we're
not
just
gonna say
looking
it.
at the
He's not gonna
average
say it.
swings so far. And earlier on I was showing you it was kind of getting up towards kind of like 12, 13, 14%. Actually now the swing from the Conservative Party to the Labour Party is more or less around the 10%, 10.3%, which puts it basically bang in line with what the Labour
Oh,
Party
by the way,
achieved
happy
in 1997.
for yesterday. Happy
So
Independence
looking
Day,
like a swing
USA.
so far of about 10.3%. I won't go into it. There's a whole thing I want to tell you about swings, swingometers, how much we can rely on them, because actually this does look
Yvette
like one of those
Cooper
elections where
may
the
be
swingometer
defeated
isn't
by
necessarily telling
reform.
you the full story and
Cool.
why we need to show
That
you
would
it
be
in ways.
interesting.
I don't like her either.
But I feel like have I used up my chart quotient? Maybe
Yeah,
I
go
haven't,
away.
'cause
We're just looking at Leeds Western Podsey, which of course is Rachel Reeves' seat.
Labour
Beth and
gained
I were
Telford
talking-
from the
and
Conservatives.
Beth and I were just talking about, in fact, yesterday, weren't we talking about how we
Oh,
remember
coming in
where all the
thick and
seat names
fast
were? I
now.
don't know. Do you have a way of remembering whose seat is what?
I just spend a lot of time in a dark room.
Do you?
I have a spreadsheet.
You look
I
like
do
you spend
word
a lot of time in a dark
Yeah,
room.
you do, mate.
So Rachel
You
Reeves,
really do.
Podsey the Bear.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
Newport and West
Pontefract
Islington turnout
is-
58.57%.
You see it?
Turnout again lower than the previous voting turnout in
Anyway, have a look. Talk me through
2019.
those figures.
So basically, so what have we got here?
Turn the
Leeds-
volume
Reeves.
down
See,
on your
Rachel Reeves,
voice.
obviously, soon to Shadow Chancellor, soon one that one
Chancellor.
suspects to be the first female Chancellor. What's interesting about this? Okay, so first
50,000
of all,
votes
Conservative
cast in
share
Monmouth Shower.
down
With a
25.1%.
turnout of 68%, which is pretty
Reform
high.
up, though,
But down on the
13.5%.
74% in 2019.
But just have a look at this, okay? So you're not seeing a massive, massive shift to the Labour Party. Obviously, this is kind of, you know, in safe Labour territory. But you're not seeing a massive kind of shift across to the Labour Party. And that, again, is going to be the question. And there's quite some interesting
It
charts
means
I
the
can show you about
Conservatives are done.
the efficiency
This
of
is
the
what it
Labour
all
vote.
means.
Yeah.
Is Labour able
Yeah,
to win a
you
lot
can't-
of seats?
you
which
can
it
put
looks like
lipstick
they're
on a
heading
pig,
towards winning
mate,
a lot
but
of
it's
seats.
still
That's
a
what the
pig.
exit poll suggests, without necessarily increasing their share of the vote dramatically, because that's
Correct,
so
John,
far it's
correct.
not going up dramatically.
We've got Sadiq Khan waiting, but I just want to...
Oh, sorry.
Just Sadiq Khan's waiting. Anything particularly that we can see from London
I don't
yet?
know, Beth had a question.
No, it's just that's the whole point of the Labour strategy.
Rob
It's
Bruce
been
has
to not
become
pile up-
Natalie now.
They've been trying to
He's
not
doing very well.
pile up the vote in
We
areas where
appreciate
they're
it.
already winning, and they've been trying to pile up votes in marginal seats. So that is not a surprise to me, because that's part of the
That's
strategy. But I'm going to
exactly
shut up because there's a more important person that's about to come
yeah,
on.
there, in fact, he's joining us now, the Mayor of London, Labour's Sadiq Khan. I'm sure you'll
It's
want
already
to speak
2 a.m.,
to our Manchester
Rob.
Mayor as
Good
well in
evening,
just a
Sadiq.
moment or two. There you go. In fact, why
Yeah,
don't you two just
it's
have a
2
chat?
a.m.
Come on.
Yeah, a little.
Look, Sadiq Khan's now made it onto Sky.
Hug. Well, you might not want to when you hear what I said about London earlier, Sadiq. There was a bit of a jibe going on about first, second and third cities, but I won't reopen it.
Yeah, he said Manchester was the first city and you were second.
Well, Andy's got a great sense of humour.
How's London
He
looking,
has to.
Sadiq?
He's an Everton supporter.
It's looking like
Can
a
I-
shithole.
can I just
It's looking
say,
like a third world
Andy,
shithole. That's how it's
I've been
looking.
knocking on doors in communities we've not engaged in for 20 years.
Having the
It's
world's
been quite
view, lads.
remarkable.
Well,
We're
thank you,
delivering
Rob
leaflets on
Bruce.
some streets,
Bruce.
Andy, that we've not delivered in
Rob
for
Bruce.
20 years with any confidence and hope.
Well,
In
really
central,
appreciate
inner and
it.
outer London, it's been quite remarkable. Conversations that you and I remember from the 90s and noughties. Now people are listening to us,
God.
and people are voting for us, and I think it's going to be a great night, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it already is in some ways, isn't it?
Look at that
just to
shit-eating
be
grin
in
on
this
his
position,
face.
See
he's
that
been here for a
horrible
long-
thing
a
he
long
does
time.
with
Do you
his
think that
tongue?
effect is
Don't
going
do
on in
that.
London
It's
because
not attractive.
people dislike the rhetoric of recent times, the division, some of the hate.
See
Is
what I
London
mean?
sort of
Keep sticking his tongue out.
if you like, sort of taking a decisive stand against all of that? Feels like it would be.
I tell you what's interesting is, and Trevor and Beth will recognise.
I tell you what's interesting, Sadiq. I don't really care what you have to say.
People were
That's what's interesting. I'm really sorry to anybody who might.
Their vote. I think what Keir Starmer's done over the last 4.5 years is transformed our party, so people feel
back into New Labour.
Their vote now. But all
kids go to, so that there are. I mean, you say class sizes is a real issue.
Oh, they're at the election watch party.
So
yeah, we're back at the election watch party where things are kicking off
to get extra teachers into our schools,
or not, as the case may be.
It doesn't really look like it's a party atmosphere in there. I'm not going to lie.
It doesn't really, mate.
Michelle, we're doing it together.
When they say party.
Big names, I think, coming up very shortly. We're waiting for a recount result in Billericay, which is where Richard Holden, the Conservative chair, is trying to.
They're going to go to an advert,
and also, of course, we're expecting.
Every time I come to them, they go to an advert.
A load of other big names coming in.
Are they going to an advert?
3 o'clock. It could
they are.
Carnage for the Tory party.
Don't be.
Rushwood's here. Scarlett Maguire's here. Anything happening since we last?
Yeah, I think quite an interesting potential
not.
health warning about the seat
have they just come back from an advert?
So Barnsley North, the exit poll had them as 99% likelihood of winning, and now Labour's won it pretty comfortably. Labour's won it with an 8,000 majority. So let's see what happens with the rest of the seats that the exit poll had. Reform UK winning, but interesting.
Well, let's
that's interesting.
And see what she can tell us, because obviously we're looking at all sorts of situations.
A seat had a 99% chance for Reform to win it on the exit poll. And Labour won it with an 8,000 majority.
Right.
That exit poll was well wrong, wasn't it?
Hours ago now, about some big caveats about the exit poll in relation to the number of seats that Reform
she's just hoping that her partner Richard Tice wins in Cleveland.
It's a difficult one, this, because it's a new party, and because of the way these exit polls are modelled, that figure of 13 could be a huge overestimate, but it could also be an underestimate, which I realise is not hugely helpful to our listeners. But I think it just means to say that everybody who's thinking, well, this has been a truly phenomenal result in terms of seats, we really yet don't know how it's going to play
because
out.
right now Reform UK have exactly zero seats?
Zero.
Zero seats.
Zero,
at the scale of the Reform support showing in some of these northern areas, in Sunderland and Newcastle, coming a really solid second in seats where, whilst there were very good teams up there, they certainly weren't considered by the party leadership as kind of target seats. There weren't lots of kind of Nigel Farage rallies up there. There weren't huge resources.
Let me ask a question here.
So
go on, mate. Go on, ask your question.
If you're running a candidate in a seat, are you not targeting that seat?
Yeah.
So why would you then say they're not seats considered targeted by the party? If you've run a candidate in those seats, you want to win those seats.
It's called spin.
Yeah, but it's retarded spin.
Yeah, I know.
Rachel
Reeves holds Leeds West.
Let's just go.
Where do you want
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about Mike Graham, but he's got one of them faces.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You want to go? Oh, there's another one though.
And look, Isabel Oakeshott, right? This is the woman who, leaked Matt Hancock's WhatsApps.
Yeah.
Remember?
The watch party looks a breeze, doesn't it?
The GB News watch party.
The GB News watch party is just a joke, isn't it?
Well, I'm still seeing Mike. Oh my God! Look at them. Let's just look at them. It's such a party atmosphere, people. Such a party atmosphere.
A watch party. It's like a watch party for the acolyte.
Oh my God. Do you know what? I would actually prefer to be in a watch party for the acolyte than in that room.
We're Look at it. It looks like a bundle of laughs, doesn't it?
Oh, done it just. Done it just.
Oh. Good grief. What's she doing? What's she holding in her hand? Oh, was that a microphone?
It was a microphone.
Who's that? Is that guy a comedian, the guy with the mic?
He kind of looks like Harry Hill, doesn't he?
He does have a very thin, bald, and well, no, but Harry Hill was bald, wasn't he?
Yeah, Harry Hill looked like that.
I don't know what this is.
What?
Channel? Hold on, I'm just switching to it now. Channel 4. What's going on here?
I have no idea what's going on here.
I don't think I like Channel 4 these days.
What do you mean these days? Have you ever liked Channel 4?
No, not really. Not really. Oh, God, Ian Hislop. Ian Hislop. We've got to listen to this.
Oh, God. He's on LBC.
Hey, hello.
Is he?
He gets a chance on D-Day to stand there next to him, free photo op, and he says, "No, I'll go home and do an interview."
This poor brand of ITV, which won't go well.
No,
That's a great idea.
in which someone will be rude to you again.
Well, listen, you were talking earlier on, both of you.
If you haven't
about,
already, please hit the like button.
And how it is not certain. A few other things.
Labour
aren't certain.
wins
Well, not least
Swindon
we have
North.
many seats to come still. Interestingly, Billericay and Basildon, as we've mentioned a couple of times, that seat, which could see the Conservative Party chairman Richard Holden lose his seat and fail big time there. That would be a big scalp of the night. But there is a full recount taking place at that seat. Lewis is here all night for us. There have been some more constituencies. You're not going anywhere. With Reform in second place. Tell us more.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's just worth looking at this because it's going to be a big feature of the politics of the new Parliament. Just these seats here, mainly in the North East, though not exclusively. See, just in numerical terms here, where the Reform Party, pretty much from nowhere in nearly all of these seats,
yeah, but they won't be in Parliament
into second place. So
because they don't have any
20,000
seats.
Labour, 10,000
No.
for Reform.
But,
Barnsley North,
you know, he says
18,000,
pretty much from
10,000
nowhere, but you
for
could see
Reform.
this coming a
Then
mile
Sutton
off.
Central,
Yeah, I know.
16,000, 10,000 for
It's like,
Reform. Now,
okay,
Labour are
it's
saying
like
that
all
they
of
think by
the
their calculations that
American
Reform aren't
left-wing
necessarily going to
mainstream
do quite
media,
as
you know,
well in
CNN,
numerical terms in
MSNBC,
seats as the exit poll.
all of them watching the debate with Donald Trump, and then they go, oh my God, I think Joe Biden might have some cognitive decline. And it's
you think
you think yeah, you think he might have some cognitive. Haven't you spent the last 2 years calling anybody that said that a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, I mean,
haven't you been doing that?
Haven't we spent the last 2 years mocking Joe Biden at every opportunity?
I think any sane person has.
Yeah. So
I mean, I know it's a low shot to mock somebody with cognitive decline.
Yeah, I know, but why can these people not? Why can they not either see it or acknowledge it?
Well, the thing is, they did see it. They did know it. And the reason they didn't acknowledge it is because Joe Biden's their guy. And the reason Joe Biden's their guy is because they were told by the Democrat Party, who are really their guy, that Joe Biden's their guy. But now it's got to a point where they set him up to fail. And by they, I mean the Democratic establishment, because he did not have to do this debate with Donald Trump. He's not even the nominee. Neither is Donald Trump. They're not the nominees of their party. This debate doesn't happen like this in an election cycle. And the Democrats must have known that if you stick that man with no notes, no nothing, on a stage for 90 minutes, he's going to have issues. They knew about his cognitive decline. The media knew about his cognitive decline. They just ignored it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're 100% right.
I usually am.
I'm so humble with it. Oh, I think we have a...
Move to Sky. Move to Sky.
Sorry.
And for representing this
Okay.
great constituency.
Joe Platt.
Joe Platt, Labour.
2019
Labour gain. Labour gain.
Not just for me
From the
personally,
Conservatives, who have dropped to 6,000 votes, with Reform getting nearly double the votes again.
Ouch!
Of the Labour Party.
You're getting spanked.
Over the last 4 years,
Yeah.
under this Conservative government,
It is an
things have got
absolute
worse.
spanking.
The Labour Party has listened.
I don't know if you've seen the latest
learned
episode
from
of The
past
Boys.
mistakes and developed
Yes,
policies that speak
episode 4.
directly to our
5 came out.
Oh, no.
The people of this constituency
What, yesterday?
deserve a government
Yeah,
that
came out.
Yeah, I haven't
has
seen that yet.
Right. So
don't tell me that I'm no spoilers.
I'm not going to tell you. All I'm going to
actually quite enjoying the boys. I know it started a bit iffy, but shut up, Dom. The boys are talking here. Right. I quite like the boys, and this one's getting better. Does it go downhill?
It hasn't gone downhill so far,
Right,
but
okay.
all I'm going to say is what happens to Huey is what is happening to the Conservative Party right now.
He's getting a new arsehole.
Very nearly, put it that way.
Oh, good grief.
Once you've watched it, come back to me and you'll go, you know what, Ben, you were right. And I'll say, I usually am.
Okay. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. Oh my God. I mean, what the hell is she still talking?
She's still talking, John.
That's like she's just ripping the piss out of it now, isn't she?
The Lib Dems have gained easily from the Conservative Party, with Liz Jarvis claiming the victory.
So that's now.
Rob...
Ooh, look, 25 seats now to the Labour.
And 3 to the Conservatives.
Yeah, 25 seats, and 10 of them are gains.
Yes, Labour hold Barnsley South, Conservative hold Broxbourne.
What?
Broxbourne. Labour hold Reading Central. I repeat, Labour hold Reading Central. That's 26 seats to Labour.
Jeremy Hunt and Defence Secretary Grant Shapps projected to lose their seats. Yay!
Yay!
Woo!
Well, I mean, we laugh and we claim, we cheer, but they're losing their seats to commies, mate.
Yeah, but let's face it, they weren't much better than that.
Labour gained Carshalton from the Conservatives. That's another one now. That's 28 seats to Labour.
Bloody hell.
Neck of the woods.
They're coming in thick and fast.
Yeah.
Cannock Chase, Labour gain.
Yeah, Colchester.
First time I've ever heard a candidate.
29 seats to Labour.
There's a shower of.
Whoa.
People.
Of what?
Yeah,
not?
Labour have gained Bridgend.
The London Mayor, you wanted to ask him something?
Yeah, if Sadiq is still
Was
there.
he still there?
He'll
God.
remember.
Just standing in front of the camera.
You remember way back in
There he is.
1998 when there was a referendum to establish the mayoralty. Those who were
What's
in
a
favour of
mayoralty?
it basically wanted the
To
mayoralty
establish
to
the
have
position
control
that
of
he is
a lot of things,
within.
education,
I know.
health, as well.
It just
transport.
sounded
Now,
weird.
The problem was that
30
the then
seats to
Labour
Labour.
government didn't
They hold
trust
Runcorn and
Ted
Helsby.
Livingston to run that.
They
But
hold
are you now
Norwich
thinking
South.
That with a new Labour government,
They're coming
the
in
next
thick and
step
fast
is
now.
for you
Labour
to
gain
take
Redcar.
over
Do you know
other
who
sectors,
Sadiq Khan actually
including,
looks
for
a bit
example,
like?
some aspects of health.
Who's that?
Philip
Yeah, I think,
Schofield.
Trevor, one of the things that
I
think
agree.
Andy, Steve Rotherham, Tracy Brabin,
Yes,
mayors across the country.
Labour gain
I'm so
Redcar.
sorry to interrupt you. Hartlepool
They now have 32
Declaration.
seats.
I'm so sorry,
Hartlepool
Mr. Mayor.
Declaration, people.
Oh, they're all coming in.
Here we go.
Red car.
Oh, there's Beth
Labour
on an
gain
open mic.
Whitehaven. Oh my God, they're coming in thick and fast now.
Did you hear Beth in the open mic?
What did she say?
She said, "Oh my God, they're now coming in thick and fast."
Is the Hartlepool Declaration coming out? Oh, great news there for Anna Turley. She's regained Redcar. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying that Redcar became Blue Car. I think you'll find it's gone back to Redcar. Here we go.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Jonathan James Frederick Brash, Labour Party, 16,414.
Quite a few.
Elected. Thomas William Dudley, commonly known as Tommy Dudley, Workers' Party of Britain, 248.
Oof.
That's Galloway's party.
Sam Lee, Independent, 895. Peter James Malone, Liberal Democrats, 572.
Reform gain Ashfield from Conservatives.
Oh, Reform's on the board.
Lee Anderson's one. Lee Anderson has gained Ashfield from the Conservatives. You're both looking at me in stunned silence.
No, I thought we were listening to the count. So I thought we weren't supposed to be talking.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No. Reform have gained Ashfield. In other words,
That's
Lee
their first gain,
Anderson.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple that have come in because there's a glut of seats that are all coming in now as people are watching the ticker will see.
Yes.
Two of the ones I wanted to pick out.
Oh,
There he is, look.
I don't like him.
Let's listen.
30p Lee.
Massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. I know
Yeah,
they
thank
incredibly
you.
hard, and all the people that's worked throughout
great.
this election campaign.
Thank you.
Special thanks to Ashore District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past
I'm getting a
6
slight
weeks.
second wind
They've
now.
been fantastic, and I could not have done it without
Just
them.
as long as you mute the mic.
My hometown 4.5 years ago.
If you could hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and of course hit the share button. We would really appreciate it. I know it's late.
Anderson.
I know it's like, you tell him to shut up, right? But I do kind of want to listen to what he has to say because he is the first ever
But you're
duly
talking
elected
over it
Reform
then.
MP. You've muted him.
Yeah, but you were talking over him.
Because you've muted him.
I muted him because you were talking over him.
Right, you know what?
And Nashville can play their part in that. Thank you.
Oh, fucking God.
Oh, there you go. First time Reform have ever
That's a
been
shame.
able to say that they will have an MP in the House of Commons. Many thought that it was going to be that man, Nigel Farage, but no, it's Lee Anderson.
Lee Anderson.
I'm not so shocked. There was a rumour, wasn't there, earlier that it wasn't going to happen.
Well, the exit poll said it was going to be a Labour.
I mean, it reflects what we've been seeing, doesn't it?
But it's done.
In the
Tories
northeast,
31%
particularly.
down.
I think
I think the exit poll might be quite horribly wrong.
Neglected, in the past, under all governments.
I mean, Lee Anderson has won with a massive majority there, and the exit poll said it would be Labour.
So these are the areas that were promised that they would be levelled up. And as I say, I think
Look at the Tories, down 31%.
A vote that is,
So they are screwed. They're done.
As a reform vote, which I think reflects that anger at the political system.
I think as well, this is symbolically, this is a big moment, right?
Yeah.
Because
Sunak
for
not
the
going to lose his
Conservatives,
seat.
they
no?
can see reform coming in second, and now
We will
Lee
see.
Anderson, who defected from the Conservatives to reform, he was a deputy party chair put in by Rishi Sunak. People, when he defected, thought, yeah, you'll go to reform, but you will lose that seat in a general election.
They did think that.
And now he has come back with a big vote,
Beth, you heard
absolutely
it from,
eclipsing. And he said there will be. He said it just then. There will be. This election will be a reckoning.
The Conservatives only got 3,200 votes.
So bad, isn't it?
Taken them on more. For instance, if
And they gained that
Conservatives in
seat
Parliament
from the
had taken on
Conservatives.
Reform over its position on the NHS.
Bloody hell.
I think people would have understood Reform's position on the NHS.
I'm back, Rob.
Currently,
Don't
I
worry,
think
I'm
they
back.
do. And that is their failure. And
It
this
goes back
is
even before that. The idea that Lee Anderson was made a deputy chairman of the Tory party when he was being a right old pain in the backside.
Well, that's why he was
to
made
people that
deputy
were there.
chairman.
Exactly. It's the appeasement doesn't work. You know, you've got to challenge them.
I was saying so, yeah.
Particularly, you've actually got to take them on and fight them on the issues and see what they actually have to do. And having a parliamentary group might actually expose what they believe, what their party positions are, and some of the things that people care about. Because at the moment, we don't know. They're a blank piece of paper to anybody.
This is a sick of politics.
Okay,
vote,
let's
though.
bring in Charles Walker and Anne-Marie Trevelyan, should we? Hello to you both. Interested to see your immediate reaction to Reform gaining its first ever seat in the mother of all parliaments. Anne-Marie, to you first of all.
So yes, interesting to see that Lee has indeed won that seat. Obviously worked hard, charismatic and a very front man for Reform. Up here in the northeast, what we're seeing...
Good. That would sing to sleep, that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Oh, the watch party, they've come away, they've got Anne Widdecombe, they're living as we speak.
Morning looking through the results because a lot of them are still my friends. But nevertheless, I haven't any regrets because what had to happen was that they had to be demolished in order to get their act together. I've never seen such a chaotic government sustained over such a period of time. All governments go through periods of chaos, but this was prolonged. It just didn't stop.
She's not wrong.
And I think the Tory party have got to realise that...
I remember she was a Tory as well.
Just
She's a
looking at
defender.
themselves and infighting and defenestrating prime ministers and briefing the press and all the rest of it. What they've actually got to do is to blare out a message, which is what Reform has done, that the electorate will respect.
I mean, Labour are blaring out a message, aren't they?
It doesn't apply to all of the results, but it applies to some who say, yeah, in fact, Rishi Sunak was right. You voted Reform, you get Labour.
I think it's the other way
In
around.
most of the results, that is not the case. So if you add the Reform and the Conservative vote together, in most of the cases, it just misses overtaking Labour. And, you know, we would just turn it round and we would say, well, you know, on that basis, given where we were in the polls and where the Conservatives were in the polls, you might just as well say, you know, vote Tory, get Labour. It's a rather silly argument.
Yeah.
That is. She's right.
All right, Anne, thank you very much indeed for joining us
All right,
this
Anne,
evening.
dismissed.
Let's just go over those figures. Sorry, I fudged them a little bit earlier.
Tory former Minister Alan Cairns has lost his seat to Labour in the Vale of Glamorgan constituency.
Jolly good.
That's there for you over in Scotland.
Looking in 2010.
That's So
can we
the swing from Conservative to
let's not go
Reform,
to Channel
any
4.
guesses?
Okay.
From Conservative. 34%.
That's a massive swing. That is a massive swing. 34% from Conservative to Reform. Yeah.
Moreover, that possibility, if Labour have indeed taken back that seat, my former colleague Paul Waugh, a very good member of the parliamentary lobby, very good journalist, taking on George Galloway there. Galloway was always exactly what you said there, you know, Michael.
I think Galloway's probably lost his
and
seat.
Forlorn figure once he got into the House of Commons. He expected to be surrounded by admirers from the Labour bench. It didn't happen. He was.
He's very good at winning seats and then losing them. So he won the seat in the East End, didn't he, in 2005 against Una King. Lost it at the next election. Won the seat in Bradford at the by-election in 2012. Lost it at the next election. This case, he seems to have lost it within 4 months, if indeed he has.
We're just seeing the first pictures of Keir Starmer arriving at his constituency in King's Cross.
Keeps arriving at his
lots
town.
of hugs, lots of smiles, presumably from Labour colleagues and friends there. But that is the first visible reaction and response we've got from Keir Starmer. I mean, this is the thing he's been working for solidly for 5 years.
See that burn, John?
Dramatic. It will be interesting to see exactly as you say at an individual seat level.
What you saying, mate?
It's good to hear about
Look at that burn.
Actually those shifts are very variable, and it is the hard work on the ground. It's the incumbency, and indeed,
start to sting.
The piece. So I think we will have to wait and see as the evening goes on how that rolls out. So you can see, but you know, there's
the
no
son of a
toolmaker
toolmaker has arrived,
and we will need to regroup and really. Pull
be hilarious if he lost to Reform, wouldn't it?
Policies are which speak to our constituents, and we know what they are. We need to make sure that we're focused on them going
It's not going to happen, but it
down
would.
to Trussonomics, would you say, Anne-Marie Trevelyan? I remember chatting to you when I was in Downing Street, and there were rumours that Liz Truss would be losing her title within 44 days, and I said, I'm going on holiday for a fortnight. Will she still be in power when I get back? You said absolutely. She didn't even make lunchtime.
But that's because there was a coup against her.
So I think, interestingly, on the doorsteps in my campaign, that wasn't what was raised. Issues around migration, cost of living, going forward for challenges, real anxiety about...
I believe the exit poll is wrong. I do.
Very worried about what Labour might do in terms of squeezing
We know what the exit poll is. We've been seeing it all night. I believe it's wrong. Labour now on 38 seats, Conservatives on 3, Liberal Democrats on 2, and Reform UK on 1. He's already packed his case for number 10, Rob. He's already done that.
Policy for Ed Miliband. The Conservatives, 5th.
Yeah, not a great result that. But just going back to Lee Anderson, the Conservative Party.
Man, Lee Anderson is the news at the moment, isn't he?
Well, yeah. Many of us warned the high-ups in the party that he wasn't a fit and proper person to carry the Conservative flag. And sadly, we were ignored. He's done our party enormous damage.
Labour gain error wash from the Conservatives.
I think I owed you a direct response to your opening question, and I've now given it. As far as Swansea's concerned, look, it really doesn't matter whether you're coming
Labour gain Rushcliffe,
Swansea West. You're not going to win it, and Swansea is a seat that we were never ever going to win.
40
Charles,
seats
when
to
you
3
reflect
to
on,
2 to 1.
The campaign,
I know, right?
And
the
months running up to it, what do you think were the big mistakes? Because I know you felt very strongly about the divisions within the Conservative Party. I mean, look, no campaign runs like clockwork. The biggest mistake was.
Oh, look, getting a selfie with Keith. Did you see that?
Selfie with Keith. Yeah.
Get the Keith selfies. Come on, boys. Son of the toolmaker in the house.
Has ignited reform by his return to frontline politics.
Who won Lee Anderson won the reform seat, Matthew.
Yeah, Lee Anderson won the reform seat.
We went early. And we didn't benefit.
And he wasn't predicted to win it. He wasn't projected to win it. Labour were projected to win it, and he won by like over 6,000 votes.
In the US with Donald Trump.
Are you angry with Rishi Sunak about that? That this has been a massive miscalculation? Are you angry with Rishi Sunak because of what's happened to many of your colleagues because of the decision?
I'm not angry with Rishi Sunak.
I'm furious.
Oh, they're all furious. I mean, Rishi Sunak will be handing in his resignation as leader of the party.
Of course he will.
He won't be leading the party tomorrow morning.
The bones of this defeat will be picked over in the coming weeks. And a post-mortem will be done. But, you know, I'm so tired of being angry. Politics is too often about anger. I'm disappointed. I'm terribly disappointed for my colleagues who are going to lose
Sky's
their
cameras.
seats
We
tonight.
know that Keith is in the house.
We'd had the general election in November.
We don't need to keep the camera on him.
Still have won that general election, but I think.
What's the guy with the pink hat with the pigtails?
Okay, we must leave it there. Thank you both very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Labour has gained Rushcliffe, which was Ken Clarke's old seat.
Speaker holding Chorley.
Waiting for a declaration in Basildon and Billericay.
Labour holds Sefton Central.
Recount, so waiting for that. Meantime, let's bring in Mark Austin, who is at the count in Holborn and St Pancras, I should say, otherwise known as North London. There he is. We
So that's
heard the
Keith's
applause
count.
as he came in. Mark, hi.
Yep, Keir Starmer is in the House or in the Camden Council offices where we are, and he looks very happy, understandably. It's an
Yes, he does look very happy. He knows he's won.
As the
So
next hours unfold, it will become very clear the responsibility that he now will have to take over. But for the moment, he's worried about his own.
Labour now on 41
seat
seats.
Not really worried about it. He's defending.
Conservatives on 4.
27,000. He got 64% of the vote last time.
Do you reckon he's been asleep up until about 45 minutes ago?
There, and his wife Victoria.
I do.
There with him, with Labour members.
Rob says Penny will be leader. I think she will be if she holds her seat.
Yeah, if she holds her seat. He looks like a kind of Labour version of John Major, doesn't he?
Yeah, they're not going to go for Liz Truss again.
Recovery for the party, as you've been saying in the studio.
Well, they might if Rishi's not there.
Well, I was going to say the party might go for Liz Truss because they did last time,
won just 202
and they might recognise what was done to her.
Result since the 1935 election. So in 5 years,
Some suggestion Rishi will be flying to California tomorrow, says Adam.
Well, is that just innuendo and gossip,
it's
or
not
is
going to be
there
an
actually
easy job.
some
Tamara Cohen is
substance
with
to
me,
your
and,
statement, Mr.
There will be those who say.
Penny Mordaunt is close
This
to
is
losing
more an
her seat,
anti-Tory vote
apparently.
than it
It's
is a
very
pro
close, according to Matthew Blackman.
It's touch and go, apparently.
They will, but that is very much pushed back on by
Chancellor
Labour
Jeremy Hunt and Defence Secretary Grant Shapps are still projected to lose their seats.
Are almost certain will be our Prime Minister in the morning, and has just arrived here with his wife Victoria. Both of them very much
the camera
looking
has
on
frozen,
a high, and
but it's
we
not
will be
you.
Hearing from him here
It's them.
In the next little while.
What camera?
First reaction.
Their camera
as these
froze
results
on
come
Keith
in.
when it's like
Really
that.
Big swings to Labour, and of course for a really
That's a good look.
stunning result, their first majority from opposition in 27
A little
years.
light
Pulled
has
it
run
off.
out of
And
charge.
even 3
Your little
years
light.
ago, we know
Yeah,
they
you my little
contemplated
purple
quitting.
light.
They lost a by-election.
It's done well though. It's been
believed
on
even
since
2 years
8
into
o'clock.
his leadership.
Sorry,
But
half past
now,
8.
Having transformed the party.
That's
and I
actually
think
pretty
he will
good,
be
yeah.
Making that
Yeah.
point specifically here to say that he transformed the party. It's not.
The party's
accidental.
not
It wasn't just the
transformed.
Conservatives
It's just
did
a
bad job.
reinvention
I
of
think his
the
allies
old
are very
Labour
keen to
Party,
stress
the
his
New
role in
Labour.
turning
Well,
things
the New
around.
Labour, yeah.
And many people thought that would be the work Gentlemen, of many.
I'm surprised they didn't get Brian Cox out to sing
Let's see what's going to
things
happen with
can
George.
only get better.
Hold on.
The election of a Member of Parliament for Rochdale on Thursday, 4th July 2024. I, Steve Rumblow, being the acting returning officer at the above election,
do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273.
They're not winning this one.
George Galloway, Workers' Party, 11,508.
Hold on.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on.
Just calm down, boys.
11,000. Let's see. They seem very happy.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK, 6,773.
That's good. For Rochdale.
Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816.
Labour.
Right, Labour.
Martin David Savin, Green Party, 1,212.
Bloody hell. Labour.
Paul War, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,000.
George Galloway has lost his seat.
Galloway's out.
So George Galloway defeated and felt that he didn't need to, as a
Labour
result,
hold
go on to the podium to hear the you're offended by that.
Labour hold Pontypridd, Labour gain Wrexham, Labour hold... I don't think Labour hold Rochdale, they gain it, because George Galloway was the MP.
Yeah, Labour gain.
Winning by-elections.
They hold
But
it
also
from the
not then continue
previous
to take the seat in the
election,
following general
because
election.
it was only a
I think what's
by-election.
really interesting about this seat is this was where
Galloway
lot
won
of
it in
the
a
by-election
by-election, so obviously they're counting it as the Labour have held it from the previous election result.
You know, earlier in the year. We then saw
But
that play
they've
out in some of the
effectively
local
gained it
elections
back.
in May, and particularly around
Rob Bruce
the
says,
mayoral
be prepared,
elections. So
power
we
cuts
heard,
will come now. Coal
you meant
fire's
your
starting back up
report
the
Oh,
UK
back
energy.
to the
Like that, if you look
70s,
at the
making
boxes
toast at
that came out
the
of,
gas fire.
Birmingham Yardley.
I
Jess
can do
Phillips's
that.
seat, she would have lost that on that vote as it was projected. So there was a huge concern within Labour about what that would do, and they moved very quickly to shore up these seats. The fact that this has gone back to Labour, the fact that it's Paul Wall, who is a candidate who's from Rotherham, but had come to Westminster, part of when he stood to be the by-election candidate, didn't win this election, was that he was a kind of, he'd gone London, he'd gone a bit London, you know, and he was coming back.
Look,
and then
George
the Labour
Galloway
candidate had said some things and wasn't allowed to, you know, had
He's
their
still,
story
what is
drawn.
he
then
was
became
up,
candidate for the general.
up
You know, this is
29%,
an
but still
urbane
lost
former
it.
journalist.
No,
you
is
know,
that...
not somebody that's
Yeah,
taken
I
a
imagine so, because
particularly
the
strong
turnout of the
view on
by-election
Gaza.
was rather low.
So the fact
It
that he's won
was,
it and
yeah,
taken it
that's
back
right.
off
That's
of
why he
Galloway,
won
I
it.
think is quite significant and will ease a lot of fears within Labour for some of the other seats.
Swinney is in Perth.
Also,
Just have a look at these. Just bear with me, Beth.
Okay, sorry.
John Swinney just arriving.
Agent 47 in
yes,
the house.
That's a slightly redrawn seat. That's his seat sits in the Scottish parliamentary equivalent of this Perth and
P
Ross
word.
seat that Pete Wishart is the sitting, or was the sitting SNP.
No.
I never said it.
He
I
is
know.
the longest serving
But
MP
you know
in
what I
Scotland.
mean? He makes
He's
my
held a
skin
seat
crawl.
Since,
Yeah.
I think it's maybe 92. He's
I
been
get
there
that.
a while.
I feel
he had
that.
a strong challenger,
I hear
Luke
that.
Graham, and with the boundary redraws, it was looking quite good for the Conservatives. All the indications
If
that I'm
you're
getting is
not,
that Pete Wishart has
if you're
held on.
watching and you're not in the chat,
No, it's just
make
on
yourself
one of our
known.
pivotal
Say hello.
seat moments. Wrexham has just been
say hello.
lost from the Conservatives. Labour have taken that. Now,
Labour
that
gained
was,
Tipton from the
point where
Conservatives.
Conservatives were going to lose the
46.
overall majority when Wrexham goes.
the
So
Tories
that
have got
was
4
just one
seats
of our
now.
pivotal
Yeah, the Tories have got 4 seats, but
and we
Labour
also
are
have it that the Lib Dems
storming
are saying
ahead.
they
Yeah.
have taken Henley.
They
that
are
was on their
storming
33rd
ahead
on
at
their
this
target list. I
point.
think Boris Johnson stood in Henley
He
once,
did.
did he?
He most certainly did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back with us, Rochdale.
Back
And Michael
here,
Heseltine.
and a big result in Greater Manchester, Rochdale,
Yeah,
which was lost at a by-election. Paul War, known to many people down here, a brilliant journalist, but a Rochdale lad. I've been with him in Rochdale. He's just well known there.
Bloody hell.
I mean, we knew it was going to be a bloodbath, right?
Yeah,
we knew.
I
A
know.
metaphorical bloodbath, obviously, but we knew this was going to happen. It was on the cards. It was predicted, and it's being realised in real time.
Let's have a look at the map. Let's have a look at the interactive map. Oh, it's looking awfully red.
I'm going to recline my chair for 5 minutes, John. You entertain them.
Oh, good God.
It's just my back
Yeah.
hurting.
So this is the interactive map on the Guardian site, I believe. So as you can see, it's looking particularly red at the moment. I don't know. Hold on, let me see if... Oh, no, I'm not going to make it any bigger. What I can do is I can make it slightly smaller so you can see more of it. Can I?
It's going to look more and more red as the night goes on.
There you go. Yeah, it's just going to be full of red. Oh, look, those little blue bits. See the little blue, tiny blue bits down there in the deep south. And there's a little blue bit there. And that's about it. The rest of it's red and a couple of yellow bits.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't worry about it, people. Don't worry about it. These things are going to be sent to triers, and we're going to have to live through the next, 5 years anyway. Oh, what's happening here? What's happening here?
What's happening where?
Oh, here we go.
I can only see the Guardian map, John.
Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395.
Yeah,
Jason Chinnery, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 230.
Thank you.
Deberti Das, the Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870.
He's winning that. Smug shit-eating grin.
Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635.
Reform.
Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dane, Labour Party, 6,561.
Okay.
Eunice, apologies, Eunice.
Oh.
Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for
We will be listening
Postmasters.
to the acceptance speech from Ed Davey in just a moment or two. Also stand by for the declaration for the would-be Deputy Prime Minister, and that is Angela Rayner, waiting for that.
Oh, Angela Rayner's coming up.
He looks happy.
Ginger Growler's waiting.
Ginger Growler's declaration soon.
Returned as the leader.
Oh, Labour gained
of the
Kilmarnock
Liberal
from
Dems,
SNP.
and, 61 seats
So
is the
Rob, we don't need to
projection,
think about what would
from the
happen if there
exit
was a hung
poll.
parliament.
So
There's not
it's-
going to be
the turnout
one.
is pretty high as well.
Yeah.
I want to do
Now,
a
hung
first
parliament's
Labour
here,
game in
mate.
Scotland. What's that? The first Labour game? Where is that?
I believe
Yeah, that's in that central belt that we
if my
expect
maths
is
are
full,
correct
almost
at this
full
time in the
sale
morning, Ed
SNP
Davey has
to
won
I wanna
more
do a
votes
shout
than
out
all of the others
to local
combined.
government in England. I always forget, because in Scotland we don't do this.
Yeah,
the number
yeah,
of
he has.
jabos, hats and robes that you guys have. We don't have any
Right.
of that in
Yeah,
Scotland.
here we
It's
go.
Brilliant.
Here we go.
Yeah, of course, Reform are always getting spanked in.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years.
You went
And
to
I'm
Chessington and
humbled
Thorpe
that
Park
you've
and
given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you.
Are those parks in his
And thank you
constituency?
to Sarah
Chessington
and all
is.
the returning officer team,
Thorpe Park's
and to
not
all
there.
the staff
No.
and police
Why
who
would he
worked
go
so
there?
hard through the
he
night.
went all over the place
You are the unsung heroes of our
because
democracy.
he's the leader of the
It simply
Liberal
won't
Democrats,
work.
co-leader.
Yeah.
Co-leader.
And thank you to my fellow candidates.
I don't like this
for making this a
co-leader
campaign
business.
we
Why
can
did they
all
do
be
that?
proud of.
I have no idea because remember
I wish you
the other
all
one, the
well in the
woman that looks
future.
like a horse, Mr. Ed, as I kept calling her.
Oh, yeah.
Now I don't know if
She's
you can
the other
tell,
leader.
Oh,
but I've
jeez.
rather
No.
enjoyed
She was
this
terrible
campaign.
as well, Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy Cooper.
But what I've loved
Yeah.
most
She
hasn't
she
been
was
the
rolled out in all of the
paddleboarding
debates
or the
except
bungee
one.
jumping.
She was shocking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why wasn't
Been
all dead
speaking
there?
to people here in Kingston
Because-
Is it because he
and across
tarnished
the
with
United
the post office scandal?
No, it's
About the
because he was
challenges
out
they
having
face
fun on the campaign
and their
trail.
hopes
Yeah.
So
for the future.
Ed wasn't available, so they sent Mr. Ed.
People who are working hard, raising families,
That's quite funny.
caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet.
And what do you
We've
think is
had
going to
wait
happen under
hours for
Labour when they
ambulance,
raise all our
weeks to
taxes?
see a GP,
It's going to
or
get harder and
months for
harder
urgent
still.
Well,
cancer
I mean,
treatment.
we only need to look at how
who
well
are
Wales
angry
has performed under
at the
Labour.
filthy
So
sewage being
well.
pumped
So
into their
damn
rivers,
well.
lakes,
So
and their beaches.
fucking well.
People who feel
We are
let down
fucked, aren't we?
and
Oh,
taken
by
for
the way,
granted.
people, I'm not sure there's
and
going to
are
be an all-in
desperate
tomorrow
for
night because I
change.
might just be asleep.
Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election. And we want to be your
Yeah,
champions.
Kingston and Surbiton, absolutely a
We've
rich
listened
area.
to you,
Yeah.
and we've heard you loud
I've been there a
and
lot.
clear. We've put
My
your
brother went to
concerns-
Kingston
Let's listen
University.
to Angela Rayner.
Oh, Angela Rayner.
Oh, here we go. Here's Angie.
Oh, she's won then.
Can I give my sincere thanks to the
Please
returning officer
stop talking,
and
Angela.
the team who worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police
52
who have
now.
kept us safe and all the
Housing
other public
Minister.
servants who make our
Housing-
democracy work.
Reform
I would
came
also
second.
like to thank the other candidates.
Yeah.
Because democracy only works when people
Double
put
the
themselves
Conservative
forward
vote.
for office.
Turnout 49.1%. Less than 50% of the electorate voted.
Down 8.2%.
That's a damning indictment on democracy, isn't it?
You have been
I would say so.
a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government.
You won't. You
Yeah,
won't.
look how smug she is.
Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past
You silly, silly
From
people.
the first day you placed your trust
I'm
in
finding,
me,
I'm
it's
seeing
been a
places
great
I've never
privilege
heard
to
of.
represent you
Ashton
in
under
Parliament.
Lyne.
I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted.
Yes, you
So let me
will.
say to all those parents doing the most
Expect
important
20
job
miles
there
per
is,
hour
raising
coming
the
your
next
way, England,
generation,
says Rob
to
Bruce.
the small businesses
Yeah.
who tirelessly toil every day in the engine
I thought he
room
was
of
going to
our
bed at
economy,
half 2.
to the working people.
Well, it's
who
now
are the
what,
bedrock of
2040,
our country.
246.
There is no
What,
greater honour than to serve
Wait,
you.
how long are we staying?
Throughout my life,
Well, I figured
I
4.
have faced challenges,
Bloody
but I've
hell.
also seen the power.
I tell you
that
what,
comes
if the
from our community.
viewership drops
The people
below
on Bridgehall Estate who
below
have always
4,
known me
I think
as our
we should
Ange,
call it
the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the
4.
trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of
Nope.
them,
What
I
you got?
learned
Spider?
that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make
Where's
a
he going?
difference.
Who was that? Was that for
As
Ash?
they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled
Somebody got
to
in a
have the
car, I don't know who it
opportunity
was.
to make the difference for others.
I'm just wondering if it was
Because
for
to
Ash.
represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty. One that I
Rob Bruce
intend to
agrees with you. He
fulfil.
reckons she'll be
It is a vote for
she'll be leader
change.
within 6 months.
It is a vote to an end to division
I can't hear you,
and
Ben.
to bring
You're
our
muted.
country together.
I certainly think she wants to be.
replace self-service with public service, to take what is broken and begin to rebuild it, and to restore the belief to those who have
I can't, Rob. I can't imagine it.
away.
I mean, if it happens, then I would have to live through it, but I can't imagine it.
Well, we'll get to see what it's like, because whenever Keir's on a foreign trip, she's going to be at the dispatch box on Prime Minister's questions. She's going to be doing the answering.
So desperately needs.
But will,
Today is our
as rumours
chance
suggest,
to
will
turn
she
the
be...
page and
I
start
can't do it.
What were you going to say?
I was going to start talking about the ginger growler.
And to make work
Oh, you
pay.
mean we should be
To give
flashing it?
working people
Well, she
the
was
New
the one that
Deal
allegedly
Yeah,
said
she
it.
said it.
and to
She said it.
provide
Allegedly.
homes that we
Labour
need.
gained Stevenage, Labour
To
hold
rebuild
Gower,
the
Labour
public
gained
services
Southport.
on which we rely,
Labour now
and
on
to ensure
58
that every
seats.
community
Yeah.
across our country shares in our national
Who is that?
success.
Is that for Ash?
I am proud of
No?
Ashton-under-Lyne.
Yeah, that is Nige.
I am
Yeah.
proud of Britain.
Where's he
A
going?
great country.
Or
a
maybe
great
he has now
people,
just arrived.
and I
I'm
am
not.
proud
I
to
thought he'd
serve
already
you all.
arrived.
Thank you.
for your flash photography, right-hand side of your screen there, Nigel Farage arriving at his count. Worth mentioning that Angela Rayner, of course, was a care worker, and she has talked about her experience. First woman, actually, to represent that seat.
That's a new name for prostitute. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Oh my God! Is that Ezra Levant of Rebel News?
Where?
Next to Nige. It is.
What?
That's
with
Ezra.
With the shit-eating grin and the black glasses.
Yeah, that's the Canadian Ezra Levant.
Yeah.
Will lose their seats because they lack that colour. And the really big message is this. Geographically now in most of the country, a vote for the Conservatives actually...
Matthew says, will the Growler stand in for her absentee?
Would you like to be leader of the Conservative Party now, Mr. Farage? Conservative Party? What a terrible idea.
Mary Cray, I should just say, Coventry East. She has been re-elected, old friend of Angela Rayner. Steve Barclay used to be Health Secretary, deaf for now. He has been one of the rare victories for the Conservative Party, waiting for the declaration for Keir Starmer. That will, when we hear his speech, it will be his acceptance speech, but also
wouldn't it be so funny if he just lost?
That we will hear
he's not
from
going
him
to.
about
I know he's not going to. We all know he's not going to.
For this country, that coming up in Holborn and
toilet.
St Pancras. Before that, Gurpreet standing by for us
I'll be back.
in Clacton.
Okay.
Gurpreet.
Well, Nigel Farage has just made his way over here to the Clacton Leisure Centre. He spent the evening at the local Greek taverna as the exit polls dropped with his team. A few of them peeled over here early. I spoke to them. They were quietly confident that they were staying calm, but they were quietly planning some of the raucous scenes later if Nigel Farage, as the exit polls suggest, does win here. It won't be an easy feat. It will require overturning a 25,000 Conservative majority. But
well, that's going to be easy. Have we seen the Conservative vote collapses?
There is a lot of love for him in Clacton at the rally on Wednesday.
It'll be if it's 8th time unlucky. I mean,
it looks like they may have
it would be funny.
Him a victory. He will no doubt be buoyed by that exit
That's
poll
fair enough, Rob. It's nice to know that we're with you in bed.
This is a man, of course, that's attempted 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he's failed despite his outsized influence.
That's what I meant by the old 8th time unlucky thing.
I asked him yesterday
it would be
what
funny.
Success would look like. He
because
said that this
let's face it, I'm an equal opportunity piss taker. I'll take the piss out of all of them.
It was about winning seats,
I don't care.
about building a bridgehead in Parliament. And if that exit poll is anything to go by, it looks like that may be achieved. Lee Anderson in Ashfield has already won as the first Reform MP. The polls suggest there could be 13. Crucially,
what I should have done really is gone to perform this show in bed.
From Labour. However, I would caveat that some of the early results that have come in from Barnsley North, Barnsley South and
the exit polls are shit.
Suggest that it hasn't been smooth sailing for Reform UK, that they may as yet underperform those polls. But another interesting aspect of this is the seats in which they're coming in second. As many as 155 seats they could come in second. I think almost all of the seats that have been declared in the North East, they've come in second chiefly behind Labour. So for now, while a lot of the framing around this has been what kind of impact or influence Reform UK's potential success could have on the Tories,
I do think that they may end up with more votes than the Conservatives by the end of this.
There's another aspect to this, which is what kind of impact Reform success could have to Labour in government.
Okay, for now, thank you. There's a recount.
They're still counting in Clacton,
and that is where Richard
recount?
Holden, who was parachuted in
Basildon, yeah.
Oh, right, it's still counting
recount there. I can see pictures of Labour and the Conservatives. It's a three-way margin, potentially.
I mean, let's face it, three-ways are messy.
The Labour candidate
they're complicated.
Every vote as it's being
they're just completely
recounted.
unnecessary.
Also hearing about 20 minutes' time, Beth, that
so Ed said that
Jeremy Corbyn
he's
seat
expecting to
is
turn the
likely
stream
to
on in the morning and
declare,
find us
Kimmy
lying here,
Lee's
snoring
seat
away.
as well in about
My
10
wife
minutes.
said
I'm
she
told that
expects
it's
to
now
come down and
probable
find
that,
me not in the house, and then
that
come
Jeremy
out here
Corbyn
and
will
find the
hold
stream
us
still
until
running with me asleep.
So it's edging towards that, yeah.
That's what she said.
Not certain, but
You got any more than
probable.
wow for me, Trevor?
No, it's an extraordinary thing. I
It
mean,
is.
it's quite an extraordinary
Labour
thing.
now on
As I was
67
saying
seats.
to John McDonnell, there's a peculiar historic irony.
They've
'cause
gained
he took
Bishop
the seat in
Auckland, hold
1983
Newcastle
from a
North,
guy
and
who
hold
had
Lewisham East.
defected from the Labour Party to the SDP, and it's really striking now at the other end, I guess, of his parliamentary career.
Well, I'm not sure
He's
you're
the guy
tired.
who's
It's
been-
coming on to 3 a.m.
He's
So
been, expelled from the Labour Party.
we've been on this
but
stream for 5 hours.
He's won.
Coming
we
up.
have.
Sounds like.
Looking at pictures there of Nigel Farage waiting for his count. He will not be, if he does win Clacton, the constituency, he will not be the first Reform MP in the House of Commons. That must sting a little bit, given how many times he's tried to become
Well,
a
I
Prime
don't think it
Minister.
really matters.
I
does
don't
it?
think it really matters,
The
no.
average SNP to
I
Labour
don't
swing
think
is
it'll
20
sting.
points. Kilmarnock and Loudon and Dumbartonshire West. Possible that the SNP
What's
will do
happened in
even
Dumbartonshire
worse than
West? Did
10
the
seats.
SNP lose it?
Yeah, we did hear.
I don't know, but
I think I
Conservatives
mentioned
hold
around
Hinckley and
maybe
Bosworth.
1 o'clock this morning that from the people that had written the exit poll, all the psephologists behind it, that
I think
the
we're going
numbers
to
were a bit
Camden.
softer in Scotland on how it projected because it was looking at Tory gains there.
Yeah.
They had the SNP down a lot at 10, but it looks as if that might be on the optimistic level for them if this is played out. However, and I would caveat this a lot, Scotland is not a homogenous.
It is a
group.
horrendous
You can't
landslide
really just put a national
indeed,
swing
Matthew.
across it.
Yeah.
What
It
happens in
is.
the Central Belt is very different to pockets of the Northeast, very different to the Highlands and Islands, and that south of Scotland band as well, right at the bottom, those 3 seats that sit across the
I mean,
border.
I will say this about Big Nige. He looks upbeat.
That maybe we're not focusing on enough. This is the collapse of the SNP, isn't it?
But if you think about when the exit poll came out, you suddenly had the third party of the United Kingdom. Now, they only stood in 59 seats, 57 now because of the boundary changes, but they got their question at Prime Minister's Questions every week. They had that platform, they had the short money.
Yeah,
they're going to go down to the 5th party in the country. All of that is gone. All of that infrastructure is gone. The ability for them to come back is severely hampered. And we have seen big gains and swings in Scotland before, so we get kind of a bit immune to them. But some of the changes here, if they lose, as the exit polls say, 38 out of their 48 seats, that's enormous.
I mean,
are they going to?
Almost as big as the 40
I would suggest that
Labour lost in
the SNP are done and the Conservatives are done.
Something that Andy was talking about kind of Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader.
Anna
it's
says
true
what?
too that when you talk
Eunice
to people
says
around
what?
Starmer, they said that when he became leader and they had at that time 1 MP in Scotland, he said, I want to
Oh, look, we're
govern
hearing
for
applause.
all of the nations.
At
was
Camden.
very-
Here's Keir Starmer's declaration.
All right, well, let's listen.
Great.
Why is
there's
Elmo
Courtney
on the
Elmo
stage?
Did you see that? They're all there.
So Count Binface over here for the next election.
Chelmsford
yes.
from the Conservatives. And Bolsover has gone to Labour.
Ah, good news for Dennis there. He'll be pleased.
Dennis Skinner, of course.
I,
known as the
Jenny
Beast of
Rowlands,
Bolsover.
being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the incredible flying brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162.
Oh, that's
Clinton,
poor.
Liberal Democrats, 2,000.
I want to know how many votes Elmo got.
Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312.
Was that Elmo?
Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthul Kumar Independent, 40.
Lots of independents here.
Marine Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776.
Well, that was always going to be the case.
John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party,
UKIP are still a
75.
thing?
David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371.
That's more than
Tom
the
Scripps,
Conservatives, I
Socialist
think.
Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19.
Elmo! 19!
David Robert Stansell, Green Party, 4,030.
Wow.
Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,800.
I wonder who's won this one, John.
Yeah, that sounds like a safe seat.
Now, just remember, guys, my father was a toolmaker.
For Holborn and St.
Say it.
Pancras.
Say the Lion King.
We're never going to
The
hear
next
that
Prime Minister,
again.
Keir
Say the
Starmer.
Lion
We'll be
King.
listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour game.
Did this for all the toolmakers out there.
I did this for all the toolmakers out there. Just like my father.
Old seat, he was standing down.
223, and they were
and you can see 3 pages.
Okay, no, the Conservatives did get more than Reform there.
By standing
But we don't see, they're not even giving us how many votes Elmo got on the screen. That's,
I think it was 19.
But I do think that's a bit racist to Elmo's.
In the world, that you've got incidents.
Is it 'cause he is red?
The way our democracy works, you can have an Elmo character standing on stage with the potentially future next Prime Minister and get 19 votes and has exactly the same rights as everybody else to do so. And some of the vignettes that we had through the campaign itself, there's a lovely
Lib
ring
Dems
doorbell
hold
that
Twickenham.
captured
Lib
Theresa
Dems now
May.
on 7
Up
seats
in
and Tories on 9.
Ross, just chapping
Tom
away.
Lynch, shite.
The next Prime Minister.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible
You're not going to be
community
serving that constituency,
of
though.
Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their
putting up
love
with
and
you.
support and for keeping me totally grounded.
I've told them that my father was a toolmaker more times than I've told
Thank
any
so
of
much
you.
to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote
What
is
age are these
counted.
kids?
And
I have no
thank you
idea.
to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who.
You're not going to serve that constituency, though, are you?
6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had. It makes a
Toolmaker.
massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves
Not to your
forward
father.
for public service. Because in this room,
He's not going to say
right
it.
here,
He's been
beats
told not
the
to say
heart
it.
of our democracy. Not
I
in
think it was us.
Westminster or
I think it might have been.
but in town halls and community centres up and down
I think the
country,
wheel
in
was the last
politics and
straw.
voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote.
I thought he was going to
It
say
all
toolmakers
starts
there.
here.
The hands of the
And it
toolmakers.
starts with you. Change begins in this community.
You just
with
don't
the
understand
people
the
who
change
came
that this
together
man's going to implement
make
upon
life
you,
better.
boy.
Like
People.
the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area.
Labour has won the Kilmarnock
Yeah,
and
we-
Loudon seat.
Yeah, we know that. That was earlier.
Service starts in this neighbourhood. The
Oh.
groups, the faith communities, the
Yeah,
local organisations
I'm tired
who
as well,
serve
mate. I'm tired
week
as
in,
well.
week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her.
Do not
And with
say
Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency.
No, you won't.
The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the
How
doctor's
can he
appointments
when he's
they
the Prime
desperately
Minister?
need. The local businesses
It's just
who
a
struggle
platitude,
so hard
mate. It's just a
to keep their head
platitude.
above water. I will speak out for you,
No, you won't.
have your back, fight your corner
No, you
every single
You
day.
won't see him in that constituency again.
No, you won't.
You will not see him there. He is not
Because
coming back.
tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change.
have spoken.
To end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community,
isn't he just talking his absolute
You
shite?
have voted. It is now time for us to deliver.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Let's see what he delivers. What do you think you'll deliver, mate?
Tax rises.
Tax rises. He's going with tax rises.
Going with tax rises, and I'm going with
So
them
let me tell
fast.
you about Shakir Rodney Starmer.
Hey, look,
He's
he
been
just
an
shook
MP
Elmo's
since
hand.
2015. He's hoping to go one better, and it looks as though that is going to happen. He's been the leader since 2020. He was a leading member of the Corbyn shadow cabinet, knighted for services to law and criminal justice.
That guy with
did
the
a
big
good job
hat.
there, didn't he?
Has two children.
The guy
and
with
his
the
daughter
big
has
hat
said if he wins, she
is
just
awfully
wants him to
happy
know
for
she
getting
isn't moving into Downing
295
Street.
votes.
It's the monster raving loony party. They expect
Yeah.
295 votes. Rob Bruce says the coal miners will be turning in their graves.
Well, what about the toolmakers, though? What will they be doing? They didn't even get a mention there.
Look, he was made by a toolmaker,
Yeah,
right?
I know.
So the toolmakers are probably quite happy. Because, you know, let's face it, he is the country's biggest tool.
As people watching us falling asleep and left the stream running.
As long as it's giving us the watch time, I don't really care. I don't really care.
The average view duration keeps going up.
It's good. I'm happy with that. I quite like it. I'm not going to lie.
We're 84 now for the seats for the Labour.
And that was 10 for the Conservatives and 9 for the Liberal Democrats.
Oh, the Conservatives have taken a lead over the Lib Dems.
Yes, Rob Bruce says unemployment will go sky high now. Well, they're going to tax the living crap out of businesses, right? They're going to tax. They're going to raise so many taxes, and you're not going to end up better off. This is why they have been so cagey about their taxation policies, because they can say, "Oh, it's utterly ridiculous that Rishi Sunak suggests that we're going to raise your taxes," but he's going to raise your taxes.
Yeah. No. So Rob says Lillian Jones won with 19,065 votes in Kilmarnock and Loudon.
You know what? Like I said, and I will repeat this until the cows come home, this is not a vote for Labour. This is a vote against the current status quo.
Well, yeah, I think in Scotland though it's a vote against the SNP,
which is the current status quo.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be completely honest with you. I really, really think people have missed the mark here, because the current status quo also includes the Labour Party.
Yeah,
because on all of the big issues of the last 5 years, at the very least, they have voted in lockstep with the Conservatives.
No, in fact, they wanted to do some things longer, harder, and faster than everybody else.
Exactly.
But the thing is, we've always said you can't vote your way out of this. You know, you can't vote your way to change.
No, I genuinely think people like Carol Vorderman, that super skanky girl.
Oh, yeah.
Right? All of that lot.
What we got? Oh, Paisley and Renfrew.
Look who it is. It's Grant Shapps.
Labour gain it.
For William Hatchfield on Thursday, the 4th
Yeah, that's
of July,
an SNP, but this is Grant Shapps.
2024.
Yeah.
I, Annie Brewster,
Let's see what
being the
happens
Paisley and
here.
Renfrew, that's where I am.
at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397.
Okay.
Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
Okay.
Okay.
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party.
It'd be a laugh if they said Michael Green.
Oh.
Grant Shapps is in a lot of trouble.
Michael Green.
Grant's, he's got a look on his face already, look.
He's done.
Munro, John Peter, Liberal Democrat.
Is that Grant Shapps?
3,117.
No, I'm joking. The names.
Shapps Grant,
Hold on.
the Conservative Party candidate, 16,000.
Bye
bye.
House of Commons, Labour having taken this second first cabinet minister to fall to Labour.
He is the first cabinet minister to fall.
I don't like him at all. I've never liked him. He's a horrible, horrible warmongering little man.
Got on well with
He's
Grant in
done.
some ways, but you know, he really started this unpicking of our plans for rail in the north, and he really
Labour hold Hayward and Middleton. Labour gain Welwyn Hatfield from Grant Shapps. Labour gain Paisley from you where you are.
Part of the world, there's not going to be many tears shed, I don't think, at this result
No,
at
there
all.
won't be.
Beth, do you want to have a look at that? Thoughts
Well,
on that?
I mean, this is
Labour
a
now on
massive blow.
87
Grant Shapps
seats.
wanted to run as leader.
Yeah.
He's the Defence Secretary. He's gone. Look at the vote down.
Yeah, he
nearly
can't really run as
20
leader now, can he?
points.
No.
And he's the second cabinet minister to fall. Now, in '97,
second to fall.
7 cabinet
So
ministers
Reform
lost
took
their seats, and I just
6,000
wonder
seats there.
if it's going to
Right.
take
6,000
part
votes.
that tonight. Alex Chalk,
Sorry,
who's the
6,000
former
votes.
Justice
So it's
Secretary, also
Reform
lost
cost
in
him that
Cheltenham
seat.
to the Lib
Let's see
Dems.
what happens
That's-
to RDS.
that's good.
Hold on.
Smith,
Ian Duncan
another
Smith now.
priest in Chingford.
Oh.
Chingford.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Egan, Acting Returning Officer for the Chingford and Woodford Green constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Chris Brodie, Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,280.
It's a good innings.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275.
But they don't like the Lib Dems there.
No, they don't. Don't make it up them.
Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653.
Conservatives gain Leicester East.
Oh.
Pfizer Shaheen, Independent, 12,445.
She did well for an independent. No Labour.
Here we go.
Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,500.
Looks as though IDS has held on.
So
Ian Duncan Smith
Looks like
retimes his
IDS
seat.
It
has
sounds to me
held
as
on.
if that
Yeah.
independent
I think
Look,
this
she's
is
shaking
what
her head.
Donald was saying earlier.
Who?
The independent, she
This
is not
where
happy.
Labour could have played things differently.
I think
Pfizer, I don't know her well, but I know enough to know that she'd really worked hard in that community and was kind of well known there. And I just don't think this works.
I think Labour and her have had a spat.
You know, if Labour,
Labour
is to be
gain
the government we all
Nugent,
want it to
Aycliffe
be, it
and
has to have
Spennymoor.
breadth and depth, and it has to have voices from all sides coming towards
Labour
it. And
hold
there's been a
Bladen
little
and
too
Consett.
much, you know, taking out people who they may consider awkward and putting in
Labour
others.
hold
And
Staybridge and
that didn't
Hyde.
happen in the Blair era. It didn't happen in the Brown era. There was a little bit more
Labour hold
kind of
Brent
live and let
East.
live. And
But they were doing that.
we would have won that
Yeah,
seat,
but
though.
you-
If we would have won that seat, Beth.
I know.
If they had not taken it out, we would have won that
Conservatives
seat.
hold
you know
Chingford and
why
Woodford
they
Green.
were doing it.
Gunky
They were
Fadgets,
worried
morning
that
folks, just back from my
they've got
local
this
count,
massive
surreal
majority,
experience.
but
Oh,
at
you
the
went to the
time, they were
count.
worried
Cool.
about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of 30 to 40 hardcore of left.
So yeah, that Pfizer Shaheen girl, she is the reason that Ian Duncan Smith.
I'm saying to you, they didn't need to worry like that. And also, as I say, you need voices from different parts of the party.
I
the
think-
current
Oh,
government
look,
failed
Conservatives
because
hold
it went
Grantham
too
and
narrow,
Bourne,
because it took
and
away some of
Wyre
those other
Forest,
voices,
Lib Dem
and it
gained
was only
Sutton and
talking to the
Cheam.
It's
Brexiteer
happened in
group.
Leicester East as well.
These are really coming in
And I
now.
don't think it's a major criticism. I
Look at this.
just
Labour
think we
gain
need to
Hexham.
rethink this approach to things.
Happened again.
I think your problem.
There you go. Same thing
The
again.
problem here, Andy, is that I don't think the party's quite worked out what to do about the issue of Gaza and Muslim votes.
Conservative
Because
game.
Exactly that. What you've just been
Leicester
saying
East.
is what happened in IDS's constituency, and that's exactly what's happened
And
here.
other at the bottom, I should just say, is Keith Vaz.
Labour game West Bromwich from the
We've seen in some other
Conservatives.
constituencies. I haven't remarked on it,
Yeah.
but we've seen in some other constituencies.
Oh, that's Claudia Webb's
what seems like
previous
an
seat, isn't it?
Gunky Fadget says held in the Steam Museum in Swindon. We saw that count, the Swindon count, didn't we?
In constituencies which are in the top 20.
Yeah, we saw it earlier in the night.
With Muslim constituents. So I think this is. I mean, it's not enough to have dented Labour very seriously, but it's a problem the party's got stored up for.
I think what's on page 2 of that one as well with Claudia Webb is
Labour
you've also got
game
Keith Vaz, the
Lothian
former
from
Labour MP.
That's what I was saying.
Too,
yeah.
SNP.
He's the other.
Yep.
That's what he is.
I don't think there's a yellow. Is there a yellow one up there yet? No.
No, I don't believe there is.
Of Nigel,
There's
Farage
Clacton
waiting
again.
for,
Nigel Farage waiting for his count.
in just a few moments.
Can I talk
Oh,
about a Labour
it's
big
coming up,
piece
is
that's
it?
just won a seat in Scotland?
You can in just a second. Let me just tell people
Dougie?
what they're expecting in about 5 minutes or so. We are waiting to see the result from
Did you see the
Clacton,
Labour
and
robots
if,
cuddling
as
the
expected,
Conservatives and
Nigel Farage
ignoring all the other
will
candidates? Of
will take that
course.
seat. He will be the second candidate for reform that has won this evening. The first one being Lee Anderson, who was previously a Conservative MP. Before that, he
I
represented
don't think
Labour,
it
of course.
matters
He
in
is
what
reform, wasn't
order
thought to
they
be able to
are
I agree.
elected.
Yes, you can.
I think
so,
they're
Paisley
making
and Renfrewshire,
they're making a
South, which was
mountain out
Douglas
of
Alexander's old
absolutely
constituency.
fuck
It was
all
then won
here.
by Mary Black,
The candidates are
from,
now
the
making
Labour
their
Party
way
to
to the
SNP.
stage
It's now
in
gone
Clacton
back
on
to
Sea.
Labour
Now,
under
will
Joanna Bannister.
Nigel
Now, a lot of
win?
people might not know who she is.
That is the
She's
question.
The current chair of the NEC.
Well,
Labour's
winning quite dramatically.
Executive board. She's a big
Yeah.
trade unionist.
98
and has
to
been very
16 to
involved in
10.
Labour politics, both north and south of the border for a long
So
time.
But will
one
Nigel
reform-
win?
I would
One
expect
reform at the
at
moment.
first reshuffle,
Shortly to be
she'll
two.
come into government.
Well,
She's one of
let's
these ones that are gonna be
let's not
fast-tracked
be
for
too
success, I
hasty
would
here,
expect.
because remember, this man
Joanna
has tried
Baxter.
to be elected
Dougie
to the British
Alexander has
Parliament
won.
Yeah, I
7
know.
times
I know.
before.
So
7
does that mean
times.
that he's
He's
gonna
my
be-
new MP then.
So
Yeah, 'cause
will
I,
it be
live
8-time
in
lucky
Lothian
for
East,
Nigel?
which was
That's
oldest
the
Lothian
question.
seat.
I'm not going to
And,
go out on a limb and
yeah,
say it will be.
God, they're just talking over each other now.
You don't mute them though, because
Just give me a minute.
Conservatives
I'm
hold
watching it.
Norfolk Mid, Labour hold Ealing Southall, Labour hold Liverpool Riverside. Look, they are running in thick and fast now.
Oh yeah, they're coming in quick.
So this is the time of night when the counts really start get going.
Labour's going to go over 100.
Quite a challenge. Looking at pictures from Clacton on Sea, Nigel Farage just there in the
stop.
background.
Oh, Hexham's gone.
Yeah,
Yes, we know.
second safe
Guy
Conservative
Opperman,
seat.
Labour hold
Fucking
Newport
hell.
East.
Here we go. Here we go. There's Nige. There's Nige.
Big
Labour
Nige
reaches
is-
100 seats.
So
Hexham,
let's
the second safest
let's
seat
see what
in the
happens here,
Northeast.
because
Yeah, I feel for Guy Opperman. He's an absolute
I'm not
powerhouse
ready
of
to call it
campaigning.
for
He won't-
Farage.
That won't be for lack of effort that he's lost that. Oh.
I mean, what we're
Swing was
discovering
about
here is
15
anything can
points,
happen,
thereabouts.
right?
Surprised?
In terms of what I've seen
And that
coming
the
in from the
exit polls
northeast,
are
not so
probably
much. It's
quite
one of those
wrong.
ones that
Yeah.
is the fringe of Newcastle.
They're still not
that
taking the
Hexham seat,
stage.
but it's been Tory for a long time.
Plaid
She's the
Cymru
right
game.
sort of
Ian
Tory
is
for it,
from
if you know what I
Mon
mean.
from
He's
the
very down to earth,
Conservative.
I don't know what
works
that means.
hard,
That's not English.
hyperactive, family
Plaid
man,
Cymru, the party
you know,
of
very
Wales.
No,
much
shut
with the
up.
seat. He's not,
That was a
you know, he
joke.
doesn't stay
I
away
know.
in Westminster.
Labour
He always
hold
wants to be
Enfield
back
North.
in his constituency patch. That'll be a tough one for
Labour
him to take.
hold Bolton
Yeah,
South
Grant.
and Walkden. I'm just calling them as they come in, mate.
Yeah, that's fine.
Labour
too
gain
much
Bracknell
fucking
from the
yak.
Conservatives. Matthew says, if Farage can't win, I can't see them doing any better elsewhere.
Oh, Shaps is giving his
Wish you
I've
well
quit.
as you take up the baton.
Oh.
In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served
Why
in
is
more
he
cabinet
talking?
posts.
Did they all
than
get
most.
to have a speech?
From party
I
chairman
don't think so.
to transport secretary,
But he is
Home
the defence
Secretary,
secretary. So.
briefly.
Well, he was.
to business
Yeah,
secretary, energy
Shap's
secretary,
lost.
And of course,
Yeah, Shaps
He's
lost.
out.
Defence.
Shaps is out.
I want to pay tribute on that
Oh,
last
shut
act
up,
of selfless
Shaps.
courage of the men and women of
We
this
weren't
country
quite sure who they
served
were
in our
going to
armed
call
forces.
his name out
Had
as.
privilege
It
to
was
work
Michael
with
or
them.
Shaps or power.
There's no more
Whatever his female name is, because he's got one of those.
Oh, I know.
than to defend the realm
He's
my
a writer,
proudest
don't you
achievement
know?
in government.
That's just a sudden-
105
just a
seats
penny.
to Labour
A
at
very
this
large
point.
multi-billion-pound additional funding.
I believe
to
the
increase
SNP may now have one
our armed
seat.
forces spending.
Yeah.
It's clear tonight.
Why?
That
Like
we
the
will
elephant-
have
aye.
a new government
They might
in
have
the
won,
morning.
yeah.
And I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits.
Yes, he
to
was
spend
the Defence
2.5%
Secretary. Thank you for correcting me there,
GDP
Matthew.
on
It is
defence,
gone 3 o'clock in the
our
morning.
armed forces
That's what I said.
may
I
suffer.
said that.
And so will our friends in Ukraine.
Oh, shut up.
If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine.
I've been able to change
and its
your name.
democracy. And that must never waver.
By Dean Paul.
Hold
Right,
on, we go.
Here we go,
Right,
here we
so
go.
Here we go. We've got 3 big beast seats coming your way. You ready,
Oh,
ladies and
big
gentlemen?
beast
Edge of
seats.
your seats. You were flagging, weren't you?
Big what
Honestly,
seats?
sit up. Take
Labour
note.
hold
Clapton.
Boughton South
Clapton coming
Morgan.
up
They
very
gain
shortly. Why is that
Bracknell.
important?
Lib Dem
Because
hold
that is
Richmond
the man in the
Park.
middle there, as you can see, at Nigel Farage.
SNP
We've also
hold
got
Aberdeen North.
Basildon and Billericay. That was a safe, an ultra-safe seat, so much so
Billericay.
that the Tories thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put
Gunky
our
Fadget says the
Conservative
Kraken
chairman in there.
seats.
Is an absolute shoo-in. It's had... Don't know what he's going to do. Let's wait and see. He's had a recount
Hold on.
there. So Islington North as well. And Beth's got news on Islington North. For us,
Labour
just
game
as well,
Bert-
sweetie, am I?
I'm not
It
sure
is
Farage is
probable
looking
that it
very
is going
happy
to
here.
go to Jeremy Corbyn. He's going to retain the seat. So Labour
As an independent.
As an independent.
Yes,
and then
so
John
Labour
McDonnell
gained
was saying
Burton and
he
you
should be let
talked
back
her
into the
from,
party. And Andy, you were sourced
Conservatives
information
hold
a bit of that,
Sleaford
weren't you,
and
about
Yeah,
Highcombe.
yeah,
a bit
okay,
of a
slow
broader
down.
church
Who
again.
cares?
I
I've just
I
went
just
to
think,
find out about... Shut up, Beth.
Labour hold Brent West.
I'm not sure Farage is looking terribly happy here. Or
He's
maybe he
not.
is.
He's not. He's giving interviews. Why is he giving interviews already?
I don't know. Labour game Renfrewshire from the SNP.
Yep.
That's here. Oh no, that's Renfrewshire East.
Yes.
So that's them got both the Renfrewshire South and East.
I want to hear what Farage is saying.
Yeah, but we're not. They're
for
not.
me
There's
to
no audio.
recognise Morgan and all the others who've put
There
together.
isn't any audio
and
from them.
and it has been quite a ruthless strategy in the way that you were
You won't
describing.
get
You're not
audio
piling up
inside
votes
there until
on
I make
people.
the
So-
speech.
But I am just.
I'm assuming a recount may have been requested by an alternative candidate here.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
107 seats to Labour at this point. They hold Cambridge. This is looking like
The SNP are hemorrhaging seats.
as are Conservatives. Liberal Democrats gain Stratford from the Conservatives.
It's working, but it's not working. Let me show you. Basically, so this is your swingometer. And
Rob says
what's the
Labour
idea
will
here?
stop
It's all about,
supporting
so
Ukraine.
These are the seats that at the start of the night were already Labour. These were the seats that at the start of the night were Conservative. And the whole idea
so we've
is
got a swing
basically
meter now,
if
have we?
across
Yeah, we
the
have.
country, there is a uniform swing. So in all of the seats, you're seeing the same movement from the Conservative to Labour or the other way. Then this needle goes like that. And then gradually all of these seats are turned red. And then by the time the needle gets there, it's eaten up enough seats that you get into this majority territory. But here's the thing, OK? So if you look at the amount of swing that we're seeing across the country right now and activate the swingometer, look at what happens, OK? The swingometer, the needle goes up, 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 up.
Yeah, Labour-vative.
And we're in hung parliament
Correct.
territory.
No.
So actually, the swingometer is basically telling a kind of duff story here. It's saying that Labour's not going to be able to win in these seats over here, but we know it is already. We know it is already. And why is that happening? It's because you're not seeing a uniform swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you'd expect that seats, for instance, where the Conservatives didn't have much of a majority before, through to seats where the Conservatives had a big share of the vote, you'd expect all of them to be behaving the same way. But let me show you what's actually happening. Look, this is quite interesting. In seats where the Conservatives don't have that much of the share of the vote, they're actually gaining a little bit. So it's going from Labour to the Conservative Party. But the bigger the share of the vote the Conservatives have, the more they're losing. The more they're losing. And that really matters because in areas where previously they could rely on quite a big share, they're losing way above where you would normally expect. And that is part of the explanation for how the Labour Party is heading, potentially, according to the exit poll. But
There's
also
nowhere that
according
could sell
to
me an ice
what we're
cream
looking
right
at in
now,
these
Rob.
numbers, for a big majority. It's going way beyond where the swing
Lib Dem
would
gains
suggest. And in
Cambridgeshire
fact, it's
South,
going
Labour gain
towards
Rugby.
historic territory. If we just look again at where we are
Yeah,
right
perhaps
now. So this is
Nigel
showing you
hasn't lost,
the
and
change
the people
in the
who
share
have
of the
lost
vote for
are
all
demanding a
the
recount. I
parties
don't know.
Going back through history, and it's showing you the biggest falls,
Conservatives hold
essentially.
South
So when
Holland
you're going
and the
from a vote share-
Deepings. I've never
a
heard
big
of South
vote share
Holland
to a
and the
small vote
Deepings.
share.
That's
The
what
Conservatives
the
have held
Deepings
it.
sounds like
This is
something
basically
out of the
showing you
boys,
that. And the
doesn't
bigger
it?
bars are,
does, yeah.
the worse you're doing. So that, for instance, that's the Lib Dems in 2015. You can see the Labour
I was
Party
down the
suffering there.
Deepings.
You can see the Conservative Party in 1997. And the key thing here is, look at this.
Shut up, you twat.
This
Just do
is the
Nigel's
biggest
count already.
fall
Nearly
No.
half free.
in the share of the
Yeah,
votes
they obviously can't because
that we
there's
have
a
seen
recount.
from any party.
This is it.
Going back
Labour
to
gains South Ribble.
1835. It's worse than
Where
the
the hell
Liberal
is
collapse
South
after
Ribble?
the First World War.
Oh, that's
it's
in
worse
Yorkshire.
than any of these periods in the 1950s.
Have
It's
you been
worse
to
than
Ribble?
anything we saw
think
in
so.
1997 for the Conservative Party. It's a truly historic thing. And what's critical is this is
Sorry, I've
actually
got to
based on the
interrupt you.
figures. we
Oh,
have
shut
so
up!
far.
Shut up!
Sorry, I've got to interrupt
This is
you.
happening right now. Kate.
Yeah, the Islington North. Jeremy
Is
Corbyn.
Jeremy
Here we go.
Corbyn.
Corbyn.
Held on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024.
Here we go.
We hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded
She
for
looks
each candidate
ridiculous.
Yeah.
at the said election is as follows.
Time crier.
Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661.
Ouch.
That's 1661.
Yeah, we can count.
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Yeah, looks like a shoo-in, but we'll just wait for the Labour vote.
Ooh. Islington North like them some commies.
Yeah.
24,000.
24120.
Yep, we get that.
Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950.
Yeah, but they were never going to win there.
Jostling,
No.
3232.
32.
Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660.
I mean, that doesn't really deserve a huge clap.
2660.
We know.
Trafford Nargan, Labour Party. 16,800.
Did somebody just scream unlucky, mate, at him?
Yeah, they
gained
did
a seat
die.
as an independent in Islington.
Oh, Labour gained
North. Back to you in just
East
a second.
Kilbride. And
They
Stephen.
hold Liverpool
I
West
think this is
Derby
a
and
slightly
hold
different
the
case
city
than
of
the one I was
Durham.
just talking about before,
Durham.
because
I've been to
obviously
Durham. It's a nice place.
that whole
Durham.
issue that was there that needed to be dealt with around anti-Semitism, and Keir Starmer was right to take an uncompromising approach.
Oh,
and
shut
obviously, Jeremy and Keir, ended up in different positions on that, and you can say that this had to be handled in a different way to draw that clear line. But that reflects, I think, if I'm honest, the person that Jeremy Corbyn is in terms of how he's regarded by his community. You can't get a vote like.
Oh, shut up. So it looks like there's a recount ongoing then, doesn't it, at Nigel's Clacton?
It either looks like there's a recount or there's somebody just kicking up a fuss.
What can you kick a fuss up about other than a recount?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's plenty, I mean, you could kick a fuss up about, but do we think that
No.
Nigel has won? I can't believe Dread Eye's even still awake.
I can't believe you're still here, mate. Yeah. Get to bed. Are you working in the morning?
Labour gained Buckingham from the Conservatives. I mean...
Oh, we're out in 30 minutes.
Well, we don't have to be.
No, we do.
Why?
Because that's the limit for EV mucks. We've actually hit a limit. I didn't realise we had one.
We don't pay them to have a limit.
I didn't think we had a limit, but it says your live recording will end automatically in 30 minutes.
Yeah, the recording will, but not the stream.
It says your live stroke recording will end automatically in 30 minutes.
Are we getting another count here? It's Clacton.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were reading those. They were weighing them, I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317.
We missed Nigel's
Osman
numbers.
Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So if you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons,
Heritage Party, 33.
listen to the Conservative vote.
Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
There we go. So I was saying, if you want a couple of agitators, you'd go for Corbyn and Farage, wouldn't you, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so Corbyn is...
Nigel Farage.
North as an independent. That was a hard-fought battle.
Eight-time lucky.
Many people out.
For Nigel Farage.
Near there, and it was a very
he has been elected.
Yeah, we'll be out here just before 4. Rob.
Okay. He finally
Good morning, Vaughan.
becomes a member of Parliament, and this matters because he now has a democratic mandate.
Here we go.
At tendering. And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we all agree on that, and thank you for your
That's not what you were saying the other day.
I promise
Galloway's
out.
out. Galloway's
absolute
gone.
best as a member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big
Eight-time
successes
lucky,
in European
Nige.
elections, and perhaps less
Eight-time
so
lucky.
under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening.
So Starmer won his
It's not
seat.
just disappointment with the Conservative
Yes, he
Party.
did.
There is a massive gap on the
Farage
centre
won
right
his
of
seat.
British politics.
Nigel
And my
Farage has won
job
his seat.
is to fill it,
Corbyn won
and that's
his
exactly
seat.
what I'm going to do.
Angela Rayner
But it's
won
not just
her
what we do
seat.
in Parliament as a national
Grant
party.
Shapps lost
It's what we do
his.
out
It's
round the
all
country.
panning out exactly as I predicted,
5,000
isn't it?
people in that room in
Yeah.
Birmingham last
So
week.
who
The
we've got
energy, the
Sunak
optimism, the
and Hunt.
enthusiasm,
I
the
don't think
belief
we're going to see
that
them
Westminster
before
is
we
just
get cut.
completely out of touch.
Yeah, but we know
with
that
ordinary
Hunt's
people.
going to lose
Says to
and
me
Sunak's
that
going to
my
win.
plan is to build
Yeah.
a mass national movement over the course of the next few years.
Penny's
Hopefully
the other one.
be
Penny's on
big
a
enough
knife edge.
to challenge
She is.
the general election properly in 2029.
We will end this show
What
in
is
just
interesting
15
is
minutes time
there's no
at
enthusiasm for
4:45,
There's no enthusiasm
so that
for
we
Starmer
can go out on our terms, not on the
whatsoever. In
terms
fact,
the
about half of
system
vote
makes us go out
is
on.
simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very quickly.
Whilst it's a little bit earlier than we would have liked,
Labour votes. We're
and now I'm
coming
wide
for
awake,
Labour.
by the way,
Be in no doubt about
because
it.
well, I'm on my 6th can of Red Bull,
That have helped me
mate.
do this over the last few weeks. My
You
fellow
can start another
candidates
stream
are
if you want.
behaving
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to go and lie down. That's what I'm going to
This
do.
is just the first
My arse is
step
killing me.
of something.
Oh, mine
that
went
is
numb
going
hours ago.
to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Coming for Labour is what Nigel
Did who win,
Farage
Rob?
has to say he does not like this first past the
Look
post
at the
system.
Labour
Well,
candidate. He
what
looks
is he doing there?
absolutely
Well,
pissed
careful
off.
what you wish for.
Although out of the two on the stage, the Labour candidate has
Prime Minister.
very much revealed himself to
And
be a
I've got Life in
racist.
Horncastle, sorry.
Yeah,
What did he do? I don't agree with him on
He
barely
made
anything,
statements such
barely
as,
anything, but
"I
on
want
that,
to drink
I think
white
he's
tears."
got a point. I think we're seeing tonight.
That's not nice.
That Britain is
It's quite
a
racist, I would say.
I think so.
Political system now. You know, we've
But
got
you
Greens
can't be
polling
racist if you're black, can you?
large parts of the country. Lib Dems doing
Yes.
well. Reform now. You know, that kind of second force on the right is established. The Tories, obviously,
Shut
Labour.
up, Burnham.
You know,
We hate you.
how can you reflect that in a
this?
first past
Is that
the post?
Boris?
You can't.
Is that Boris Johnson?
So
Did
I
you-
think
No.
the voices for reform will get
Looks
louder
like
from
him, though.
not just the left anymore, from the left and the right. It was
Shut up!
Declaration, I think this is Hertsmere, is it? Which would be Oliver
The
Dowden.
undersigned being the acting returning officer for the Hertsmere constituency at the election held on Thursday,
Where the
4th
hell's
of
she
July,
from?
2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is
Did we
as
suddenly
follows.
zip to Germany or something?
Name of candidate: Bolster Raymond, Independent. Number of votes 536. Dowden Oliver James, the Conservative Party
We will
candidate.
tolerate nothing.
21,451.
That's a pretty good result. Let's see what else.
Green Party,
That guy's about to fucking pop his clogs,
He's
isn't he?
gonna die.
Nathaniel Emma Miller, Liberal Democrat, 3,710.
Oh, please be the winner.
Sharon
Please be the
Bruce,
winner.
Reform
You
UK,
go,
6,584. Tapper Joshua Daniel, Labour Party, 13,459.
The Labour Party's won here.
The
Yeah.
number of ballot papers rejected.
He's safe. There you go. So there was some concern for Oliver Dowden's seat.
I don't know who
but
Oliver
he
Dowden
has
is.
been returned quite easily.
It's the
promoted
old
after
man's
Dominic
fault.
Raab left
Yeah.
the party, long-standing ally of the Prime Minister, played the role as Miliband for Cameron every Wednesday before Prime Minister's questions. Kemi Badenoch has continued to move towards
Oh, no, the
potentially being
Conservative
next leader
one.
of the Conservative Party.
Okay.
She has remained, but she really took a thumping. Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah, I haven't seen her number, Jen.
So that's Reform
okay, we'll
got
come back.
two.
There was some
No.
online some questions about whether enough postal votes were issued in that seat and whether there would be
Yeah.
some form of
2,500.
later challenge, depending on how tight the race was. So that's something we might have to look out for further down the track. But that was one of the ones that's a bit indicative of some of those Essex seats that are around there. And it was one where, you're right, she had a big majority going into it, but not an impregnable one.
Oh, live.
And it was a bit of an indicator of
Are
whether
you
it was
in
going to be
Essex?
a bad night for the Conservatives or
I'm not
or
in
a
Essex.
pretty catastrophic
We're not
night.
going to have some
held on.
inquiry into postal votes after this
Yes.
election because
I think there will be that
a friend of mine had to go all the way back from London today to vote.
Why are
in
we
Warrington.
looking
Oh, sorry,
in?
in Tatton because his vote
Is
had a
that
big
not
problem
so?
with
Is that not so?
Thousands in Scotland.
Some trends emerging,
But all over the
very
country,
low
actually.
turnout, by the way.
Yeah.
Is that
Average
not
turnout
so?
at the moment?
Right, not so
58%.
cleverly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to tell people
It
what they're
might-
looking at, that's the Home Secretary in Braintree looking at his,
Yeah, clever.
his
We're-
count.
The Home
We're beginning
Secretary,
to
that is
see
not so.
The emergence of
Yeah,
this
but the count's not
thing that
finished.
I think
No,
people in
it's
Labour
nowhere
were
near it.
worried about, which was the impact of Gaza
Yeah.
in seats where there's a high number of Muslims. So
Can we talk
let's,
about that?
let's keep. We're
No,
seeing some
no,
of
we
that
don't
already,
want to
and
talk
I think we
about
need to have
that.
our eyes out
Rochdale
for
doesn't
Burma.
Fuck off. These people make me sick. This
Do you
is
know
a
what?
UK election.
Do you know what? I think that this is as good a time as any to call it, John.
Yeah, yeah, okay, mate.
So put us into proper screen mode. They can
Proper
actually-
screen mode.
We've been at this for over 5.5 hours.
We have. We
And
have
whilst
indeed.
it's not over
Look
yet,
how good I look, though.
whilst it's not over yet, I think we can safely say that I was right.
You've become very flushed. You're pumped on Red Bull, aren't you?
Just
Look at the state of you. Look at the state of you. Right, so you don't understand, Gunky. We've just found out there's a 6-hour limit on our software.
So we can't go on any further. I wish we could, because you know what? Like he said, I'm pumped on Red Bull. I could go for another couple of hours, I reckon. But In fact, I'm going to go in the house and watch it because.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else there.
I don't think the wife would appreciate me waking her up.
No, probably not.
However, I've actually had fun.
Yeah, it's actually been a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
it's been better now that the speed has increased. We should probably actually have started about 2:00.
What, 2:00 in the morning?
Yeah.
Well, regardless of when we should have started, I've had fun. I've enjoyed it, and do you know what? Whilst I've had fun and enjoyed it, I'm glad it's over.
Yeah.
Like for us anyway, because we have been absolutely balls to the wall, non-stop on this election madness over the past few weeks. We've done so much, and it's going to be nice to just have a little break from it all until, of course, November.
Reform Great Yarmouth. That's them got 3 seats now.
Interesting, but that's us until, like I say, that's us until November when it comes to this type of stream. But when we do the US election results, we will probably start at 5 a.m. like John said.
Yeah.
Because there's just no point in starting before that. But I have really, really appreciated not only the people that have come along throughout the night. I have also appreciated the super chat, the donation on Ko-fi. It's weird to have actually made 40 quid during a show. It's nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
It is nice. It just shows that, you know, the work is a little bit, if not mostly, appreciated. And like I say, I can't give you an answer on All In. I will say this to John right now before we even go: there will be no meeting Friday morning because I will be
lightweight. You fucking lightweight.
Well, I'm probably not going to get to sleep until at least 6 a.m. at this rate.
Yeah.
So
boy, you're going to have to get some blood into your Red Bull system.
It would seem that way. Yeah. I mean, I've still got to finish this can, but
freaking no.
Well, look. Somehow I had to stay awake, and I think I've done a good job.
You've achieved it.
I only drank 6 cans of Red Bull and 2 cans of Coke.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, I've only had 2 coffees,
and I've not been for a single piss throughout this entire thing.
No, you haven't. So that's very well done.
Indeed, it is.
Although the catheter helps.
The caffeine helps. That's for sure.
We just feel sorry for you. I give money to Trumps too. Thanks, Matthew. I don't care how you feel as long as you give.
Just put a downer. He just put a right downer on it.
Who did? Matthew? Yeah. Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it.
Just put a right downer on it.
Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. It's been a great night. Thank you.
I know it has, and obviously it's been.
We might see you tomorrow night. We might.
I probably won't. I probably won't. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, we'll see how I feel, but I'll probably be doing a short update on the Formula One because the British Grand Prix is on this weekend, and we'll see if old Max and Lando continue the feud.
Right. So tell him it's been great for him, John.
It's been great for you.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks